Welcome to Whitney Week at historic Saratoga Racecourse here in upstate New York. Trainer Mike Maker may be sitting on a big performance with his talented New York-bred multiple graded stakes winner. My Main Squeeze tries to return to her winning form in today's Johnstone, tackling some familiar foes. What a weekend it was for Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott. He awaits his chance at his first ever Travers win with his Jim Dandy winner Sovereignty, who was sensational this past weekend. Today he has the favorite in the Johnstone with Sterling Silver. Tried to put a tough beat at odds on behind her, but back to a distance more in her wheelhouse. So of course one of the most popular weeks of the meet as we remember the great Mary Lou Whitney and the contributions she and her family made to this town and this sport. Fierceness returns to where he shined last summer with Jim Dandy and Travers wins as he looks to avenge a loss in the Classic. To this guy right here, what a moment. Sierra Leone saved his best for last in the Classic, finally having that breakthrough victory. Now he's looking for his first win of the year on his path to defend his title. Look at that race and a lot more coming up on a very special week here in Saratoga Springs, New York, at one of the most iconic sporting venues in the entire country. Gorgeous weather on this Wednesday afternoon as we're just 9 minutes away from kicking off the action with a steeplechase event to begin things here, and we'll have some help to handicap this opening race in just a moment. I'm Greg Wolf. Good to be with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. The Johnstone, our feature later on this afternoon. That race has changed quite a bit with who has come out, but still a lot of talent lined up for fillies and mares going 7 furlongs. And of course, as I just mentioned, we'll go over the jumps to kick things off on this Wednesday afternoon. Here's what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. Early pick 5 will begin in race 2 with a jump race to kick things off. And a pick 6 carryover over $132,000. That begins in race 4. Not an easy sequence this afternoon. So good luck to everybody playing today. And of course, get signed up, started at Naira Bets. With me, New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling from the Saratoga Special. Joe Clancy, Liza Hendricks here as well. We need 2 experts to help us with this race, so someone knows what they're talking about here. Big weekend ahead. It's tremendous and what we have to look forward to this weekend.
No, it's always a great weekend. The Whitney and the Test, 2 preeminent races in their division. Both races came up extremely strong. The 4-star Dave was moved to this weekend. It's a 10-horse field. It's a wide-open race. It's a huge card, big fields all day. Some interesting 2-year-olds running as well. A day you don't want to miss.
And I need to get my hands on the copy of this week's Saratoga Special to see what was said around town.
Of course, we'll try, and we're about to launch into 6 days in a row. We go Friday and all the way through for 6 days from there, and it'll be a monster issue Saturday preview in the Whitney and all those good races.
And the sales, of course, next week
Sales
as
coming
well,
along,
right?
so the yearlings, a few showed up because our office is right there next to it, and the tractor trailers have been running through there all day. So yearlings will be here.
Dive deeper, Liza, into this race here in a moment, but who should we look out for in this opener?
I'm liking St. John. He's here at first look. He's the favorite right now, and I'd expect him to stay the favorite at post time. I do like Hidden Path underneath as well, trained by my father. So a little biased there, but not going to pick him.
Here's a look at the field that will line up. 2 3/8 miles over the jumps. $70,000 purse allowance, non-winners of 2 to begin our card. This is a perfect Wednesday afternoon here. It was a little warm for me yesterday, but this is sensational. There is a look at St. John's for Jack Fisher, and right now the 2-1 favorite.
Well, just admit it. You're happy to be here because you've been babysitting for the last 3 days.
This is like vacation for me. Oh, wow. They were a handful the last couple of days with Mom out of town.
It happens.
What do you think here with this 6?
I mean, he's got the same one thing people notice: same silk, same trainer, jockey, owner as Snap Decision, who's been the best horse in the game for several years. Also, same sire, purchased out of a Horses of Racing Age sale at Fasig-Tipton, and Jack Fisher won 2 flat races with him. Bought him as a maiden, won 2 flat races, 1 jump race. We'll watch him here. This is Middleburg, which is not the easiest course for kind of a green horse, and he's in the back, and he was sort of running in spots, and then he comes running and almost gets there, really. He's 4th here coming off the turn, and again, for a horse who's done his best work on flat tracks, was a good flat horse. This is a little different.
Is that as steep an incline as it looks?
Yes.
They're coming down?
Yes, yeah. And
Yeah,
they make 2 laps. There's a big hill after the wire, too. So, and then once he levels off, he's really running at this horse at the end, and that's his flat ability coming through, and I think a little more suited to Saratoga than that kind of a course.
Who wouldn't be?
Right.
Jumps back to flat races for St. John's, too.
Yeah, and I think that's probably a product of buying them. A lot of times American trainers will buy these horses to go jumping, and they've run through their conditions already. Well, he showed up as a maiden, so Jack Fisher took a shot, and we've seen him do it with horses on the flat back and forth, and he seems to be able to do both.
Well, that one favored. Post parade here coming up in a moment. Liza, you had mentioned Hidden Path. What's there to like with this one?
Yeah, he's been pretty consistent over jumps. We saw him last year, and he was always in the money. He won at Foxfield, broke his maiden there, and then came back and ran at Saratoga and was second, and then third in the Grade 1 Lonesome Glory.
Here's our post parade. We start with the one on the outside here, the 1A St. James the Great.
That's Carrie Bryan coming in. We've seen her win these races. Very tough coming out of Fairhill. Her horses are fit and ready to run.
Breeze Mission just went by.
Breeze Mission, you don't see many claims out of his first start off the claim from Jack Fisher to Kathy Nelson.
Let's jump to Saad, who was dominant couple back over hurdles.
I like him underneath, big price, and I think he's worth using.
Here's Hidden Path, Grade 1 placed.
Used to be with Starlight on the flat, has switched to jump racing, and yeah, as Liza said, the best form in the field, really.
Graham Waters on St. John's, the favorite.
Like we said, strong form, flat, and jumps. I really like him here.
Memento, does this one lead the way?
Yeah, I like this horse a little bit. I think Arch Kingsley would probably prefer him not to be in front. Hopefully he can get a little cover and save something for the end. But I like that horse a little bit at a price, 7-1.
And Holy Moly gets the inside, just broke the maiden over the jumps at a mile, 2 miles in an 8, excuse me.
I think he could be a contender for the speed as well. Trainer Barry John's first runner here at Saratoga, and same with the jockey as well.
I love that the horse's name is Holy Moly. He's trained by Barry Foley. So, for the hunch players have got to be all over
together. You can play this race, all the action today, including that big pick 6 carryover with Naira Bet, spot 200. That code to punch in for new members at sign up. Get that $200 deposit match sign up bonus right there at NairaBets.com. Play with us all meet long and beyond. Now let's take a look at Hidden Path, who was third in the Grade 1 Lonesome Glory last summer here. How do you like that appearance?
Yeah, I mean, he's had 2 good runs here at Saratoga and then back at Aqueduct. And, he was meant to run in the novice race at Aqueduct. It didn't fill. They run him here. This was a really good race. They ran home and against some good horses. And if he fires that again, I think that's going to put him in the mix. Be pretty tough. They had to be happy with the way he ran here because he was giving away experience, which we see all the time.
Yeah, definitely. And today he does get those 5 pounds off, like he did, first time 5 pounds off. So I think that should help him a bit as well.
That comeback, obviously, look, from the jumps was gone from October to July.
Yeah,
that
and
comeback flat race, not worried about it at all?
I think it really helps these horses. If you were trying to pick his apart, I like to see the flat horses, the jumpers, when they're prepping on the flat, passing horses at the end. And he was kind of getting caught at the end, which wasn't really his fault. But for a tightener and a fitness race, it's got to help him. Maybe if you were trying to nitpick it, you would say, I would prefer one running late, passing horses on the flat, as opposed to kind of getting caught. But you wouldn't hold that against him too much. I think it would sharpen him up for this.
Well, there is Memento again. Comeback for this one, was off from November, returns late March. Gate to wire to win by 8 lengths. Obviously a lot deeper waters here, Liza.
Definitely, and interesting that he comes back here first time off that long layoff. His form's a little spotty there, so has taken some time in between races. But he did win there at Camden by 8 lengths. He should be near the front, as we were talking about before, contender for the front. Will be interesting to see if he gets it or if Holy Moly gets it.
Yeah, I see where last week we had a race with no speed. I think there's 3 or 4 in here who probably want to be up close and handy. They might not want to be in front. Like everybody, they talk about dropping in, not dropping out, but you want to be handy and up near the front, maybe not setting the pace.
Let's check in for more on this opener with Acacia Clement.
And certainly for the jumpers, I will defer to our experts on the desk there, but just from my vantage point and how horses are framing up in the preliminaries, and I did watch some replays and do my homework, so hopefully have a bit of an opinion here, but I have nothing against your favorite as far as St. John's is concerned. He's incredibly fit coming in. He's one that really perked up once they got the tack on him too, kind of like he knew that it was game time, and he's another one that's coming in off of a flat race, which I would imagine can sometimes sharpen toughen them up a little bit as well, and certainly does wonders for fitness. Thought that he performed exceptionally well to back. Like I said, incredibly fit. He handled himself beautifully throughout. The only that did stay with a pony throughout the post parade and in the preliminaries here, as you see, led with a companion to just keep him a bit more settled. The 5 Hidden Path, I really liked the way this one framed up there. I know that he didn't really fire last time out, but that was off of a big layoff. He certainly has back class, as you guys mentioned, finishing 3rd in the Lonesome Glory. And he's a horse that I thought last time when switching to a flat race in that performance just never really looked like he was totally comfortable. They'd also added blinkers for that race when shortening him up. That equipment does come off today. There is an entry in here. The one that I did prefer was the 1A, St. James the Great, another one who had tried a flat race last time where vesting had wired. He was really sharp throughout, but really touting himself for Kerry Bryan. Greg?
Outside post. Thank you, Acacia, for that other half of the entry. The inside for the straight one, holy moly. There's the 1A, who Acacia was just touching on for Kerry Bryan.
Yeah, and again, people will know her name from working for Jonathan Shepard and just the races she's managed to win here. His races last year, a couple were against straight 3-year-olds. She had, had a couple little problems. That other horse who won, Blue Creek, was sort of in that same crop of horses she was bringing along, and this is another nice young horse coming on for her barn.
But class edge, when you look at this field, Liza, is it the 5 that holds that?
I think so, yeah, definitely. I like him, and I think the plan with him is to break off kind of mid-path and then try to pick up horses from there and just sit a bit off of it.
Set to kick off this Wednesday card. 2 3/8 over the jumps. 7-5 favorite. St. John's the 6.
I like him less at 7-5. If I was getting involved right now, I'd want Memento at 8-1.
Really?
I like the movie. Does that count?
Yeah, sure.
That's how I am.
Scott Jordan, starter, new here this year at Naira.
And again, we've explained this a little bit, with no starting gate in a jump race because we don't want a really fast start. They want them even and lined up. They'll circle in post position order. The starter can call them back if it's not a fair start or if it's too fair for one or the other, put it that way. And we see that frequently.
They really do it to make it hard for Greg to throw it to Frank.
Yeah, that gets hard, throwing it to Frank. I know. I'm glad that's not my job. We've got a little time. They'll cross in front of this fence and then turn, and then you can probably throw it to Frank.
Good luck with that.
So Memento at 8-1 after looking at the odds. Maybe the way to go in this spot here for Arch Kingsley. Let's send it upstairs. Take it away, Frank Miramonte.
Well done.
Ready for the start. Flag is up, and they're off. And it's a quick start for Memento. Memento will get the early lead. Holy Moly comes through on the inside. Those two stride for stride, and Memento gets the advantage over that first jump. And now leads it by 2 lengths. Holy Moly is in second, and then it's Awesome Strike in third. Racing in fourth is St. John's. Saad did not have the smoothest jump over there. They are followed by St. James the Great, who is just outside Breeze Mission, and another 4. Hidden Path will do his best work later on. And so it is Memento. Memento just in front as they come into the Saratoga stretch for the first time. Saad has made it up to second. And then it's 2 lengths back to Holy Moly, racing in third. Awesome Strike is fourth as the entire field gets over that jump very smoothly. It is Memento and Freddie Proctor showing the way. It's a 3-length advantage, cruising very slowly with Saad in second. On the outside, it's Awesome Strike, a joint third, and Holy Moly is up close as well. As they make that jump very comfortably is St. John's coming through in the yellow and blue colors. Right next to him is Breeze Mission and Hidden Path. And Connor Tierney continue at the back. 10 lengths covers them, and it is Memento. Memento has been there throughout, leads it by 1.5 lengths. Over Saad in second, then it's Holy Moly and Awesome Strike, who have been racing as a team. St. John's is in the 5th spot, racing right next to St. James the Great, Breeze Mission, and Hidden Path. No change in the order yet as they go down that back stretch. Memento lets it out a notch. Opens up 4 now. It's Memento by 5 over Saad. On the outside, Awesome Strike maintaining his spot in third. A little bit of a jostle there for Holy Moly. Just inside of him, St. John's has advanced up to take 4th, and snugly in hand is St. John's. St. James the Great is 3 wide, Breeze Mission, and Hidden Path. Memento goes around the far turn, leading by a length over Saad in second. Awesome Strike. There's been beautiful headway for St. John's. Can't get much of a better trip than this for St. John's. St. John's is now just 4 lengths off the lead. On the outside comes Holy Moly, who's lost a few spots. Awesome Strike is just in front of him. St. James the Great. The gray is Breeze Mission, and Hidden Path has been at the back throughout. They have a lap to go, and it's Memento. Memento has it by 2 lengths. Awesome Strike is a joint second. Saad is keen in between. And a strong hold from Graham Waters on St. John's along the inside, 4th. Then comes St. James the Great in 5th. Followed by Breeze Mission. Hidden Path is out of last. And Holy Moly now trails. Memento takes them onto the backstretch for the final time with a 2-length lead. Saad and Awesome Strike are right next to one another. St. John's 4th. St. James the Great is in 5th, 4 lengths off the leader. Hidden Path, Yellow Cap on the outside of Breeze Mission, and Holy Moly has tailed off. It is Memento. Memento trying to go all the way, with Awesome Strike the closest pursuer second. St. John's has 2 to make up, looking for a spot to go. Is St. John's on the inside, shuffled back just a touch as St. James the Great makes his move. Awesome Strike takes the lead from Memento. Awesome Strike in front, St. James the Great in second, and here's Hidden Path unleashed. And Hidden Path, full run on the outside, trying to get to St. James the Great, who has taken the lead. St. James the Great, the one to catch. Hidden Path moves to engage. St. John's did not go on. It's St. James the Great and Hidden Path at the top of the stretch. St. James the Great a length. On the outside, Hidden Path bearing down now, and Hidden Path on even terms. They're head and head coming for the wire. Breeze Mission has surfaced late as Hidden Path has gone from last to first. An impressive rally to victory for Hidden Path. Hidden Path wins it by 2. St. James the Great was second, Breeze Mission 3rd, Awesome Strike finished 4th.
Hidden Path with the win. Class of the field prevails here at this opener, Joe.
Yeah, and you could see him kind of, I was a little worried he was out the back, then they weren't going that fast, but it didn't matter. He picked up all the pieces, and yeah, the form, he's run over jumps. I mean, he hasn't been off the board in now 6 starts, and served him really well there.
Congrats, Liza.
Thank you. Should have taken the non-bias and picked him.
Stuck
but
with him, right. I think that was Acacia's pick. Acacia got it right. The rest of the experts blew it, you know, but just very professional effort. That's that's what you're looking for in a horse like that can relax and kick home. You know, no excuse for some of the others. St. John's had a nice trip all the way, just didn't quicken the way these horses did.
And I think Connor gave him a great ride too. I thought he was a little far back as well. Broke off pretty far back, and then just slowly around the last lap there, just picked off horse by horse.
First Saratoga win for the jockey, which is kind of cool, which guys are always trying to do. Apprentice up here was 3rd up here on Awakened in the Aqueduct stake, so got a little experience and just delivered a great ride there.
Connor Tierney, well done. 5-1-A to 3. 3-1. Hidden Path over the jumps to kick things off in this first from Saratoga. Joe Clancy, Liza Hendricks. You don't get it on camera to say goodbye, but thanks for joining us.
Thanks.
Oh, you star sticking around. I'm sorry. You'll be back. We'll get to do that properly when we return. I thought that's what we're doing. That was a rude goodbye. We'll be back.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with weekly promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NYRA Bets.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. You're watching Saratoga Live. Hidden Path kicking things off over the jumps with a win at 3-1 for young Connor Tierney aboard for Richard Hendricks.
Hidden Path, this wasn't what they bred him for or bought him for. He was a $300,000 yearling, but it's kind of cool to see him getting a win at Saratoga. He won twice on the flat with Todd Pletcher, ran in a couple stakes, obviously they weren't long enough for him, and he's putting together a very good jump career, and can probably step up a level to those novice races that we have either here or later in the year.
Rider who only came here a couple of years ago to the States.
Yeah, a couple of years ago, and actually won the Maryland Hunt Cup as well. So he's an apprentice jockey, and I'd say the 5 pounds really helped him here today.
I love how these races provide, it's not necessarily a second career because they're still racing, but a second option for them. After flat race, you think about a horse like Snap Decision. He was a nice horse for the Phippses and Shug, but he never quite got over the hump. He was actually favored against Bricks and Mortar in a non-winners of one back at Belmont as a 3-year-old, but he turned out to be a sensational jumper, and it's great to see them get an opportunity to do something else and be successful.
Definitely, and by hard spun as well, and this horse has actually come full circle for me because I was working for Starlight when they bought him, so I remember him as a yearling and 2-year-old when I was with them.
Let's go to Acacia.
Members of the Hendricks family all over the place. Happy to be here with winning trainer Ricky Hendricks as this horse coming from last to first. Very nice effort as he seems to have found his home over the jumps.
Thank you very much. Connor did a wonderful job of producing him at the right time, and he did a great job.
Ran in a flat race last time out off of the layoff. Can you talk a little bit about how that helped to kind of leg him up for this spot?
Yes, we just kind of wanted to get him race into him and kind of knock the cobwebs off. He was a little nervous in the paddock. I was telling Patrick when we ran him on the flat, and he ran fine. He was a little too keen, and then he kind of flattened out a little bit. Not the ideal, didn't go ideally, but he ran a good race, and we got a race in him, and everything worked out.
And he seemed like he was very professional today. Seems like he's kind of finding his stride.
Yes, Connor did a wonderful job kind of just switching him off in the back there and just produced him at the right time.
And a great celebration with the ownership group here in the winner's circle at Saratoga.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations to the team. And Liza, a nice celebration down here, and certainly a horse with maybe a bit of a future.
So exciting, yeah.
Dad's
We
buying
would have
dinner.
been okay if you left us and
I
went
know, I
to
should
the
have
winner's circle.
teleported over to the winner's circle.
Congrats. Nice win. Where does a horse like this now go next?
So just like flat race, I mean, that's a never 1-2 allowance. First start against winners for some of them, second or third start against winners for a couple. And that novice condition that we had the Jonathan Kaiser earlier. The Mickey Walsh comes back in 2 weeks, which is probably a little quick for him. But that condition kind of writes itself through the rest of the fall. There'll be spots for him to go in.
Look forward to it. Yeah, a lot more moments to come over the jumps at this meet. We're going to get into race 2, our first flat race of the afternoon. You ready?
I'm ready. I'm excited. I'm not just ready, I'm excited.
7 furlongs. Race changed quite a bit. This race, 2 very key scratches. Some key scratches as well later in the John Stonehart feature. But Stone Smuggler would have been likely the favorite, and likely second choice Army Gal comes out as well with that Embraceable Gal 4-5 as we expected. Dylan Davis, Rob Atris. So we'll dive deeper into this in a moment when we come back. Got to say goodbye to Joe, Liza, but great having you both on.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you so much.
Enjoy your 6 straight days of work.
Yeah, can't wait.
I can tell.
Can you please drop some off for us too? They're so hard to find.
Yeah, we can make that happen.
Okay,
Yeah.
thanks.
And this is horseracing.com, because you are the worst shill
Sorry.
I've ever met in my entire life.
Shill. I'm wearing a hat next time. So.
This is horseracing.com. You can follow the Saratoga
Saratoga
special at home.
special for me. I must read when you're at Saratoga during the summer. We're going to take a timeout. Team Sovereignty back for more indeed with the Travers ahead. Stay with us.
At the top of the stretch, Obliteration. Obliteration, perfectly named individual, is romping home in the Sanford. 7 lengths past the 16th hole. Obliteration is a star.
As a lifestyle guard, I help people live their best day in the sun. That means keeping the games going. Coming to the rescue when the floaty is too floppy. And delivering high noon when the cooler's empty.
Oh, do you have any peach?
High noon, sun's up.
Spun to Run. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Now, this multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, and Breeders' Cup champion is passing his remarkable talent along to his progeny.
Night Beacon airs at the home of Spun to Run's Breeders' Cup victory.
Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
The official Saratoga Barstool Sports Collection is here. Check out the hottest styles of the summer. Shop this limited drop before it's gone. Get yours at shop.naira.com.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
You know, the Hambletonian is so important to harness racing because it's worldwide known.
It's the dream race for everybody to win. You just don't realize what it feels like to win it until you actually do.
The Hambletonian is so special because of the history of it. It's a race that everybody points for.
It's the greatest trotting classic in all of the world.
Harness racing is really big in Europe, in France, Italy, Sweden, Norway, Denmark. So, you know, all those viewers tune in to watch it, especially since it's raced during the day. So that works for, you know, the time difference with Europe.
The 100th Hambletonian is so significant because it's our most recognizable race. It was started as a way to increase breeding and interest in the sport with a purse that was unheard of at that time. I think $73,000 was the first purse in 1926. And it just grew in stature, in prominence, and it's recognizable worldwide.
Pearl
Yannick Gingras, and Nancy Tector. He's king of the Hambletonian.
One of the things that makes the Hambletonian so special is the horse has one chance in their life to be a Hambletonian champion. You're only a 3-year-old once, so if you're not good that day, you missed your shot. Whereas, you know, with a Breeders' Crown or something like that, you can come back in, you know, in the next couple of years and finally get yourself that title.
It's a $1 million race. It's the top 3-year-old trotters in all of the world that come right here to East Rutherford, New Jersey. Tradition means a lot to me, and to be able to have a race for 100 years, think about that, 100 years, and have history dating clear back to it is pretty amazing.
I just think that, you know, you have that one shot to do it, the whole world's watching, and I don't know, it's just a really special, unique race.
Harness racing's greatest day since 1981. It's going to be a lot of fun, and Andy, Muscle Hill is going to be on hand. That's going to be fun.
Well, I mean, where Muscle Hill is, I'm going.
2009 Hambletonian winner from 10 to 2. We're going to be in the backyard. Tremendous crowd will be assembled, and that will be part of our coverage coming up this weekend.
Was it last year that it started pouring rain at the end of the race? One of the races, I remember it was pouring. It was last year's Hambletonian. Hopefully, I think nicer weather this year.
Who's this guy over here?
I don't know. He just walked in the set.
Security.
He brought an iced coffee for himself. I didn't hear anybody say, hey,
No,
you guys need anything from Dunkin' Donuts? I didn't hear that. You didn't have a mint for me? You nothing?
The camera kid came up with a coffee. I'm sorry, I would have bought you one.
He's been tremendous to everyone.
Sure,
except
blame somebody else, Paul. See if that works with me.
He's hooking everyone up. Paul LaDuca, 4-time Major League All-Star, with us on a day where we have a pick 6 carryover that begins a little bit later on in race 4. Difficult sequence. This obviously is part of it. The Johnstone, and not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4. Well, yeah, 4. All speeds taken out of this race completely changes the race. What do you think?
And while it may help the 11 Tricky Temper a little bit, her form since last summer in Saratoga is a bit dubious. It does help My Main Squeeze more than the favorite in the race, Sterling Silver, because My Main Squeeze, Paulie, can be more forward, and she getting some class relief as well. They're the two main guns.
They are the two main guns in here, and My Main Squeeze, her issue has been the gate, and when she gets out of the gate, she can be a tough customer. And with all the scratches, she puts herself in a pretty good position to get a really good trip in this race. You know, I actually like Cupid's Heart going into the race, but with all the scratches, that horse needs to get out of the gate, but it showed some speed before.
She's
She
the
never
worst.
gets out of the gate.
She's the worst breaker
She's the worst
on the
gate
ground.
horse on the grounds, yeah.
And it's been true since her first start as a 2-year-old.
Yeah. My Main Squeeze, well, she has been sensational. Homebred for Buck Butler, multiple graded stakes winner. The problem is that last race, Andy.
I agree. Her last race was not good, and I bet her last time, and she was flat. It's not as though she didn't have a solid enough trip and could have done some running. She wasn't being Vava that day, but she was bad. And the thing about the favorite Sterling Silver is she's like never bad. She runs well every single time she hits the racetrack, so she's a very, very reliable horse. I just thought maybe My Main Squeeze a little more forward, as Dolomite will also try to move into the field.
Here's Team Sovereignty, Bill Mott, Junior Alvarado, and yeah, Paulie, 9 wins, 7 seconds and 31 starts. She's a millionaire. She did get beat at 1-5 last start, but is that just not her optimal distance?
I think that's not her distance. You're right. The one thing about her is she's the most tactical horse in the race. You look at the rest of these horses, they got to get out of the gate. They got to do this. They got to do that. It looks like Sterling Silver Jr. can use her whenever he wants to sometimes.
Yeah, but she's not really a speed type. I think that works against her against My Main Squeeze. But I have no knock on her. I think she's absolutely the horse to beat in this race, and I'm not trying to beat the two favorites in here. In a pick 6 sequence, you know, when you first look at it, you might say, oh, there's some scratches. We can manage this. This is a very, very tricky sequence.
It's a great race.
And, you know, maybe some people that are betting small money go light. They use the favorites in the 8th race, and they single Tom Morley's favorite in the last race today. But it doesn't mean you're guaranteed to win, because there are other horses in this race that have talent.
It is a tough one, even with the scratches. But yeah, all 4 that come out were all horses that wanted to go to the front end in this spot. Of course, named after, what kind of guy do you have to be that the Coast Guard seeks you out, says, we want you in our special forces?
Yeah, I'm glad we're talking about Bruce Johnstone, because Bruce, you know, as a kid when I was playing the horses, Bruce was a trainer, And he had an incredible career. He worked for the Phippses. He went to Paris when they brought Intrepid Hero over, the Ark. They've got great stories, but he was an exceptional trainer, won a lot of races. Trained Secretom, who was the dam of Gone West and a very good horse, and many other good horses. And he came to work for NYRA a number of years ago and worked as sort of a horseman's liaison for us and just did a spectacular job. He's a person that was literally impossible not to like and get along with, a great disposition, a really kind man. And we lost him way too early. He was a great asset to the game, but a great person as well. And we miss Bruce a great deal around here. Everybody that knew him, and Richie shared an office with him at Aqueduct, and we all knew Bruce for many, many years. And it's, you know, one of those losses that sticks with you. But I think it's nice to remember him with a race, even though it's the Johnstone Mile and we're running it at 7 furlongs.
Yeah, we're not.
He would
calling it
appreciate
mile
the irony of that. I think he would
passed
enjoy
away
that.
in 2020, but yeah, was recruited to go to UC Berkeley as a swimmer and water polo player. You're a serious athlete if you're a water polo player, but was recruited by the Coast Guard as a part of a program that recruited Division I athletes to be in their special forces.
Yeah, he was. Sometimes you're overly complimentary. It's not overly complimentary. He was an all-around great guy, and you'd be hard-pressed to find anybody with a different opinion.
Yeah, I didn't get to know him, but his resume is ultra
You would
impressive.
have liked Bruce. He was a good man.
Race 2, our first flat race of the afternoon on this Pick 6 carryover day. It starts the early Pick 5. And 7 furlongs, New York Breds allowance optional claiming field with 2 huge scratches. Stone Smuggler, the 1, the 5 Army Gal coming out. Probably the top 2 choices on the board. This one, the 4, becomes the even money favorite right now and probably will get shorter.
Yeah, now from a tactical standpoint, it's possible, you and I were talking about this earlier, that she could be the speed. The time for pace projector, which I believe in,
I don't think so.
has her stalking the number 2 Mitoli's Girl, but they have it close. The thing about these small fields is the tactical advantage, Paul, sometimes they seem they're muted when the fields are small because they end up bunching a bit.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you, but I do think the 2 and the 4 are the 2 horses that go because the 3 has troubles getting out of the gate.
4 doesn't get out good.
I get it, but the 4's got a little bit more class than the 3, but the 3's run some good races at Finger Lakes. Maybe this horse has gotten into her best form of her career, but when you look at Embraceable Gal and True Empress, they're 0 for 6 combined with no placings over this racetrack.
I'm betting a cold 4-6. I have a thing for racing colors.
Even money on this one here with the changes. Rob Atras Barn, Dylan Davis. Let's go to Acacia.
And she does get a slight turn back in distance. Embraceable Gal, she is a filly, or mare I should say now, that at times has had a little bit of trouble getting out of the gate. I think in large part because she is a very big horse. She's very long. She takes up a lot of space in the gate. She's also one that in previous connections in the past have fiddled around with equipment for her. She's worn an extension blinker at one time. She's worn a cage bit at one time. She's been bad loading into the gate too. And in her last couple of starts, I have felt that she's looked perhaps the best that she ever has. She's also had the least amount of equipment on with Rob Atras. She wears 3/4 cup blinkers, so she is pretty closed in, but a soft snaffle bit. And she seems to be more amenable to that. And she has been breaking a bit better. She does tend to come from off of it. She was mid-pack last time out, and she was able to get up for second, though the pace setters did hold pretty well. But I love the slight turn back to the 7/8 for her. I think it suits her perfectly. She is sharp. She's forward here in the paddock, but not doing too much, which sometimes she really can get over the top. And it seems that Dylan Davis, who's been aboard lately, has really gotten to know her for a mare that can be a little bit quirky, can tend to drift sometimes throughout the running of her races. I think lately he seemed to figure her out, as does her trainer, and she's coming in perhaps her best form. This looks like it could be a good spot for her. We'll see where she is placed early, Greg.
Even money on this one. Thank you, Acacia. Paul, early pick 5. It starts right here. What do you think?
Yeah, I went 2, 3, 4 in here. I wouldn't have left out racing colors if I had known everybody was scratched. But, you know, I do think the 2 might be the speed in here. I just can't trust the 3 and the 4 getting out of the gate. So I'll take a shot with 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4, 6 in race number 3. 1, 4, 6 in race number 4. I'm just trying to get to race number 6. I like Santina in there for Wesley Ward. This horse was working so well at Keeneland, then had a turf work very good from the clock report. And I love the last workout from Mike Welsh, who does the clock report, said bottled up, didn't let her have any fun last time. So I think she's going to come out running today. I like Santina. And that's a tough 6 race. If she didn't draw the rail, I think she'd be a much shorter price. We'll see what happens.
So 4 to 5 favorite. Yeah, can that one get out clean? This one here looking to be in front. Matoli's Girl just left our screen. Let's go back to Acacia.
And I think that speed that she does boast, Greg, is pretty key in here, especially with the scratch of a horse like Army Gal. Stone Smuggler brought some speed as well, at least what she had shown early, and certainly some class, and they're both coming out. And so I think with Matoli's Girl, that is a little bit of the key to this race. She was not the immediately quickest out of the gate last time, but today she's breaking from the rail. She has Kendrick Carmouche aboard, a very good gate rider, and one that's certainly you can expect going to look at the past performances here and say, I've got to be in front with this filly. I think last time out, it was pretty tough to make up ground that weekend during the Belmont at the Big A meet. So she was forward, which is to her benefit. And then 2 starts back, she was coming in off of a huge layoff, and she just really needed to strengthen when she finished behind Embraceable Gal, I should say. You've got Gal and Girl in here. But Matoli's Girl has really come along, now making the 3rd start as a 4-year-old. She's not one that carries a ton of conditioning, but this is certainly by far the strongest that I have seen her, and that does bode well for her breaking cleanly and perhaps getting to the front.
Pick 5 starts here. We're 8 minutes to post. Post parade when we come back with our first flat race of the afternoon here as we kick off Whitney Week on Fox Sports 2. I'll be back with more in just a moment from Saratoga Springs. Stay with us.
Watchtower coming at Maduro. Maduro, Watchtower. Watchtower got her.
DeMarchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. That's a beautiful sight. Look at the 1863 Club. Best food in all of racing and the best scene down the stretch probably anywhere in the country. Get free Equibase past performances. Get the stats on all the horses, trainers, jockeys at NYRA.com/TV schedule. Play along with us. Let's take a look at this field for our first flat race of the afternoon. And 8-5, Matoli's Girl wants to be forward from the inside. Kendrick Carmouche, Michelle Giangiulio.
Yeah, I think Kendrick gets aggressive. This filly, you know, Michelle's only had 4 winners this whole year, and this filly's one of them.
True Empress, this barn 32% on the year, Michael Ferraro, and comes off a win at Finger Lakes.
Looking for her 14th win, her 43rd career start, and while her form before her last start was a little questionable, she ran a big race, and she has brought her good Finger Lakes form to New York before, so she's not out of it.
Even money on Embraceable Gal, Dylan Davis.
A horse that's, you know, pretty honest, 21 for 27 in the trifecta, and comes off a really good race.
And Racing Colors on the outside, 3 for 44 a lifetime.
But let me ask you a question about Racing Colors. And I know she doesn't have much speed, and I know it's low-profile connections. But if you look at her PPs, does she really look like the far-rank outsider in this race? She's got some races that make her a contender in here. I bet a cold 4-6.
Did you notice the silence?
Yeah,
I mean, he's not wrong with the numbers at all.
No, you're not. Good luck.
Thank you, I appreciate it. It means a lot.
$10.
Emotional moment for me.
Just by playing with NYRA Bets. Bet 50 each on Saratoga and Delaware Park today. You'll get $10 win or lose. You got to opt in to take advantage of that promotion at NYRABets.com. We got a Delaware shipper that could be a major player later today.
I think that horse got a big shot.
Yeah.
So give us your case for the 3 True Empress, Greg.
Do you have one?
Well, I don't
You picked
think
horse second,
that,
right?
It's a 4-horse field.
Yeah, well, 2 horses scratched that I liked before that horse.
Well,
but
well, the case is what I said
Yeah,
in the post parade.
Loves to win.
The last race was a good one.
I actually think she has, outside of Embraceable Gal, she has the best races of anyone in the field. I just think she has too much work to do to try and catch Embraceable Gal. But Embraceable Gal breaks terribly again, and she has issues getting out of the gate. I trust her more than anyone else.
I don't think she's breaking terribly. I don't worry about that with her.
That's the thing. You can trust the 2 getting out of the gate, right? You can't trust the 3 or the 4. So does that, and with Kendrick, does that automatically kind of put the 2 on the front end? Now, if the 4 breaks, her class is going to put her right there.
Probably not with the 2 is I don't think she's good enough. But she is lightly raced. She can improve. And she probably is the speed regardless of what the 4 does. But the 4 should be sitting close to her.
That's where you can make your a solid case that the 6 has the same numbers as the 2. The 2's just got the speed advantage.
The problem with the 2's last race is she ran down Catchphrase. And I'm not really sure that you and I in a horse suit couldn't run down Catchphrase. She's got speed, but she's a little faint-hearted.
Embraceable Gal, and there she is again. She's 4-5. Her last race, and then 3 races back. This field, unless they take a big leap forward, can't seem to touch her. And I felt like she had an excuse to back. I don't know how you guys felt, but she was not herself in that post parade. And I forgive her that performance.
I'm still not sure she didn't run a race that would win here anyway that day.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to run around saying I really love the 4-5 shot. And my idea is to, you know, I bet a big 4-6 and a very small reverse just in case. But I feel like the 4 is supposed to win, as the betting public says. And I'm going to try to get the longest shot on the board to fill out the exacta.
Andy, using this one in case you're Racing Colors, part of his exacta. What can you tell us?
Well, I was not overly enthused with her back in the paddock, but I have to say, she warmed up really well out there. Jose Gomez took her away from the pony. She seems to be moving well. She's a horse that my complaint with her always is that she just does not carry weight. For her standards, she looks pretty good today. So I certainly will give her that. My one concern is that she does tend to be pretty far back, and we'll see how the pace does materialize in this short field. But she is a horse that has shown up with some big races at some big prices. So I really respect a horse like her making her 45th career start. As far as the 3 True Empress, this is one at a shorter price that I would be a bit hesitant to take. She is one that the way that she's built, I might be nitpicking, but it's a short field. She does not strike me like a horse that gets better with a little bit more distance to the 7 furlongs. I think that the 6 is just much more her game plan in the way that she's built, the way she's put together, and she is 0 for 4 at the distance. Now, that being said, again, It's a short field. She's in good form right now. She came on where she was in a stalking spot last time, and she finished best in that race at Finger Lakes, and she has shown, as Andy mentioned, that she is able to compete when coming to the NYRA circuit. I did just wonder how she did stack up against this group when I feel like you have a horse who is 3-5 right now, an Embraceable Gal who does have the class and have the proficiency at the distance and the speed advantage going to the 2, Matoli's Girl. So we'll see what she does, but just thought that that was something that's a bit of a concern from my vantage point, Greg.
She's right. The 7 furlong point's a great point by Acacia. I had overlooked it, Paulie, and she's absolutely right. She has not run as well at 7. Not to say she has no chance, but I think that's a very, very good point.
To be fair to her, though, she had all kinds of issues last time going 7/8 against Dolomite, who's going to be in the Johnstone.
Right, but she's never really run. She's run her better races going the 5.5s and 6s and stuff. I don't think Acacia was saying she's impossible. And a 7-2, she's a good price in this field if you like her. It's a 4-horse field, but I think Acacia's point about the 7, put it this way, it ain't helping her. It's not moving. It's not making her more likely to win.
No, no question. 3-5 now. Very short on Embraceable Gal. Dylan Davis. Rob Atris with the scratches absolutely makes her the one to beat. As a pick 5 begins here. $442,000 in that pool. So we kick off the first flat race of Whitney week. We send it upstairs. Frank Miramati with the call.
True Empress standing behind the gate. Behind her will be Embraceable Gal, who is now down to 3-5. Matoli's Girl is in. Working on her. Halfway in. Assistant starters opening the front of the gate possibly, while trying to give her a little nudge. Others standing patiently behind the gate. Matoli's Girl takes up her spot. She is the 2-1 clear-cut second choice. Here's Embraceable Gal. And Racing Colors will complete the line. Favorites taking their time going in. They're in the gate. And they're off. And it's Racing Colors who gets the first call, but it is Matoli's Girl who's the quickest and takes the lead. Embraceable Gal, not the best of beginnings, but right there now, coming after front-running Matoli's Girl. Between those two, True Empress, Racing Colors is now at the back of the field. So it is Matoli's Girl and Kendrick Carmouche showing the way. 3/4 of a length to True Empress in second. Embraceable Gal in the clear, a length off the leader in third. 4 lengths back to Racing Colors. 23-1 for the leader, Matoli's Girl. True Empress now just a head away second. 1.5 lengths. Embraceable Gal third. And 3 clear of Racing Colors. Coming to the 3/8 pole, True Empress, Matoli's Girl. True Empress puts her head in front. Embraceable Gal worked upon third, has 3.5 now to make up as Racing Colors comes through on the inside. True Empress and Luis Perez at the top of the stretch in front. Racing Colors angles out from last. Matoli's Girl is on the inside. In the center, it's Embraceable Gal. 1 furlong left for True Empress as Racing Colors is coming to her. And on the outside, Embraceable Gal lengthens that stride. The big girl is coming after Racing Colors, who has the lead. Racing Colors got the jump and got the W. Embraceable Gal had to finish second. Then it was True Empress third. Matoli's Girl finished fourth.
Racing Colors grinding and grinding away, and then all of a sudden the favorite started to kick into gear, able to hold that one off for the upset score here in the second.
Well, I would have preferred the 4-6, but got a little 6-4, and you know what? I think in this race, Racing Colors, and I can say it because I said it before the race, if you're just looking at speed figures and you're looking at the race, I do think it's fair to ask the question, how is this horse 10-1 in this field, Paulie?
Yeah, 100%. And what ended up happening was the 4 just got, it was hard to handle for Dylan, was lugging out on the turn, then all of a sudden got interested again in the race. Watch the 4. Looks like he's completely done with this mare. Dylan.
She was done at the 5/16 to 3 baseball.
Yeah,
she was done.
She's kind of lugging out on him, and
I think the race just fell apart.
And I think, yeah, she just is in motion. The 2 kind of even came out on the 6th, and the 6 still won the race. Good job by Jose Gomez to keep this horse going.
Glad to see Jose get the win. I believe that's his 2nd win of the meet, and nice for Norman Follett and Alex Kasdan, you know, to get the win. And you know what? It's nice for Racing Colors. She's been a hard hitter. She's, you know, she's a horse that's lacks speed. And I tell you another thing that's interesting. She broke on top. We were talking about all the horses, and you guys were right about the 4. She got left in here a little bit. Not that bad, but a little bit. This horse was the one who broke on top and made the difference.
Good call, Andy. You liked her. 10-1. And we should have taken a lot deeper look. Upset score with that young man, Jose Gomez. For Norm Follett, biggest price on the board to begin the action. 1-2 finishers from last year's Breeders' Cup Classic. About to get reunited in the Whitney this weekend after they got to know each other so well. Jim Dandy and Travers Week last summer. It's fierceness at Sierra Leone going at it again coming up.
A dynasty in motion, reshaping the sport's greatest tradition, channeling the legends of his line and surpassing them. 4 of the last 6 Derby winners carry his genes. A Golden Son, a Horse of the Year. Another chapter written beneath those iconic spires. Derby dreams fulfilled for the titans of our industry. From authentic to sovereignty, a legacy both real and supreme. Into mischief.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Introducing Peace and Justice, new to New York in 2025. A proven sire with over 200 wins, 16% wins per starts, and one of only 2 New York-based stallions to have a graded stakes winner at Saratoga in 2024. Now, with 3 different racing surfaces coming to New York, and with New York breds running for equal purses as open company, Peace and Justice is the sure choice for 2025. Peace and Justice, now standing at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions in New York.
Japan's legacy of beauty lives in all we do. Rare sensibilities and breathtaking skill show the way to the finish line. That beauty and that power take you to another world. Racing is art.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. This is Andy hooked up to a GoPro.
Yeah, a big kayaker. Paulie and I go out, and we spend most of the weekend kayaking together, right, Paulie?
Oh, all the time.
Yeah, we travel around till I go up to Sacandaga.
These two.
I have to go kayaking after I use all but one horse.
Paulie's very, very low-key out in the kayaking.
Racing Colors, 10-1 upset in a compact field. Jose Gomez, Norm Follett. Let's go to Acacia.
And so happy to be here with Norm for his first Saratoga victory. Norm, congratulations. That's to be a very special moment.
Yeah, very, very special. I've been trying them many times, but this is my first time over here getting a win. So, you know, I'm happy. I'm happy for my owner, and I'm happy for everybody in my team, you know?
And you were telling me, as far as racing colors, that she's not the biggest, but she always tries, and she really was game today.
Yeah, we got this little mare for a moderate price, and you know, she came around little by little. Took a lot of time to really get her to this point, but she's been very, very honest for us, and she tries real hard. It's tough in the conditions that she run in, you know what I mean? Those 8 other dans and 2 other dans, they're really good horses, but she tries, and that's the main thing. That's all you could ask for a little horse like that, you know?
Incredibly honest. I have to ask, what was you and your team, your feelings down the stretch there when she was digging in?
Yeah, well, when they passed the half mile going to the 3/8 and I saw her being that close, I know she had a shot, because she kind of dig in. So, you know, that's the type of horse she is. She's trying every time. Sometimes they get away from her, but she's always coming at you, you know what I mean? So I'm glad for her.
I'm very glad for her, too, and for you and your team. Congratulations on the win today.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Special moment for a very honest horse, Greg.
Good for these connections. Get the 4th win, 45 career starts, and to just keep rolling along with a mare who's been picking up checks, but showing she can still win.
She's won over $250,000. I mean, I think it's great, and I think it's a great tribute to the New York bred program as well, and it shows the advantage of having New York breds, and that was a great moment with Norm winning his first race up in Saratoga. I mean, it doesn't matter what the situation. To win a race at Saratoga in your first race, that's a great moment.
No question.
Yeah, it's a cool story, man. She's been 60-some to 1, 18 to 1, and 10 to 1 in a 4-horse field, and she cashes. But she's had some really good races. She's had some just bad trips.
She's consistent. I mean, part of her problem, and Norm hit on it a little bit, is she's a bit of a plotter. She doesn't have a lot of speed, and I think you could see right away, as he was pointing out, we talked about it up here. When she was in position down the backstretch, you knew she was going to be there at the end.
Race 3, 6 furlongs, 20,000 maiden claiming race. We'll get into that in a moment as we get into an early pick 4. Fox Saratoga Saturday. Boy, did we turn up the heat this weekend. Sensational Saturday of action here from Saratoga. Kicks off at 3 Eastern, noon Pacific, with a Whitney Stakes, one of the most important races in the sport in that older horse division. And look who is back together again, the 1-2 finishers from last year's Breeders' Cup Classic, who of course met in the Dandy and the Travers last summer with Fierceness at Sierra Leone.
And you have the prior year's Breeders' Cup Classic winner as well.
Indeed.
I mean, this is a heavyweight showdown. There's no doubt about it. And it's interesting. There figures to be more pace. Mama's Gold, assuming she runs, is in there. You have to imagine contrary thinking, purchase out of her last race for the connections of Sierra Leone. They're looking to use that horse to ensure there's some pace. Fierceness always has a bit of a tactical advantage. He's looking to bounce back off a somewhat disappointing second last time in the Met Mile. But man, we've been waiting a long time, guys, for these two horses to hook up again at the racetrack, and that's what it's all about.
And Paulie, all those issues with Sierra Leone, who was inches from winning a Kentucky Derby, changing the bit, going back and forth, lugging in, it all worked out for him on the big stage in the Classic.
Yeah, and like I said before, he's the type of horse that needs a full field, needs pace to run into. And a lot of people will say, oh, hey, Fierceness ran the better race, but he got the gold, did Sierra Leone, and he's the kind of horse that when he gets a pace set up, look out.
Yeah, I understand the frustration in the Fierceness camp, saying we run the best horse, but at the end of the day, he won the one that mattered, and you can say, did he get the setup in there? He did. There's no doubt about it. And anybody who doesn't think Fierceness ran a huge race, whether or not you think he ran the best race or not, is crazy. He ran giant there. But that race played much more into Sierra Leone's hands as opposed to the Travers that had a very moderate pace.
Meanwhile, for Fierceness, comes back off 6.5 months away, sets a track record in the Alley Sheba, and then a second on a wet track in the Met Mile. But in terms of post position for him, how important was it for him to draw outside?
It's giant. And ever since he's been a baby, it's always been, we need him outside. We need him outside. And the other thing is, not a wet track. He's just doesn't like a wet track. So he needs outside, Andy, and he will push some speed. I think drawing the rail in the...
We know he doesn't like a wet track.
No,
he got eliminated at the start of the Champagne. I think with him... See, I thought the Alley Sheba was a very interesting race by him because he was sort of inside of horses in that race. He didn't have his usual comfy stalking trip. He actually showed much more tractability in that race, and I think that was a race that really showed he had grown up and maybe gotten past some of those sort of, I don't know what the right word, as far as, needing the right trip, needing a moderate pace, needing to be stalk outside. I thought he ran extremely well in the Alley Sheba, but then he disappointed in the Met Mile. But it was a wet track, and I'm willing to give him a little bit of a break on that.
Do you think Fierceness needs the lead?
No.
No,
No, he showed he doesn't need a lead.
There's plenty of pace in here, so I think by drawing the outside post, you're able to stalk, right?
Yeah, I think that's what they want to do with him. They want him out in the clear and stalking.
Here's a look at this incredible lineup. Saratoga special for 2-year-olds, obliteration. He's done just that to his competition. His first couple of starts, FanDuel, 4-star Dave. Part of our coverage as well, Saratoga Derby, test always, year in, year out. One of the great races here at Saratoga for 3-year-old fillies. And then the big one, the Whitney. This trainer right here spent 7 years with Todd Pletcher. A couple of years ago said, I want to go out on my own. She has more than lived up to the billing here. She's been sensational from the outset. Can she make an impact with a couple of chances today? Stay with us.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
You know, Wayne meant so much to so many people, to the entire industry. I mean, I can't even begin to think of how much he meant to my career, and just, you know, the endorsement to be able to, you know, at some point get promoted to assistant trainer for Wayne Lucas was, you know, an endorsement that is just, it's priceless. And, you know, he revolutionized training, did it remarkably over a number of years. That's just hard to imagine someone sustaining that type of excellence for that many decades.
Wayne Lucas has done it! Sees the gray, wins the Preakness!
You know, to win a classic at 88, it's only fitting that, you know, he was able to do that right up until the end.
What a huge loss for this sport. We knew it was going to happen at some time. We would have loved him to be around much, much longer, but up to the very end, as Todd Pletcher said, he was winning on the biggest stage in the game.
I mean, Kodak's won the Preakness in what, 1970?
80, wasn't it?
1980, and then he won it again, was through that horse last year, Seize the Gray in 24.
Todd Pletcher and so many others coming through Wayne's program, and this one here, Amelia Green, coming through the Todd Pletcher program. and she has made an immediate impact in this game. Spent 7 years with Pletcher, and Todd said he was only able to keep her around for an extra year, saying that I'd teach you a few of the things you need to know when you do go out on your own.
Yeah, and she's gotten the support from Todd too, which is the number one thing, and she's got a smile on her face. She's up here at Saratoga with her own horses, and she's worked very hard for this, and I'm happy for her. She's had a really good year so far and trying to get that first win so far this meet.
Well, she'll send out Chocolate in this race coming up to 3, Amelia Green. She'll have a Rat Ortiz Jr. aboard, one who is quick early and finished just ahead of Stirred Up, the 4, who's going to be next door going up against her again.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly, I'm surprised to see Chocolate the second choice. They seem like the 2. I mean, I prefer the 2, actually, but we'll see. She did run very well last time, Chocolate.
7 years under Pletcher, now out on her own. Meet Amelia Green.
My first memory of a horse, I mean, it's pretty much before my memories began. I've been very lucky to grow up around horses my entire life. But I'd say when I was like 13, 14 was when this was all I wanted to do. I started out with the show horses, show jumping, and I was lucky enough to jump for England when I was a child. My grandfather was a national hunt trainer in England, so I would say that was the inspiration to trying to get into racing. I think he was the one that was like, why don't you try going to the racing school? When I first came into the industry, I was set on being a jockey. I loved the adrenaline of the going fast and, you know, riding tight in a race, and that was the route I wanted to go. I was incredibly lucky to get a job at Henry Cecil's straight off the racing school. I don't think at the time I realized how good of a position that was. He actually sent me out to America one winter to California, and then he sadly passed away that June. I had a trainer in California, George Papapadromu, that offered to sponsor me for my visa and move out to America. I haven't left working-wise since. Go with Gian if you need to. He should be fine, he's ran already, so regular gallop. You know, I couldn't cut the weight riding races. I'm also a realist, and I knew that I was a pretty average jockey. And then I kind of just plateaued a little bit, and I wasn't really sure what I wanted to do. I spoke to Michael McCarthy, and he said, would you want to go work for Todd Pletcher? And I was like, yeah, I'd love to go work for Todd Pletcher. And so I called him. I think the only thing he said was, when do you want to start?
What was great about Amelia is when she first arrived, she didn't want to just ride. You know, she wanted to be involved in the barn and work the hours that the foreman and the assistants work, you know, to learn all the other stuff that goes into preparing a horse to race.
You just learn something from him every day. As everyone knows, he's not the most vocal person, but if you pay attention to what he's doing and how he's doing things, it's just a great barn to be in and learn in. I think I first told Todd about, you know, the desire to train on my own like 3 years before I actually did it.
My biggest challenge was trying to hold on to her for a couple of years, and you know, I was able to convince her to stay. I think I talked her into another year, and part of the agreement for that year was we would sort of prepare her for some of the things that you need to know when you're training.
He was very supportive from day one. I think he learned that from, you know, the Lucas tree, that when someone says they want to do something, he's going to help them get there if he can.
You know, the one thing I'm very proud of is not only the success that they've had, but the way that they conduct themselves, the way they represent themselves, and the way they represent the industry.
You can take her away from the pony, she's good. But when I left Todd's right after Breeders' Cup, I actually didn't have a single horse in my barn. So straight from the Breeders' Cup, we went to the November sale, and I was lucky enough, I had 2 owners. We bought a filly called On Command and another filly called Wimberley. And that first week, I mean, I did it all myself. I groomed them, I hot walked them, I rode them. That was it, we were up and running.
We give it to On Command, Katie Davis. They win the license fee.
She's always gonna obviously hold a special place in my heart. The first couple of days I was here, I was driving in the gate and just looking over to the Saratoga track and thinking how cool it was to have a barn here of 35 horses in my first year of training. It kind of took me aback for a second, realizing how lucky I am. You're doing what you always wanted to do with your life, working with horses every day. It's pretty cool.
There she is, Amelia Green. She said, hobbies? Yeah, I don't have any. This is everything to her, all in, and that's what most of these trainers, their lives are like when they're in this game.
It's a game that requires an almost absolute dedication, and you look at the people who are successful in this game, they've dedicated their lives to it.
So Chocolate, let's take a look at the Amelia Green filly in here. This was back on July 3rd, was in a race with Stirred Up. We'll be right outside of her today. And she finished second, beat a half length. Paulie, why can today be different?
Well, her last 2 starts, she had a battle, and, you know, she got off to, it says awkward start. It was a little bit of a funky start, but I thought she ran really well to battle with this horse. Now, it was not the fastest time in the world in 119 and change, but for at least this level, she's the barometer to beat in here. But you have the 6 in here that's dropping, and the 2 here is dropping that are probably the ones that people will look towards.
I think the 2 and 6 are more likely winners than she is, and I agree. She ran very well last time. Really too well to lose that race. Having said that, it's a barn that's got a little chilly, and she was getting off like gangbusters, and obviously she knows what she's doing. There's no doubt about it. Last 90 days, just 2 wins, though, and they're struggling up here. So kind of want to let her win a race, especially when she has a favorite in the race.
There's Amelia Green speaking to the man who will be riding for this afternoon, the meet's leading rider, Arad Ortiz Jr. With more on this filly, let's go to Acacia.
And I do agree with what Andy said, and I think it's something that you have to pay attention to, especially up here in Saratoga when a lot of these horses are being pointed to this meet. But as far as Chocolate is concerned, she looks much the same as she did last time, which was exceptionally well. All of Amelia's horses are always so well turned out. Very much the case as you will see in the Todd Fletcher barn. You can really see that influence in there. But Chocolate got very sharp once they put the blinkers on her. That's when she really started kind of bobbing her head and getting a bit sharper and more forward here in the paddock, even a little bit more than last time. Last time out, when she broke from the rail, she was not the quickest out, and yes, a little bit awkward, but she did kind of move up right away to be part of that early pace, and they both got run down late by Ragtime Sizzle. So I thought it was a solid effort for her. We'll see if she gets pressed again, especially with Stirred Up again in this race and adding blinkers. The 2 Laughing Lady, I think, is a little bit of the new face, though, as she takes a significant drop in class, and she ran in a scheduled dirt race last time out as a 2-year-old behind Immersive and very, very tough 2-year-old filly race, and then 2 starts back in an off the turf race where she really didn't run that bad. She just didn't have much of a kick late, and she was off of a layoff. She looks by far the best here in the paddock. While she does have a flatter foot to her, she's very upright in her pasterns and the way that she's put together. She's also incredibly fit and strong, now 3rd off the layoff, and I just think she's been facing far better horses on both turf and dirt, and just from my vantage point here, Greg, she is a standout in the paddock.
Well, she might be a standout on paper as well. It's surprising to see her, Andy, at 7-2, this 2 filly.
Yes, I think it's wild. I thought for sure she'd be vying for favoritism with the number 6 in this race, Sunset Sizzle. Just the drop down alone, and you look at the last race in the slop, that was a solid enough field. Ran against Immersive in her debut, showed speed. She probably is more of a turf horse, but her dirt races are good enough to win here, and I think she's an overlay at her current 7-2. I picked her second to 6, but I think at the respective prices, she probably is a better bet, which is what Acacia was sort of leaning towards.
Yeah, I like the 2 here as well. I mean, that race with Immersive, Spun Candy, wasn't also eligible, came back to win. So, I mean, like, that's a really good race and showed some speed. It's just amazing to me. The ultimate drop in racing is when they go from maiden special weight all the way down to the 20. Yeah. This isn't to 50. This is all the way down to the bottom. So you would think the 2 or the 6 shows up here.
And while the 6 is dropping, she is coming from Delaware, but I don't know, we'll get a chance to watch some of her race last time. She actually ran very well in the context of that race, not getting out of the gate and very green and kind of all over the track trying to find her way in the stretch. It's kind of hidden in there. You have to be. It's one of those paintings. You got to look at it the right way.
The matrix, the answers to this race lie between the lines.
Yeah. You can see it if you just look at it right, you know.
Also, too, there's, you know, we did a special on Amelia Green. Lisa Barkowski, the trainer of the 1, she had one run off the screen.
She did, and Lisa's been around the racetrack for a long, long time, as we talked about
I would
today.
tell you, you better start paying attention to her name. She
taken over the training for Phil Serpy, who she's been close to for many years, and yeah, she can train. This horse, on the other hand, whether or not she can run is another story.
We'll start with that Lisa Barkowski runner. And Jose Gomez will look to add another on the card.
Speed last time, but just has never really run fast enough on the dirt to be competitive here.
And there's 3 other speeds to the outside you got to deal with here. Here's Laughing Lady with turf sprint speed.
Yeah, it's dropping down to the ultimate spot to 20, so I would think she would fire at this spot.
Yeah, huge drop from Straight Maiden Company. Anthony Dutrow Barn. Amelia Green, filly, Chocolate missed by a half length, ran second last start.
She has one way to go, that's forward, but you have to think Laughing Lady and Stirred Up have a similar interest in going forward in this race, and the potential exists for the pace to be hot, but it doesn't hurt to have that man aboard.
All right, Ortiz Jr. leading the way once again. Stirred Up, blinkers on with Jose Lezcano.
This horse should be faster, showing some speed, but I don't know if she's good enough.
24-1. Tis All Mine is at 5 starts, has never hit the board.
No, with a rider who we're not familiar with. Paulie and I Paul looking up stats, has not won a race as far as we know, and probably an underlay at 23-1.
And very interesting filly coming in from Delaware in a straight maiden race right here, Sunset Sizzle.
Yeah, and Lindsay Schultz is a tremendous conditioner. She runs a lot of her horses at Monmouth, Delaware. We've seen her obviously at Oaklawn, and I would think this horse has a really good shot for her to bring this horse up here.
4 minutes to post. Kicks off the early pick 4. With a pool approaching $150,000. You can play it right there at Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. They offer that $200 deposit match. New customer bonus. New members punch in. There it is, spot 200 at sign up. And you are ready to roll all summer long and beyond at NairaBets.com. Good luck. Hopefully you're going after that pick 6 carryover today. It's a big one, $132,000. Beginning in the next race.
Yeah, it's got some races that are pretty tricky in there. As far as the 6, and fortunately I think we'll have some issues to not be able to show the replay. She broke about a length and a half slow in her debut, and she was kind of behind a wall of horses coming the stretch. It just seemed like every decision the rider made was the wrong decision, and sometimes that's just the way it works out. It's not necessarily a bad ride. It's what Richie would say is an unlucky ride, and she was green in there and lugging in, taking over with the crop a lot. And, you know, you watch her, she is the number 6 horse in sort of the 3-path, 2-path behind with the blue silks, and watch, right, sharp hit with the crop, sort of ducks in a lot, now trying to get out to find room, can't really seem to get in that spot. The field's coming together. It's a first-time starter, probably not eager, lugging in a bit here. She's lugging in towards the rail. And one thing I worry is she did draw an outside post, and she's a lug-in horse. Sometimes the outside post is a bit of a trouble. But being a second-time starter, hopefully she's more professional.
And that one, Paulie, was after an awkward start where she was last early out of the gate.
Well, she didn't break well, like you said. And like Andy said, she was bobbing and weaving with Isaac Castillo. Who's a very good trainer. But when you're going with,
better jockey than trainer. But
you know, and she uses Fernando Jara, but you're getting Irad Ortiz Jr. now. So he's the master kind of.
Irad's on the 2. The 6
Irad's
is
on the 2.
The 6 is Jose.
Oh yeah,
he's pretty good too, though. We like him too.
You're getting Jose, so you're getting those soft hands, and hopefully, you know, those boys can correct some of that. I don't know, maybe the greenness in the second start. But she was good last time, and you got to understand the 3-year-olds in here get, what, 5 pounds? If you're into weights, they get a little 5 pounds on the 4-year-olds.
And the public's at this point getting where we were. Both the 6 and 2 were just 2-1, but now the 2 went back up to 5-2. The 3 is going to take a lot of money. She's a contender, and she's got Irad. And right now, the people betting Irad are doing very well. He's got a healthy ROI because he's had some long shots in all those wins.
Including a 24-1 Chet in the honorable miss. Alina's Forte. Completely dismissed.
Not the only big price he's ridden here. He's had plenty of horses at good prices win.
Here's a look at Stirred Up. Jose Lezcano, Linda Rice. Linda Rice with 9 wins. Right now alone in 3rd in the standings, having a great meet. Wow, this is tough to see Stirred Up in this race with the presence of the 2 and 6, isn't it?
I mean, I guess that the argument, if you like her, and I'm not particularly a fan, is that she is the outside of the 3 speeds, and she's putting blinkers on for a trainer that's winning. But I'm sorry, she lost at 75 cents the dollar 3 back, 3-2, 2 starts back. She's a Linda Rice horse that's had her chances, and I think with the addition of the 2 and 6 this field, it's just a deeper field, and she's been meeting in her recent starts, Paulie.
Yeah, she's just a tough figure in here, and you try to take a horse off a layoff off Michael McCarthy barn, really tough to do. Maybe the blinkers, I think because of the last time she broke flat-footed, they're trying to give her some shortcut blinkers.
4-1 right now. Let's go to Acacia for more.
Yeah, they're getting actually 3/4 cup blinkers onto Stirred Up. It's a pretty significant cup that's going on, but that is kind of the typical blinker that Linda Rice does use. It's funny, you get to know trainers and the equipment that they usually reach out for. So a big blinker cup, or relatively big, going on Stirred Up, the 4. And yeah, she wasn't the quickest out. She kind of broke the same as Chocolate, and then they both went up to the front. But Jose Lezcano gave her a big warm up, and she is one that I thought actually looked a bit stronger today than she did last time out as well. And she's one that mentally has improved a lot. 2 starts back down at Aqueduct, she was really bad in the saddling stall, did not like being in that enclosed space. She did it well last time, and she's been even more professional in the preliminaries today. The 6 Sunset Sizzle is the new face coming in from that Delaware race, and yes, she did not have anything go her way at first asking. Now, I don't know her. I've never seen her before, and these are horses running for maiden 20,000, but I did not love what I saw from her in the warm-up. Just really wish that she'd been moving a bit more fluidly. Jose Ortiz has kept her going. Like I said, this could be something typical of her and who she is, and she seemed like she kind of got going after a little bit of time, but it took her a while. Maybe that is something in response to what we saw from her last time. She seems like she's one that's a little bit weaker behind, and that will often cause horses to break slowly. So watch her at the start, Greg.
All right, not a great sign if you like the favorite here.
Yeah, not a good sign. As you know, when you get close to, when you get close to the pony will let you pet him. Ponies are the best.
Well, it's great out here on Sunday. Kids Day was.
Oh, that was phenomenal.
I mean, we got to do more of that. It was amazing. Brought both my kids out, but pony rides for the kids. They got up to meet and pet some horses. So many activities for young ones here, and that, I think, was a day where you saw a lot of fans created.
Yeah, and I thought it was also a fun day for it. It was a bit of a dreary day when we got here. It cleared up later. But I think the Kids' Day made it more fun. You know, we had fun. Maggie was doing the pre-race show with me, and we brought her daughter Grace up, and Grace and Willow were on with Maggie. It was nice. You know, it was a fun family day at the track. And I think one of the great things about Saratoga is younger people coming here. I did as a kid, too, and look at me now, annoying you on TV every day.
2-1 favorite, Sunset Sizzle, coming in from Delaware. We send it upstairs to Frank Miramonte.
2 more left to load. 'Tis All Mine. Sunset Sizzle to the outside stall. Just a little hesitant. Going in. They're in the gate. And they're off. And Laughing Lady breaks very alertly, Stirred Up right up alongside. Contract Law comes through on the inside. Sunset Sizzle is 4. Chocolate is next. 'Tis All Mine is at the back of the field. So it's a little bit of a battle on the front end as they head toward the half-mile pole, with Laughing Lady just in front, Contract Law pressing, and Stirred Up gets a good setup, 3 off them in third. The opening quarter went in 22 3/5 seconds as they round the far turn. And then it's Sizzle. Chocolate is next, and a big gap now to the trailer. All by herself at the back is 'Tis All Mine. They're coming to the quarter pole. Laughing Lady has put away Contract Law. Sunset Sizzle on the outside of Stirred Up. Chocolate is in behind this group. They're at the top of the stretch. Laughing Lady, 3-length lead. On the outside, Stirred Up. Then Sunset Sizzle trying to make some late headway and doing so. Inside the final furlong, Laughing Lady or Sunset Sizzle. Laughing Lady's in front. Chocolate coming alive on the inside as Sunset Sizzle takes off late. And Sunset Sizzle was too strong. Chocolate ends up second. Laughing Lady third. Stirred Up fourth.
Sunset Sizzle comes in from Delaware, dropped down in class, and Lindsay Schultz, Jose Ortiz team up for the win.
Coming the stretch, it looked like the 2, Laughing Lady, might have the race at her mercy, but the late stages, she fell apart a bit. Bless you, Paulie. Change of tactics, and they almost worked with Chocolate, and I think that's why he's riding so well. But at the end of the day, Sunset Sizzle, experience of one race, broke more cleanly in here, had that clean outside run, Paulie, and just getting the right trip in the right situation, and she found the right field.
I think Jose did a great job just keeping her outside. She's a kind of quirky little horse. She's got her head turned sideways, but right there when she was able to switch leads, the race was over. Now Jose kind of puts the crop away and just kind of guides her to the wire. I mean, Irad and Jose, they just make a difference. Irad rode a great race with Chocolate up the rail, too.
6'3", Jose Ortiz. One of the stories, first few weeks of this meet. His brother, of course, an incredible start to this meeting, trying to get a 4th riding title, but Jose has just been resurgent.
I would love to see these two guys battle it out for the title throughout the meet.
The way it
it's
used
fun
to be.
to see the brothers, battling it out. We don't see Jose that often. He rides mostly in Kentucky during when IRAD is in town, and be fun. And I'm sure that's a lot of fun competition with the two of them. But anybody that thinks these guys don't want to win it at the expense of the other one is not really paying attention.
No, not at all. They will
They
go
are
at each other.
competitive.
They are competitive as can be. And Jose's just riding so great right now. So is Irad. I mean, somebody had said if you boxed them in every race they had been in together, you'd be up like $1,000 if you had exacta boxed them.
We'd find a way to blow it, Paulie.
I know, right? It's crazy.
6'3", a sunset sizzle. Broke better start number 2. Got that outside post and comes rolling late for the victory. Lindsay Schultz, Starlight Racing, Star Ladies Racing as well. And the tremendous meet continues for Jose Ortiz and his brother, who, that was a great tactics to switch things up with the 3 and get second place money.
Yeah, I mean, I think, whether it was Irad or whether it was Amelia Green saying, there's other speeds in here. It's not working. Go to the front. Let's try something different. And it didn't quite work, but it worked pretty well.
Sunset sizzle the win prices when we come back. Top 2 finishers from last year's Breeders' Cup Classic, they'll get reunited. Joining them, the 2023 winner of the Whitney, who followed that up with a Breeders' Cup Classic, White Abarrio. We'll talk about his chances to win another Whitney this Saturday. Stay tuned.
City of Light, multiple Grade 1 winner, who posted 7 triple-digit buyers, stands to continue the legacy of his sire, Quality Road, with graded stakes winners, Menti, Chop Chop, and Formidable Man. Sire of multiple Grade 1 winner and champion 2-year-old Fierceness.
A powerhouse win.
City of Light, a proven sire in the making, standing at Lane's End Farm.
The 2021 Saratoga sale was very fruitful for us. National Treasure, he was one of the first horses we've seen up there. He jumped through all the hoops. He was an immediate favorite of everyone in the group. He always gave us the feeling that he was going to be that potential classic type.
National Treasure putting on a show in the Preakness. Who's it gonna be? It's gonna be National Treasure.
Classic winner he now is. We couldn't be more proud of him. We know going to Saratoga there's going to be horses there that meet the standards that we have set. They're going to have pedigree, they're going to have physical. These are hand-picked horses from some of the best breeders in the country. We support Saratoga as buyers because we know the best breeders support Saratoga as sellers.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
But it will be sovereignty to rule the Kentucky Derby.
Sovereignty goes right by journalism once again, leaving absolutely no doubt who the best 3-year-old in the world is. But it's Sovereignty and Junior Alvarado still on top. Sovereignty scores in the Jim Dandy.
Junior Alvarado, what a fit he has been on the King of the 3-year-old division, the Derby, the Belmont. Impressive in the Jim Dandy, and now it's on to the Travers. Take a look at the top 2 in this division. August 23rd on Fox. Will we see the trip made by journalism? Sounding like all that travel, he might want to stay home, especially with the Breeders' Cup being at Del Mar this year. There's no question, though, that the top dog horse we saw in the Jim Dandy, Sovereignty, not even asked for his best.
I agree, and he ran well, and he ran the similar buyer figure to the one he ran in the Derby. He's clearly the horse to beat. I think the connection to journalism will do as they've always done, what's right by their horse, and we respect that around here. I think the one interesting thing about the Travers, not more than one, but one interesting thing, Paulie, he's going to face magnitude. He has not yet faced a 3-year-old, a talented 3-year-old with speed. They've all been sort of similar running styles to him, and I'm not saying he's going to beat a magnitude, but it adds a lot to the race.
Exciting newcomer, no question, who did not get to compete in the Triple Crown. Sunset Sizzle with the win. Let's go to Acacia.
And Greg, it seems the theme of the day so far this afternoon is first wins at Saratoga as Lindsay Schultz picks up hers. Lindsay, congratulations. I know it's a very special place, especially for a trainer like you who's just kind of picked up a few years ago.
Yeah, this is our 4th year, and it's great to win at Saratoga. I mean, everyone's here, and everyone loves it, so we're happy to do it.
A very special place to get the win. And as far as Sunset Sizzle, took her a little bit of time to get going, but she did just up in time.
Yeah, that was, God, great win. Jose rode her perfect, and we're really happy she got it done.
And you and I were just kind of chatting about how well Jose is riding, and I know you seem to have the utmost confidence in him.
Yeah, if we can get him, we want to ride him.
I can certainly understand that. Well, congratulations on the win today. Here's to the first of many.
Thanks, Acacia.
Another first win at Saratoga. Special place to get that victory, Greg.
No question, big moment to win for the first time ever at a place like this, Paul.
And she's a solid trainer. Very, very good. Learned under Brad Cox, and she's unbelievable at sending horses going long. I'm actually surprised that's her first win. She'll have many more.
Here we go. Pick 6 carryover. 132,000 plus begins here. Mile and 3/8 over the inner turf in this allowance optional claiming field. And Corruption, the one to beat. It was only a neck behind Farbridge in Grade 3 company. Farbridge probably the leader of this marathon turf division here in the States.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, for people that are playing with small money, Paul, I think a lot of them will be singling the 6 in this race. He is one of the shorter priced horses on the entire card. But horses like the 7 Masterpiece, and I'm interested in the 1 Atello, and I think you like somebody else completely in here, are the kind of horses you might want to get in your tickets. And I think this is why the people who play one ticket, a caveman ticket, and they use all the horses the same, I think it's a bad way to play. It's one you might want to play multiple tickets so you layer it a little bit.
Yeah, this race is interesting. Like, I think a lot of people will single Corruption, but the next 2 races with babies, first-time starters, you got to navigate those 2 races and try to get out of those races kind of light. And I don't know how you do it. You know, I had singled Santina in my pick 5. That's defunct, but I don't even know if that horse is even a single. I think that horse is very.
I don't think you could possibly
that's race
single
6.
that race.
Yeah, 5.5 furlong turf sprint. That's probably. I mean, there's many wide open races. That's the most wide open race on the card, maybe.
Well, I mean, going in, it is. I mean, this 5th race, though, you've got a first-time star in the rail for Chad Brown and Klarovich. You've got a Chad Brown second-time star, Peter Brandt, that's got a dirt pedigree that ran the turf first time, and you've got the 4 for Mel Giddings stable, working well, a sneaky horse, Fiddling Felix, who ran a huge race last time in Discotheque. I'd probably lean on this 4 and 6 in this race with a little 1, but it's not easy. I think you're going to have to make decisions, and the reality of hitting pick 6s is it's avoiding potholes. It's somehow getting through when the weird horses win, and you're going to have to lean somewhere, and one of the 2 biggest leans are probably the 6 in the first leg and the 2 in the last leg. The Tom Morley horse.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And Sterling Silver may be a lean for some as well.
Yeah, Sterling Silver. But Andy's right. Kyla's Cause in the last. In race number 7 is very difficult. I know you like the 4 a little bit. I would probably, if I was going to go short in there, I might go 6-7. Cognoscente and War Officer, but I think the 1.
Why Cognoscente?
Brigadier Commander's got a shot in there.
I think the 1, 2, and 7 are the 3 in there. I know Paul Gregg has a great wise guy idea with Kigali to wire the field. That's your idea.
I think that horse has a big chance to go get the winners. It's proven to be able to go longer before on the grass.
Well, I think it's interesting that it's clear to me that Horacio De Paz and the connections claimed this horse to run in this race because they claimed him at a 6.5 furlong race in the dirt 10 days ago, and they come back at a 1 3/8 on the turf. this was intention by them to get him in here to get loose in the lead, and I don't think it's a bad idea because there's no killers in this race.
And his last turf start, he had absolutely no chance in that race.
I think that's very fair. He's a long shot, but I can understand your thinking. I think a lot of people will go 5-8, My Main Squeeze and Sterling Silver in the feature. My Main Squeeze to me moves forward more because of the scratches, but it's also a race that could be run a little bit differently because of the scratches.
If you don't lean on the 2 in the last 5, 7, 8.
I would use 2-5 if I could use 2.
Yeah.
Time for our Bullet Bourbon Performance of the Week, and we take a look back to Tommy Joe, who probably is going to get a lot better the further they go.
This is a very impressive first-time starter. 85 buyer. She kind of was figuring it out early, made that move around the 3/8 pole and just destroyed the field. And at this point, and there's a lot of racing left to go, she's the favorite for the spin-away, Paul.
Yeah, you know, the crazy part of this point, at the backside, the 4 looked like she was going to win the race, and then all of a sudden the 7 just swooped by her, and I broke the heart of the 4, and this horse really strided out beautifully to the wire.
Big debut in those Spendthrift Farm colors for Todd Pletcher, who's seeming, at least early on at this meet, to have a lot more ammunition than he has the last couple of years.
Yeah, I really did not think he could compete with Chad Brown, and I got that one dead wrong because they're 11-11. Now listen, Chad has a lot of
Long way to
numbers
go.
and good weather. He's going to be very hard to beat, but you have to be impressed with how well Todd has done early this meet. And I know a lot of people say, well, he's Todd Pletcher. I think he's overperforming so far. He's making all the right moves.
Talked about the rematch of the 1-2 finishers from last year's Breeders' Cup Classic. Also showing up, the 2023 winner of this race, who would go on to win the Breeders' Cup Classic, White Abario, back with Safi Joseph Jr., and he's done a few good things since that time as well.
If he runs as well as he did in the Pegasus, he's a player in this race. There's no question about it. And if you're going to use the wet track for fierceness last time, why wouldn't you use it for him as well, Paulie?
True, and not his distance too.
And he's going to be a decent price.
He's going to be a good price. And Safi said, you know, in the interview, I don't know if it was Keisha or Maggie, said, you know, it was trainer error last time out. We got this horse ready for this race, and he draws Iraq. He's going to get some pace to run into. He's the interesting horse. Going to be about 8, I would say 8 to 10 to 1.
No, maybe about 5 to 1.
5, 6 to 1.
4 to 1 morning line.
Is he 4 to 1 morning line? Yeah.
But fierceness is here.
But still, I mean, 4 to 1 is, if he wins, it feels like a big price.
They'll be top tier,
Yeah. It'll be interesting to see who's favored.
Skippy Long talking here to ensure even more pace for him?
I have no idea. I mean, he's obviously a horse that's run very well at times. Maybe they're taking a shot. It is a very big race. I don't think he's particularly a pace-dependent horse. He's not that slow.
Meanwhile, Highland Falls comes in off a win. Belmont and Aqueduct at a mile in the comeback race, certainly serving as a prep to bigger things, and they'll get that, no question, in the Whitney.
Consistency has been his problem. If he's able to run as well as he did in that Jockey Club when he was involved in the fast pace, putting away Arthur's Ride and dominating the race, then he can win this race, Paulie. But he's going to even have to run better, I think, than he did in this race. But this was a bang-up effort.
It was a bang-up effort. I like how he just keeps on trucking. So he's the kind of horse that if he catch you by surprise, he keeps on coming.
But if either Sierra Leone, Fierceness, or White Abario show up with their A game, he
got to
does
run
not
better.
have that race.
He's got to run better, but it's the Whitney. I mean, you don't just not run. You got to run in these races. You know, what are you bringing Highland Falls back for if you're not going to run the Whitney? You're not going to run the Jockey Club Gold Cup. You got to run the biggest races. If you lose, you lose.
Maybe as a 5-year-old, maybe he does take that step forward.
Sometimes they say the best start is either at a 4-year-old or his first start as a 5-year-old. So you never know. He might have grown up as a 5-year-old, but I'm kind of with you. He might be a step below. He's going to have to step it up.
What about post time? Gotta love post time. Don't
I
know
love
if he's
him
good enough to
showing
win,
up.
but he's a cool
Fun horse, no question. Pick 6 coming up, $132,000 carryover, an additional already almost $330,000 in this pool. You want to be part of it. Still 17 minutes to put your tickets together. We'll be back.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
let's talk about different body types and how they fit into different conditions. So right here is a horse that is best at running long on the turf. And so first, I'll start by looking at a horse down to its foot. This guy has a massively wide kind of dinner plate hoof, which is really good on the turf. It helps them spring off of it and creates more surface area on a firmer type of surface so they can push off better. Then you kind of come down and you look at the angles, right? So you're looking at maybe angle of hip to hock. A dirt horse will stand a little bit more closer together. So turf horses have more of an angle from their hip to their hock. And they're just more or less more angular types of horses. See, he's got more of that kind of angular hind end, and it's not that big, you know? The dirt horses, really well muscled behind, and usually that's more of like a sprinter type as well. But this guy, a little bit more of a lean, narrow build, really works well when running long on the turf.
Love these Paddock pointers, learning for what we should be looking at. Try and learn more about how these thoroughbreds look on the racetrack. And there's a look at the one this race goes through, Corruption, who has won at 1.5 miles, graded stakes placed at 1.5 miles, and coming out of a grade 1.
Yeah, and he actually ran pretty well in the Manhattan in a very, very rough spot at almost 20-1. He's a very logical horse. I mean, second to Farbridge. I don't think anybody is saying he's of comparable talent to Farbridge. This was Farbridge's first race off a layoff. He was able to set a very moderate pace on an extremely firm turf course. I think those conditions suited him, but that doesn't mean he's not talented. Having said that, though, he beat Johnny Fireball in his next start, and Johnny Fireball's form has gone off since that race, but still, he's okay as well. I'm just not quite ready to concede the race to him, and I think both the 1 and 7 are reasonable alternatives.
Pretty good effort, that effort right there. And obviously the one to beat, like Andy said, in the Manhattan was a good race. Gets Lasix back on aboard, and since, last 4 races with Lasix, he's won.
It's won half of his starts, Acacia. He's the 4-5 favorite.
Yeah, absolutely, and rightfully so, given the class of what he's been facing, Greg. But I think with horses like Corruption, you have to ask yourself, is it a horse that you like because he is stakes-faced, as we call it? You see those big names in the running lines, or is he one that you really think has that much ability? And I remember talking to Aaron Wellman of Eclipse Thoroughbreds earlier before this meet, and he said this is a horse that they're proud of because he's taken a lot of patience with that big, long layoff and coming back towards the end of 2024 and then kicking off a strong 2025 season, which did start with a win against Maiden Claiming Company for $35,000 and by a slim margin as well. So clearly he has improved and he's done well with coming back to the races. He was sharp last time in the Paddock before the Manhattan, and he was, I think, a horse that on paper looked like he was going to be forward, and he was really kind of taken out at the start, and then he got very keen. He was stuck kind of in an uncomfortable position throughout the running of the race, and so I don't think that he was ever really able to run his best effort that day. He's sharp once again, very spicy getting the tack on, and he is a very big horse. I mean, you look at him and he strikes you as the type of horse that relishes longer distances. Let's not forget that that Manhattan was moved from Saturday to Sunday, and so actually shortened in distance because of weather. So 1 1/8 miles, not originally the game plan of where they were going to run him. He strikes me as the type of horse who actually does appreciate a bit more ground, Greg.
He's proven that in what he's done on the racetrack, and he wants to be in front.
He's not going to be in front here.
Bet the favorite, beat the favorite. Andy, explain.
Well, the one Atella is going to be in front, and I think Atella is a very interesting horse, and there's some good and bad things about him, but he's really turned his life around his last 2 starts, albeit on the dirt, when they've been aggressive with him. And by letting him roll on the front end, he's been controlling races, and it's a complete change in his running style, and I don't think it's an absolute coincidence. I think there's a chance he's a horse that just needed to air it out in the front end. And then you couple with the fact that his dam, Isabella Sings, was 8 for 21 lifetime in the turf. She ran 105 Beyer, won $650,000. She's run 3 horses foals in the turf. All 3 have won. She's a Curlin, so there's turf pedigree there as well. He could really be a better turf horse. Having said that, you have to ask yourself, why would Christophe Clement never have run him on the turf despite that pedigree? And the early answer is, well, they obviously thought he was a horse pointing towards Derby preps. They thought he was that good. But then when he kind of went the wrong way, why didn't he do it in January at Tampa? Why not then? Now, I don't know the answers to all those questions, but I know he's a big price. I know he's turned around his career by being aggressive, and I know he's got turf pedigree. And, Paulie, he's also 6-1, so I'm taking a flyer with this guy.
Meanwhile, Summer Cause, Miguel Clement, Joel Rosario, coming out of a stake against very good company, and the start before that at Tampa, Paulie, was impressive.
Yeah, and that's the horse I'm going to try to beat the favorite with, Summer Cause. First time getting on turf was really good. Then the next time going to Laurel Park, this horse had a brutal trip. Bobbled at the start, got clobbered in the beginning of that race, and kind of kept on, was 5th to 7. I just think this horse wants to go the distance to ground. Summer front have an arch mare, you know, the arch influence. I think this horse has got a big race underneath him.
Well, in a stake over the weekend, Miguel Clement sent out 3. Acacia Clement, we should have listened to her. Miguel Clement with 2 as you take a look at him here in this race. What can you tell us, Acacia?
Well, to give a little insight on Otello, I think the question that Andy brings up is important because he is bred way more on the bottom side for turf. Not only Isabella Sings, who was an 8-time turf winner, but all 3 of the siblings were turf winners. I actually watched his work last week at Belmont Park in person, and just like he always does, he moves like a turf horse, you would think, with that high knee action. However, throughout, while he's never actually had a timed workout on the grass, he has galloped on the turf infield both here at Saratoga and at Payson Park. And strangely enough, he's always worked better on the dirt. And so for a horse that was doing well on the dirt, training well on the dirt, they've never seen the reason to switch. But now seems like a good time to find out, can he handle it? And it could open up some more options for him, especially with his speed. He's not the biggest, but he has shown that he can stay. However, the 4 Summer Cause, he's a horse that I have always thought is built more like a turf horse, and he made his turf debut a winning one down at Tampa. Paul mentioned the trip last time out. He's also a massive horse, and when horses like that with his size are checked and taken out of their game, it's really hard for them to get back into stride. I think he'll love the added ground today, Greg.
8-1 from the Miguel Clement barn. Thank you. Pick 6, pool 435,000 additional dollars bet into the pool. Here's from over the weekend, Glens Falls. Miguel Clement had 3 in this race. Lamahana the win.
I'll tell you one thing. She keeps running like this, Paulie. She's a horse who can win the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf going a long distance of ground. I know there's some give in the ground on Saturday, but coupled with her effort in her prior start, when she sat behind a slow pace and just made one run and ran by him, this filly has gotten, mare I say, has gotten very, very, very good.
Yeah, she has. Watch her ears at the end of this race. It's like she wanted to go around again. It was crazy.
I mean, the only thing you'll say is a little more give in the ground might have helped her. California, you're likely to have firmer turf, but Miguel is doing a great job with her. And listen, Miguel is, that barn has not skipped a beat. They're doing incredibly well at this meet. This was a big, big win by her. She's good.
Impressive performance. Well, 8 lengths, was it?
Yeah, gosh. And she's kind of short coupled. She's just built like a, kind of like
she
built
made
like
this race into a joke.
Athletic horse, too. Yeah.
Huge effort for LSU Stables. Miguel Clement. Let's bring you our post break. So here's the Miguel Clement runner getting on grass for the first time.
Put her to the front, Dylan, and hope that he likes the turf, and hope he's good enough to do it. I'm there.
Fuerteventura. Rob Atras just claimed this one for $40,000.
Yeah, from the Mike Maker barn. Now Kendrick will get aboard.
Bourbon Day. It's Manny Franco for Mike Maker.
Well, every day is a Bourbon Day. For what it's worth, Mike Maker off the claim with horses running over 10 furlongs is 3 for 20, including a $66 horse.
Here's the Miguel Clement runner, who Acacia said should love extra ground, Summer Cause.
Yeah, and Joel Rosario's been riding well, and hopefully he can save some ground.
Corruption, the one to beat, Mark Casse, Jose Ortiz.
Yeah, listen, he's faced the best horses, and that's why he's 4 to 5.
And outside Masterpiece has a lot of back races that would have made him the favorite some time ago.
Masterpiece says, hold my beer, Paulie. He's faced some very good horses as well. And at least he showed a little bit of a sign of life going mile, and he's better going longer. I don't know how much this 9-year-old has left in the tank, but today is the day. I mean, if he's going to put up and win a race, he's going to win today's race. And we haven't really talked about him. He's the second choice, and he should be.
So 3-1, he'll be making as well. This 9-year-old, third start, back off the bench, and just so many races that are superior, really, to everyone in this field. He's a graded stakes winner at a mile and 3/8.
No, he's good, but is he good anymore? But at least he showed some life last time, Paulie.
Yeah,
I don't know if you can really trust him, but there's a chance, when this white horse goes rolling by down the stretch, you're going to just turn to me and go, he was the class of the race,
He's just a gritty old veteran. He's almost got $1 million in the bank. That's crazy. Yeah, and he did wake up last time. Maybe it was the Lasix that helped him a little bit. But getting out to this distance to ground, he's faced some just really good horses. So, I mean, a 3-1, Andy's kind of right. This is the day today if he's going to win.
Is there any life left in those 9-year-old legs? He certainly showed some last start. And again, a distance way more suited to him today. Johnstone, the feature, later today. All the speed you see coming out, they all wanted to be forward.
And that's why I changed my pick. I had originally picked Sterling Silver, but with the scratches, I thought my main squeeze along with Tricky Temper would be forward. Now, you want to take Tricky Temper at a big price? Good luck. I don't like her recent form, though she got good here last year. But I feel like my main squeeze, she's okay. Her last race bothers me a little bit, but I think she's good enough to beat the favorite in here, and at a slightly better price. I'll bet 100 to win on her. So I got 100 Otello in this race and 100 on a shorter price with my main squeeze in today's 8th.
Good luck. Difficult sequence. And, even the scratches didn't make this race a lot easier. Dolomite's interesting. Cupid's Heart, if she can break.
Cupid's Heart.
Caldwell Loves Gold apparently working huge.
Working really well. And like I said, I like Cupid's Heart, but she can't get out of the gate. And with the smaller field now, not a lot of speed, I kind of downgrade her a little bit. But, yeah, it doesn't make it any easier. Dolomite's got a shot in there, too.
Here is Otello, first time on this surface. Did try synthetic on the road to the Triple Crown. Didn't make a huge impact back in March of last year. But we'll see if today's the day.
I think it's flawed reasoning for people who say that synthetic is turf. It's the third surface. Yes, I think if somebody said to me this horse is a turf horse trying a dirt horse versus a dirt horse, I think there might be a slightly more better chance the horse will handle it, but I don't really believe in that if the horse didn't run well in synthetic, because at that time, this horse just wasn't running that well, and also there was a layoff after the race. Something may have gone wrong.
Kind of with Andy, I think that synthetic thing has gone away.
Well, I don't think anyone's saying that, but it can mimic certainly more than dirt that you might be able to handle the surface. I think that's what people look at.
It does. No? I'm not. Yeah, I get it. I don't care. I'm not one of those people, but that's possible. When he loses, I'll say I should have listened to that. Too good a turf pedigree for me to deny this horse at a price. As a horse, I have to bet first time out on the turf.
Let's go back to Acacia.
Well, I wanted to touch on the outside runner in the 7 Masterpiece, the old glass horse. And look, I agree. The big question today is, does he still have any run left? But he's one that I've kind of been watching carefully over his last few races because I've been trying to figure him out. When he came off of the layoff, he was pretty fired up. He was pretty sharp, though he did not look fit. He was very heavy in that race when he ran 4th in the Fort Marcy. Then getting some class relief last time, he was kind of back to his normal self, but it just really felt like it was too short for him. He's now 3rd off that layoff. He has gotten warm out there. That is typical for him. It's also an exceptionally warm day. This is, as you can see, trying to have creative ways to cover the sun. I appreciate that. I need one of those out here in the winner's circle. But as far as Masterpiece is concerned, he had a very interesting warm-up. In the post-parade, they kept him far back away from the rest of the field. Irad Ortiz slowly took him off, jogged for a while in the stretch, and then had a very composed canter and is now just having him stand. He is a horse that sometimes can be really switched off or lack some focus. It seems that he's just doing really well right now, and he's taking all the steps to keep him laid back before this race. This will be the time now, 3rd off the bench, to see if he can get back to some of those better races. Greg?
See how he fares. Irad Ortiz Jr. for Rick Dutrow Jr. Though this one here holds the keys to the race. Corruption, he's the proven commodity.
Yeah, no question about it. He's 4 to 5 for a reason. He's kept good company. He's handled the distance before. He's a very logical horse in here. And I imagine right now there's $667,000 bet in this picture, over 5 times the carryover. And I'm going to think a pretty strong amount of that is hinged on whether or not the 6 gets it done. I think a lot of the smaller tickets are probably leaning very hard on him, because there's other races you're going to have to spread in places. This is not an easy sequence. I'm very interested to see how it plays out. It's not, even if it somewhat chalks out, I still don't think it's easy to put it together, because you got to use a bunch of horses in the 2-year-old turf race. You know, it's not like a race you just feel like I can use 1 or 2 and hope I get lucky. You can, but you'll probably lose.
If you look at the doubles going into the next race, the only horse that's really not getting bet is the 8. Every horse is almost the same besides the 3 and the 8.
That's not the turf race.
Yeah, it's a turf race. Yeah,
that's not the turf race.
But I think that's a difficult race too. And Andy and I are both trying to beat the 6 here, but a lot of people are hinging. And I would think when it's all said and done, about 800,000 in this pool.
We'll see. I'm not against the 6. I just want to bet the 1. I think the 6 is absolutely the horse to beat in this race. I don't have a strong opinion against him. I just want to bet the 1.
We're already well over 800,000. Yeah, we're going to get closer to
Well, but how much will we bet today? It's just about 700. But we're also just about the gate, so it'll be right around 700.
4 to 5 favorite. Corruption. Jose Ortiz, Marcassi. Graded stakes placed at 1.5 miles on the lawn, right behind Farbridge, the leader of the Marathon Turf Division. Here we go. Good luck in this pick 6. Frank Miramati to start us off.
Corruption going in. And Masterpiece in the Ivorone colors. Last one to load. He takes up his spot. And they're off. And Otello sprints out of the gate and goes straight to the front. Summer Cause. And Corruption won't be far behind. He takes second. Fuerteventura is on the hedge, racing 2 lengths in front of Bourbon Day, and Masterpiece, the stretch runner, will bide his time through the early stages. Otello is extremely keen, and Otello, hard held, maintains the lead. He's trying to sprint much quicker. Corruption just bore out into the center of the course, but he is galloping along pretty easily. They are followed by Fuerteventura in third, and Summer Cause is fourth by the stands with a lap to go. In behind them comes Bourbon Day, joined by Masterpiece. 7 lengths front to back. Otello continues to fight the rider. Leads it by 3 lengths. Corruption is in second, now 4 lengths behind as they move into the clubhouse turn. Fuerteventura, Summer Cause, side by side. Masterpiece puts that gray head in front of Bourbon Day. The half went in 48-2 for Otello. And it's Otello free running on the front end with Corruption closer to the rail now, and within 2.5. Corruption has his sights on Otello heading to the half-mile pole. Summer Cause, Fuerteventura side by side, as are Bourbon Day and Masterpiece. 113 and just under 3 for Otello, with Corruption and Jose Ortiz right alongside now. 1.5 lengths. Fuerteventura is in third. They are followed by Summer Cause, who gets a nudge. Masterpiece on the inside as Corruption takes the lead now. Corruption's in front. Otello under serious pressure. Fuerteventura has been keeping pace and now comes to attack Corruption through 1 mile in 1:37.1. Corruption and Fuerteventura. Corruption's in front with 1 furlong to go. Fuerteventura trying his best, but now 2 lengths behind the heavy favorite. It's Corruption by 2.5 lengths. Masterpiece, Summer Cause, head and head for third. It is Corruption. Corruption, the class of the field, was too strong. Give a hand to Fuerteventura, who was solid in defeat. Then came Summer Cause and Masterpiece.
There's the newly minted Mr. 4000, Marcassi, looking on. Corruption, odds-on favorite, kicks off this pick 6 with a win. 5 for 9 on the turf now.
Yeah, and he was a dominant winner of this race and looked on paper like it might be the case, and it was. And as far as the others, my 1 horse is not a turf horse, Otello. They were right not to run the turf before. And the 7 Masterpiece, he just can't run anymore. this horse was too good for the rest of them.
Yeah, Kendrick gave the 2 a phenomenal ride, who just rode the rail and looked like he was for a split second going to cause a giant upset here at 21-1, but 6 just showed that class and just marched on. 4 just kind of ran in spots, but was never, ever up 12 lengths behind to check in third.
Proven, going longer distances. And the odds-on favorite with a win, Mark Casse. Sensational summer here last year at Saratoga, and having another great one this summer.
It's been a little quiet since the first couple of weeks here, and just, you know, a little quiet. Hasn't run many horses, but he's now got 5 wins, won 3 the first week.
Last week as well. Yeah. He's going to have Lacara back in action, Nitrogen in the Alabama.
Would I be wrong? If Fuerte Ventura ran well for Rob Altrus, does anybody give Neat a shot?
No. I don't know, somebody must, but I mean, I give him a shot. You're talking about the 4-star Dave,
yeah,
the Tumber 10 Neat.
20-1 morning line.
I get it, and he did have legitimate trouble last time.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Tough race, though, right?
Yep.
Odds on Jose Ortiz for Mark Casse, Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners. What a record this horse is racking up on the lawn. 5 for 9 overall. Odds on start to this huge pick 6 carryover. 6-2, 4-7. It gets a lot more difficult from here. Prices from Corruption's win here in the 4th when we come back.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie. McKenzie in a dominant performance.
Chancer McPatrick proves best.
Chancer McPatrick wins the Champagne impressively. It is going to be all Scottish Lassie.
What an amazing effort from Scottish Lassie, who's in front by 15 lengths.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, home to 4-time leading New York sires Central Banker, sire of champion New York bred Bank Frenzy.
Bank Frenzy, a hard-fought winner of the Commentator.
And multiple stakes winner Sunday Girl.
Clear winner in the John Hettinger Sunday Girl.
Also standing into mischief's Grade 1 Sun Provocateur. And top young stallion Solomini, sire of Mike Lee Stakes winner Doc Sullivan. At McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, celebrating over 50 years of equine excellence.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference and come hang with us this Saratoga meet.
Back with you on our Wednesday coverage. Here's we kick off Whitney Week at Saratoga. It's brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Corruption begins this pick 6 carryover with a victory at odds on. Pays $3.50 for the win. Mark Casse, Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners, and Jose Ortiz team up with the win. 6-2, 4-7. Here in race 4. We move on to the 5th. $100,000 maiden claiming event, 6 furlongs, 3-year-olds and up. And Fiddling Felix coming out of a 20 maiden claiming race. Ran a huge figure.
But he ran a very fast race, so you can see why a lot of people like him, and they may be right. I think it's interesting, a change here this summer, these $100,000 maiden claiming races. We've seen quite a few of them, and they've attracted good fields. I think it's worked out well because it's like people are going to say, I probably can't win a maiden special, but
Yeah.
But, you know, I don't want to run for $50,000. If somebody wants to claim me, they're going to have to put the money up. And I think it's produced some good races.
Makes you think a lot more, doesn't it? Putting in a claim?
Yeah, of course. 100,000's that's a big ask. You won't find too many people that are willing to claim for 100.
Yeah. This will start the late pick 5. We're going to take a timeout. We'll dive in deeper when we return. Stay with us. Getting immortalized across the street later this week. We'll have the story of the Pennsylvania bred who stole all our hearts back in 2004. Stay with us.
Number 1 is Mo Donegal by Uncle Mo. And they're off in the Remsen. As they come on for the finish, and it's going to be tight here in the Remsen. Mo Donegal. Mo Donegal bearing down on the outside. It's Mo Donegal and early voting, and it is Mo Donegal to win the Wood Memorial. And it will be Mo Donegal to win the Test of the Champion, the Belmont Stakes.
Across the street, National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame should see a big crowd coming up later this week as a fan favorite gets immortalized from humble beginnings as a Pennsylvania bred debuting at Parks to the grand stage of the Triple Crown. Smarty Jones galloped his way into America's hearts. His meteoric rise transcended horse racing.
We bought his mother. Smarty was her second foal. He was small.
I wasn't impressed. When he stepped off the van, I was actually there, and they had sent 2 horses. The second horse was actually what I thought was the better looking of the 2 horses. I thought right away, oh, that must be Smarty Jones, and I was wrong.
As we got closer and closer to the Derby, oh my gosh, the butterflies had become eagles. The excitement was unbelievable.
Smarty Jones is a stalking second as they approach the bar turn.
I watched Stewart throw a cross at him, and I saw him dig in. I remember I had my binoculars up, and I'm looking behind him to see what's running. And the couple horses that were making the move, Tap It, and another horse kind of started to flatten out. And I thought, you know, man, we're gonna get this done. And then the rest was history.
And Smarty Jones is rose to the lead by journeyman jockey Stuart Elliott, and they have taken the lead away from Lionheart. And here is the first undefeated winner of the Kentucky Derby since Seattle Slow of 1977. Smarty Jones has done it.
You know, he was a little strong. I didn't train him a whole lot. Bob Newmauer asked me why I didn't breeze him. And I told him, I said, look, yeah, my horse just ran 1.25 miles 2 weeks ago. The way he trains, he doesn't need to breeze. And I felt strong about that. I felt that he was going into the race really, really good. You know, he's fit. I just want him mentally to think he can go bear hunting with a switch. That's what I want. And that's the way he went in the race.
And as they hit the top of the stretch, Smarty Jones has taken the lead. It is Smarty Jones in front.
And then to watch him draw off like that, I remember telling myself, you know, backing down, Steve. We got one more to go. Let's not use it up. I don't want to leave it in the gym, you know?
Smarty Jones, he's pulling away. He's pulling away to win impressively here. He's going to win by a colossal margin. Here is Smarty Jones. He wins the Preakness by 12 lengths.
We were full of gratitude, but we were full of excitement that you just can't describe.
This Philadelphia story continues its magical way to the elusive Triple Crown.
My horse was starting to change. He was starting to show, you know, the vigorousness of the Triple Crown. And I talked to Pat and Chappie and told him, look, after the Belmont, we're going to shut him down and give him a break. I mean, he needs it. He's ready for it.
And Smarty Jones enters the stretch to the roar of 120,000. But Birdstone is going to make him earn it today. The whip is out on Smarty Jones. It's been 26 years. It's just 1 furlong away. They're coming down to the finish. Can Smarty Jones hold on? Here comes Birdstone. Birdstone surges past. Birdstone wins the Belmont Stakes.
I look back and I think, you know, if he'd have won the Triple Crown, God, what would it have been like? I mean, it would have been crazy. And I'm sure my life would have been totally different.
You know, the country did want a Triple Crown, and they sure wanted Smarty Jones to be that Triple Crown winner.
That horse was once in a lifetime. I think a lot of people jumped on board, and I think they were really sorry it was over.
Oh, what an incredible story he was back in 2004. Really captured the entire nation's attention, and he'll be immortalized across the street on Friday in the Hall of Fame.
He was a terrific horse. His Preakness was an exceptional race. In my opinion, he doesn't belong in the Hall of Fame, and I think when we start putting in horses that almost won the Triple Crown, there's a laundry list of horses that should get in, and no disrespect to him, I don't believe he's Hall of Fame worthy, and I never will.
So you will not be there, but it's still going to be very crowded.
I'm never there.
Well, as for the race coming up, 1 mile inner turf, $400,000 purse, and you got to start with Zulu Kingdom. When you talk about this group who comes in on an incredible roll, grade 1 win, grade 3 win at Saratoga, trying to win a 4th straight on Friday.
And keep in mind, McAfee is an MTO in case the race comes off, which is unlikely. Zulu Kingdom, I think his last race is better than a lot of people will think it is. First of all, he never got the rail, and that was a time when being on the rail was a big advantage on the inner turf course. And he was also much more aggressively ridden because of the way the turf course was playing. So I think he still won the race despite being taken out of his game. And in this race with some speed, I think you're going to see him get his more preferred trip. I do think Luther, the second choice in the turf, is an interesting rival for this race, having run the longer distance and having run pretty effectively in the French Guineas going a mile. But Zulu Kingdom, he's pretty good, and he just keeps winning.
That man will be back aboard. Flavia Pratt, been his regular pilot for Chad Brown, Matacat Stables, Michael Dubb. Looking forward to that coming up on our Friday action, which means obviously we're in August when we get there.
We are. It's Saratoga. I don't know if you know this. It's the August place to be.
I mean, it's all summer long. I feel like
it's really the place to be, period. But February's a little bit dubious.
Co-leading trainer at the meet, loaded this weekend. Chad Brown, Zulu Kingdom, the race we just talked about. Sierra Leone, Breeders' Cup Classic winner in the Whitney. And he's got 2 contenders coming up next. Stay with us.
Don't miss Saturday's blockbuster Whitney Day featuring a stacked lineup of 5 graded steaks, including new for 2025, the FanDuel 4-Star Dave, and, of course, the $1 million Whitney. Save $5 on admission when you buy in advance at NYRA.com.
You can gamble anywhere all the time. Just ask yourself, should I? Take a pause and think about how often you're gambling. A pause can help you stay in control. Visit oasis.ny.gov to take our survey and see if your gambling is becoming more than a game.
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action every Friday to Sunday. Our 50-day summer season features a stakes race every Saturday and Sunday, plus a new Middle Pick 5, joining the Win Early Pick 5 on our wagering menu. With growing pools and field sizes, Monmouth Park is summer's best bet. Joining us on site, lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
The brilliance of the legendary Arrowgate and the speed and stamina of the sire of sires, Uncle Mo. Introducing Petulante, the first son of Arrowgate to stand in New York after winning handily at first asking.
Petulante! He's got a kick here, and he's going to prove much the best.
He won or placed in all 7 of his lifetime starts, including the Grade 3 Salvatore Mile.
Petulante, Nimbus class, Petulante!
Petulante, now standing in New York. For information, visit IHDVStallions.com today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Did she build this?
Herself.
Located at the Oklahoma training track, the Whitney viewing stand provides a picturesque view of morning workouts. Modeled after the 1892 Judges Stand at Saratoga Racecourse, the Whitney viewing stand opened in 2013 to honor the racetrack's 150th anniversary and the Whitney family. The Whitneys have been intimately involved with the track for more than a century, and their contributions to the facility and community remain evident today. Mary Lou Whitney, considered by many to be the Grand Dame of Saratoga or Queen of Saratoga, was present for the stand's public debut. Mary Lou bred and raced 2003 Kentucky Oaks winner Birdtown. She's the only woman to have done so and was inducted into the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame as a pillar of the turf in 2019. The scenery from the Whitney viewing stand is a true testament to Mary Lou and her family's devotion to the sport's most iconic racetrack. There it is. What an important week where we honor, obviously, the family, the impact they had on the sport, and a woman who we would not be here. This racetrack would not be here if not for Mary Lou Whitney.
Yeah, and I'm glad you said, though, it is to honor the Whitney family and a long, long tradition in horse racing. But, you know, we've said it before and we'll say it again. For people that don't know Mary Lou Whitney's importance to Saratoga, she's really the person that sort of helped convince the socialites to start coming back to Saratoga at a time where penances dwindled here and they were talking about staying in New York and running at Aqueduct or Belmont during the summer. And Mary Lou had a very, very instrumental role in turning things around. And I've been here a long time, and when she used to have that party in the Canfield Casino, I mean, they would line up like there were rock stars showing up for Mary Lou to come, and just really was a very popular presence, and she was a popular person. You know, she would stop and talk to people. She was extremely accessible. I saw her see the Grateful Dead at SPAC. I mean, Mary Lou got around. She was a person of the people and somebody that many of us correctly have a lot of respect for and admiration for. And I thought John, who unfortunately passed away, John Hendrickson, so early last year, he did a great job of trying to carry on her legacy as well.
Especially with the work he did across the street, upgrading and modernizing the Hall of Fame.
And working with the backstretch workers as well, with dinners and different things. They're terrific people that were very important to racing, particularly in Saratoga.
You wouldn't have a lot of the nightlife, even SPAC, where you see all your concerts because of her, the Dancing Hall of Fame, the Convention Center, so much impact she had on this town. It's just everything you see in Saratoga, Mary Lou had her stamp on it.
This Pick 5. You see the pool right there, and a very interesting favorite, Andy, who faced Chancellor McPatrick. Last year as a 2-year-old at Saratoga, was 4th in that race with a little bit of trouble early. Dropped all the way down into 20 maiden claiming and ran a massive race.
It's hard to believe this horse lost, actually, and ran a race that would have won maiden specials. And now, you know, great claims turned out by Fernando Abreu and moving up to $100,000 level. I mean, this horse runs the last race. He's going to win, but man, I just can't take 2-1 in here hoping it's going to happen again. But this last race was fast. I don't care, Paulie, what figures you're looking at.
Yeah, well, what are the chances you get 2 maiden 20,000 horses run 85 buyers? I mean, they ran right down the wire
Amazing,
together.
Right?
Yeah, and they were so much the best, 9 lengths clear. It makes you kind of think maybe the 6 is the horse to beat here, but yeah, that was a tremendous number. And, you know, off that race, I can see why the public is leaning his way.
Jumping back up into deeper waters, and deservedly so, off that performance, and hopefully breaks better this afternoon. And meanwhile, to his outside, the 7, Disco Tech, turf to dirt today, but 2 back. Muddy sealed track that came off the grass makes you think this horse certainly can contend.
Yeah, Disco Tech is the one I'm leaving out of the horse who's going to take some money. It's a 6-1 if you like the horse. My problem is, where is the good scheduled dirt race? This was an off-the-turf wet track race where he ran well, and speed was very good that day, and he still didn't win. He could win. He's just not my cup of tea in here. To me, the interesting horse is the 4, Fleeting Free. These connections, one with a maiden last week that had never shown speed, going long, running on synthetic and turf, had never shown an inch of ability, had been working very well, and absolutely blitzed the field, running 4 wide the entire way. Now Fleeting Free has been working well coming in here, and these are connections where the past performances are basically irrelevant, and there's obviously a feeling this horse is going to run a lot better, the 4 Fleeting Free, than he looks on paper, and that's why I scratched into him as my top choice when White Whale came out.
I will say this about the 7. Is that the speed of the speed, the 7?
I have a feeling that the 4 is going to show speed in this race.
Yeah.
Even though on paper he's not the speed,
Yeah.
I think you have to count in. And also, what if the 1 has some speed?
Yeah, or the 3.
You know,
yeah.
I mean, I think, or the 3. What Greg was mentioning, they like the work out of that horse last time. There's a lot going on in this race.
Well, with more on how this group looks as we get set for the start of this Pick 5, let's go back to Acacia.
And we'll go in numerical order with the horses I want to talk about here in the paddock, starting off with the 2 Chad Brown runners and beginning to the rail with a first-time starter in Career Risk. According to the DRF Clocker report, that last workout was with Career Risk and Noguchi and Company. Unfortunately, that is the one that is not available on First TV. Would have loved to watch it, but again, according to that Clocker report, just maintenance mode for the 2 of them. Career Risk is a son of Into Mischief, and out of a multiple grade 1 place winning mares. So it is, I think, a little bit of a concern, as we've discussed with a Chad Brown horse debuting in these high-level maiden claiming races, even if it is for 100,000, maybe not the biggest vote of confidence. But that being said, it is a high price to claim and not the most likely spot to be claimed either. Flavian Pratt does climb aboard for the debut. Looks very fit, has been pretty laid back here in the paddock. Would like to see him maybe perk up a little bit, especially for a sprint distance, and have a little bit more energy, but I'll watch him out on the track and see how he acts. His stablemate, the 2 Noguchi, I did get a chance to watch his workout 2 back on XBTV, where it seemed like he was traveling beautifully inside his company on the main track. He's a horse that has a ton of dirt pedigree and yet did debut on the turf. He's the half-brother to Following C, grade 2 winner, multiple grade 1 place. Also several other talented horses in the family, including grade 3 place Gimmick, all dirt horses. One of them won also on the turf, but mostly the pedigree is dirt, and he's by Authentic. I was not in the paddock for the debut, but looking at him, I can understand why they tried the turf. He does have a big wide foot on him and slacker pasterns, a little bit awkward in the way that he's put together in his body shape, kind of with that flat back. And so I can understand with maybe wanting to run on the turf, but watching that first race, he got very high-headed and just never really looked comfortable traveling over to the grass. So we'll see what he does onto the dirt and maybe run to that breeding. The 6, Fiddling Felix, yes, he ran a very fast race last time out, and I really liked what I saw saw from him that day when dropping in for previous connections. Tactical Track Star was a Brad Cox horse who was plummeting down to the bottom and was just slightly raced and was intent on getting to the lead that day. And Fiddling Felix just not able to get to him. He looks like he's actually put on some muscle mass to my eye. He is a lighter frame type of horse, but looked like he's coming in strong after that race. Sensational in his coat, all dappled out. He's a horse that has a lot of good energy to him in general. If he can run back to that last race, he's certainly dangerous. Once again, Greg.
No question, 2-1 favor right now off that performance against a lot softer with a tough beginning, but a huge figure. And now jumping back up in class. 2 first-time starters that are certainly taking attention, most notably the 4. The 3 and the 4, though, debuting, and or I should say first on the dirt for the 4. But a big work. The debut race, Andy, was on grass, and a lot of changes. Blinkers on, and now a gelding.
And a trainer change to Mel Giddings, whose horses ran well here last summer, and they're continuing to run very well here. And a lot of the horses that did well were not horses that were easy to pick out on paper. They were sort of weirdo horses, and this is a bit of a weirdo horse. I scratched into him. He's obviously live. We'll see what happens in here. I mean, maybe it's overcomplicating things, Paulie, because the 6 ran so well last time, but I feel like there's a lot going on in here.
There is a lot going on in here, right? You know, you got the 6 horse being the favorite, the 4 because of the connections. Meanwhile, you look at the 2, and Chad Brown is 30% maiden special weight to maiden claiming, and you get Irad Ortiz. The 2 should be the favorite in this race, but
really,
I thought so.
A horse that, despite the pedigree, Chad Brown chose to run on the turf. I'm going to disagree. I think the 6 should be favored. 6 ran a race last time.
I get it.
I forget, even though
tough.
it was a maiden 20, Paul, and I'm with you. Look, that's a soft race. I want to see it again. But he did run against Chancellor McPatrick pretty good.
It's not like he had no credentials.
Yeah.
Right. Yes.
You're going back to one race. So I can't go back to one
his
race?
most recent race smokes this field.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not.
But the 2's last race was not a. Chad's one of the best at switching surfaces. Let's be honest.
No, I agree.
He is. I'm going to disagree with that, but okay. We're here, we can agree to disagree. You've got a horse that's getting bet partly because Irad is riding him for Chad Brown. What price would he be if trainers and jockeys didn't matter? He would not be close to 5-2. He'd be 4-1.
Let's not forget the pedigree here. He's taking money off that as well.
I guess, but despite
C
that
was
pedigree,
3rd in the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
Despite that pedigree, though, Chad Brown ran him in a turf race. You're right about Following C, but there are a lot of dams that have had really great horses, and their other ones aren't very good. But he didn't run badly in the turf, but he didn't do much running. I don't know.
Here they come for the post parade. Hey, it's a good argument.
No, I think we all disagree about the race. It's
a tough race. Yeah. Well, and here's the first-time starter for Chad Brown, son of Into Mischief.
What is that thing? It looks like an alien. Dragon. It's an alien coming here. This horse is not, as Keish pointed out correctly, not taking much money right now, but maybe just getting lost in the shuffle.
First on dirt, Noguchi.
Yeah, here for Peter Brand, Irad.
First-time starter V. Cruiser, Linda Rice.
No money for this horse, but did you expect this horse to get bet? So
No.
I'm not surprised. This horse could be alive.
Fleeting Free gets on dirt, start number 2.
Yeah, I got good workouts. 2 in the morning, I think, would be prime and ready.
Fiddling Felix, 2-1 favorite off the claim.
You just got to wonder if that's an inflated number or not, or if this horse can run back to that same number.
Discotheque 6-1, Mike Maker with Ricardo Santana Jr.
Paulie made a good point. This horse could be the speed, depending what you see from the other sort of unknowns in here.
And Red Sea went long on grass first out.
You got to treat this horse as a first-time starter, but you know, 30-1, not much in the morning, but I mean,
you got to love the English Channel's going 6 furlongs in the dirt. I mean, that's really what he was. I'm joking.
Out of a line of David mare.
I have a question. Was Fiddling Felix named for Felix Madison from The Odd Couple?
Very good chance. Yeah, I don't know a lot of other.
Are you
Felixes.
Oscar or Felix guy? Like, what would your character be?
Oscar.
Yeah, you're an Oscar.
I'm a slob and I'm a degenerate.
Spot 200, that code to use at sign up to get that $200 deposit match sign up bonus at NyraBets.com. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime.
You know who might have a little Felix in him? The Mig. The cooking, you know, he's got a little Felix.
Yeah, he does got a little Felix. I can see him like taking.
He's not annoying, but he's got a
I
Felix.
can see him taking a little bit of, Swiffer to the kitchen
Yeah,
floor.
yeah.
7-1. How do you feel about that number on a horse who, look, the dam, multiple grade 1 placed. This is the first, that barn alone with the hint of pedigree? Shouldn't be taking a little more money than this?
You would think, but when the horse runs lousy, you'll say they knew. When the horse runs well, we'll say they didn't know.
Yeah.
But I think the money right now is negative on a horse that I agree with you. You would think would have been a shorter price, and I imagine the morning line was, in fact, a shorter price.
It's kind of like the two, right? It's Pratt and Brown. Irad and Brown, they both should be getting the same type of money, and the two's getting way more money with the race. You see the 4 floating free. Looks good on the racetrack there, Andy.
I'm going to go with the fact that they're sneaky, and I'm sticking with this horse. As I said, I picked the 5 on top who scratched, but I scratched a fleeting free, and I'm okay with that.
Looks tremendous.
Sire was an incredibly talented sprinter of this one here, volatile.
A lot of the volatiles have been running, too.
Yeah.
And there's the 3. V Cruiser, you know, the workout reports in the morning have this horse working okay, but that's just not Linda's forte, winning first time out.
B+
I know.
work
B+
for this
work.
horse.
She can win with a firster.
Second dam was a
You're right,
first
but
down
she
winner.
can win with a firster.
Yeah.
Multiple stakes winner in Maryland, going longer at 1 1/8, but had talent. And you see that bullet drill, 4 furlongs, 47.4, quickest of 46 in the morning. With more on V Cruiser, let's go back to Acacia.
Yeah, as the guys were talking about with the Clocker report, it's very encouraging, not only that it was a borderline B+ work, but the fact that he was working with an older allowance winner in treaty obligation who's a 5-year-old. And I always do pay attention to that. I know that this horse is debuting as a 3-year-old, and I know we have kind of the thought that typically you don't see Linda Rice winning first time out, but he looks incredibly fit. He was the one that first kept catching my eye in all the preliminaries of the 2 first-time starters. I would prefer V Cruiser, and the fact that he's able to hold his own with an older, more accomplished horse in the mornings, I think is a good sign. I think he could appreciate a touch more distance down the line, but there's some precocity in the family as well. He does look ready for his first outing. A lovely warm-up out there, Greg.
All positive signs. Thank you, Acacia. 8-1. V Cruiser, Linda Rice, Kendrick Carmouche. And we'll see if those morning workouts translate here into the afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot going on in this race. And listen, maybe the 6 will just turn out to be the best horse. Or maybe the 2 that you're talking about, you guys will be right, and this is the right surface, and he'll excel on it. But I'm not confident. I feel like a lot of weird things could happen. Horses like the 1 and 3, I'm not going to be surprised when either or both of them run well in here, and I expect the 4 to run to the money it's taking. This barn, the money is too smart with this barn. When they bet, they run.
So Andy going with the 4, 7-2. Paul with the surface switch, Noguchi for Chad Brown, Acacia with the first timer for Linda Rice.
And nobody with a 6.
Kind of race. And yeah, I mean, playing multi-race wagers, though, you have to use the 6 here, don't you?
He's the anchor of your tickets.
Yeah.
You know, this notion, these misconceptions you read, well, you read misconceptions on social media all the time about everything, that, you know, you're indiscriminately tossing favorites. That's how you lose money. But, you know, people like to pretend they're smarter than they are.
And look who's become the favorite. Back to our conversation earlier.
You were right, Paulie. There you go.
Interesting.
I should be a procrastinator.
You are a procrastinator, but prognosticator.
That's what I said.
Yes. I don't know. I don't want to say if you're a procrastinator.
Did you want to apologize to us?
I don't procrastinate. You want to apologize?
By the way, I don't think the horse should be favored. Oh, wait.
Oh, no.
Now who owes who an apology?
Yeah.
I don't agree with Paulie.
Greg owes me apology because he said Jose Ortiz had no shot to win the title.
Wow. Things are getting heated up here. It's a good thing we're almost done.
Frank Miramati to kick off the late pick 5. I've since amended that answer, by the way.
Paulie's like an elephant. He never forgets.
Discotheque.
Wants Discotheque to win.
Red Sea. And they're off, and Discotheque blasts right out on top, but is immediately challenged by V Cruiser. So V Cruiser is a little quicker. Fleeting Free now moves up to take second. Discotheque, Noguchi is down on the inside, and Career Risk is 5th, but only 2 lengths off the lead, taking 4th. They are followed by Fiddling Felix, Red Sea at the back. It's a compact group. V Cruiser, Fleeting Free, 22-2. Noguchi is down on the inside, still in the thick of it, 3rd. It's another 2 to Discotheque. Career Risk is on the fence with 4 to make up. Fiddling Felix, 6 off of V Cruiser, who's trying to sneak away. And Red Sea trails. They're at the top of the stretch. Noguchi cuts the corner to come and engage V Cruiser. These two will arrive at the 8th pole head and head. V Cruiser on the outside and Noguchi. V Cruiser has something left, turns away that bid out in the center of the track. Fiddling Felix is closing. Discotheque in front of him, but it's V Cruiser. V Cruiser in a good-looking debut. He was ready and hand-ridden to victory. Discotheque, Fiddling Felix, and Noguchi.
V Cruiser, sharp early, strong late to win at first asking. Linda Rice, Kendrick Carmouche, winning move stable.
The first potential pothole in this pick 6, a first-time starter, didn't really get bet, but this horse had good workouts, and once this horse broke on top like that, Paulie, you could tell this horse is going to be a factor the entire way.
Yeah, good call by Acacia. This horse has been working the part in the morning, just needed to solve the gate in the afternoon, and broke right on the button. It looked like the 2, Noguchi, that Irad was trying to get underneath, and he finally did, but the 3 had an answer. The 1 came up a little bit empty, and the 6 was the only one. I tell you what, the 7, horse that usually goes to the front end, ran a pretty good second here.
1:11.4 final time. V Cruiser at first asking, beating a field for the most part, with the exception of the 1, horses with experience. And as Andy said, yeah, hopefully you survive the potholes here early on in this pick 6 carryover. Again, nice call. Acacia gave us reasons to use this one here. Looked very good warming up. Let's go back to the start.
It's just when this horse breaks like this, you know, the 7 broke, but this horse very professional coming out there, just sort of running up the lead. The 4 wanted to show speed, the 7 did, but you can see the intention from Kendrick Carmouche. He had a plan, he knew what he wanted to do with this horse, and he had the right horse underneath him and got it done. The 6 was no real factor. Noguchi stayed in there for a little while. The reality was this was a 1-horse race, Paul. This horse was just simply best.
Yeah, you're right. When the horse got to the front end, you even said this horse is gone. And, you know, sometimes these horses, when they're first-time starters and they're just never tasted defeat, they're going to keep going. And it's kind of the 2 fastest horses early ran 1-2. V Cruiser was fast early. Discotheque had to take back and re-rally. But like Andy just said, this is a nice horse to have in your pick 6.
Linda Rice not going away. 10th win of the meet.
And she's not going to go away. She's got a lot of ammo.
3-7-6-2. Late pick 5 begins here with an 8-1 upset. Let's look ahead to the feature before we leave you and turn it over to the next crew. That is the Johnstone, 7 furlongs, 5 horses scratched. All of them were speeds. And, you know, even going in, though, with that Sterling Silver and My Main Squeeze, probably the 2 to beat in here.
They are the big 2, but it's not to say the others don't have talent, particularly Cupid's Heart. Horses like Caldwell Loves Gold and Dolomite is improving, but I'm betting $100 to win on the number 5, My Main Squeeze, because I believe of the better horses, she's the one who's more pace forward in here. So I think maybe she'll have an advantage and probably be the second choice.
Multiple graded stakes winner. Good luck to Andy. Got a good week last week. Paul, anything you like later?
Yes. I'll tell you what
Party
I like
thoughts?
later. I'm going to tell you this. I think the 2 is everybody's single. You have to use the 7, Miss Upward. I thought Ricardo didn't give her the best of rides last time. I think she's the other horse in there. Andy thinks the 5's the other horse in there. I think the 7's the other horse in the last.
Good luck to everyone. Hope you enjoy the rest of the program. We're going to turn things over to the next crew. Coming up, the Johnstone, the feature, V Cruiser, first time out. Sensational for Linda Rice with Kendrick.
Top of the stretch, an obliteration. Obliteration, perfectly named individual, is romping home in the Sanford, 7 lengths past the 16th hole. Obliteration is a star.
glad to have you with us as we just saw a first-time starter in race 5, the Cruiser, victorious, ridden to victory by Kendrick Carmouche. And Kendrick, who do we have here?
We got Wes. He's a grandson of Steve, Win and Move Stables. You're gonna see this guy in the future. You know, his grandfather gonna hand it over to him one of these days. But he's got a pretty keen eye, and he knows his studies and he knows his horses. When he asks Grandpa to claim horses, I think they discuss them together, and that make us winners. What you think, Wes?
I mean, I think even when we first got him, visiting him in the barn, it was a tough field for a maiden 100, but he just looked incredible in the paddock, in the barn, and the works were just, I think, a little bit of a give.
Well said, Wes. He did look incredible today and ran that way, too. But Kendrick, want to ask you quickly, coming up on Saturday in the Grade 1 4-star Dave, you're riding my boy, Deterministic. I know a really, really special horse for you, getting that Grade 1 last time out. I'm sure you've looked at the race already. Any thoughts on how it might lay out, especially with that early speed that he does have?
We just got to see how the ground gives the next couple of days to rain. You know, I never made no decision on what I want to do yet. Me and Miguel going to go over what we see in the race and go from there. But we're supposed to get a little rain. Hopefully it stays hard enough where even if the rain come down the next couple of days, we still got a nice firm turf course, you know. But this horse loves a soft give. I would say so. He runs on the slop on the main track. So we're hoping that water doesn't bother him.
I'll look forward to that. But congratulations on the win here to everybody involved. And you guys are nicely coordinated. I like the orange.
Yes. Thank you very much. Louisiana, baby, you know it.
First-time starter, V Cruiser with the win here in race 5, debuting. And as Wes said, really kind of tipped his hand with how he was working and how he portrayed himself in the preliminaries today. $18.80 win gets the victory. At 8-1, Disco Tech checking in second and Fiddling Felix in third. As we turn the page, it's time for our Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Sprinting on the turf, going 5.5 furlongs for the 2-year-old fillies. Coming up next, pretty wide open board as of yet. A tepid favorite with Santina to the inside right now at 3-1, debuting for Wesley Ward. Of course, always dangerous with those 2-year-olds debuting. Victor Espinosa, who did get his first Saratoga win a few days ago, will be aboard for Wesley, and we'll see what takes place in our Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day coming up next. We'll also welcome in the new crew after this on Saratoga Live.
Volatile continues to rise to the top of the crop. Last year, he was the #2 freshman sire of Grade 1 stakes horses behind McKinsey and #2 by winners behind Vekoma. He currently ranks ahead of Medaglia d'Oro, Nyquist, Quality Road, Constitution, and Warfront by percentage of black-type performers. His newest graded stakes winner is Tip Top Thomas, who established a new track record in the G3 $300,000 Indiana Derby. Volatile. Think fast.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Folsom from last to first in the Met win. And Folsom is flying to the finish.
Folsom is taking the front and Folsom kicks for home.
And Folsom sticks his neck out and runs to the wire. It is Folsom!
It's Folsom in front, and Folsom wins the Governor's Stakes.
Grayson Jockey Club Research Foundation was formed in 1940 with a simple goal: to raise funds for research to enhance the health and soundness of horses. Since then, we've provided millions of dollars to hundreds of projects at universities around the world, leading to major advances in welfare. Our process of selecting and producing peer-reviewed research has become the trusted industry standard. And with your help, we'll be here for many years to come, supporting the health and wellness of all horses.
And they're off at Saratoga.
Whitney week at the spa. This is Saratoga Live on a gorgeous Wednesday afternoon. Great to have you with us on Fox Sports 2, a warm one on this day 15 of the 162nd season. Saratoga Racecourse, the July place to be until Friday, and then we'll sing a different tune alongside handicapper Jonathan Kinchin, champion jockey Richie Migliore. I'm Lafitte Pinkai, off and running in this pick 6, the big carryover. Just had an 8-1 shot in the second leg to spice things up. Late pick 4 just around the corner. Get started in the 6th. About 15 minutes to post. Richie, included in the sequence is the Bruce Johnston, the feature on this Wednesday afternoon. Let's start there first and why there's a race that lives in his honor.
Well, he was a tremendous horse trainer to begin with. He worked for the Phipps family before he went out on his own, training for Venezuelan owner Villa Blanca Stable. Trained a great secretary who wanted to be in the dam of Gone West, amongst many others. Then he went to work for the New York Racing Association. And Lafitte, I was always friends with him, but our friendship went to a whole nother level. Because when I went to work for NYRA, I shared an office with Bruce, and he was like a big brother. As good a horseman as he was even better human being, wow. Just a tremendous individual, and a lot of really heart-to-heart talks. And, you know, if you guys know me, well, you didn't know me when I was riding. I could be a bit more mercurial. Even though I'm calmer now, he used to give me proper perspective on things.
You're the nicest guy I've ever met. What are you talking about?
You didn't ride with me.
every time I talk to you, I almost cry. What are you saying?
Back when he was hangry and riding, a little different. The Johnstone, and in his name, legacy and life honored today at Saratoga. The Wednesday feature coming up. Field for the Johnstone. Major changes, key scratches. The speed on paper is gone. Distance change this year, 7/8. Instead of a mile. New York bred fillies and mares. Number 8, Sterling Silver, last year's Johnstone winner, 5-2. Morning line favorite. JK, this was her last win. This was 3 starts back, downstate in the Biagio's Rose. JK, Sterling Silver wears down Sweet Brown Sugar in the mud.
I think if you make a decision based on this race, it could lead you down the wrong path. I like Sterling Silver. She was odds on. She had a perfect trip. She was supposed to win, and she did. Don't look at that race when you're trying to make a decision about whether she's going to win this one. Mm-hmm. Look at the races surrounding that race.
She's so consistent, right? And while she blew out the opposition last year in the Johnstone, Richie, my question for you is her competition today. Like, how much tougher is the task this time around as she tries to defend that title a year later?
I don't think it's that much tougher. I think what makes it tougher for her is the lack of speed, because she is more of a closing type. And I just, you know, with the scratches, where's the real speed coming from? Where I think that aids certainly my main squeeze, who, especially with Luis Saez, has shown speed at times and has been chasing fast paces against much better.
The Johnstone Wednesday feature, race number 8, post time around 5:14 Eastern. Still so much great racing coming your way this summer at Saratoga. If you haven't signed up, we invite you to do so. NYRABets.com. When you sign up, use that promo code SPA200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world to start winning today. Join now at NYRABets.com. Up next, always exciting, Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. Brought to you by Spendthrift Farms, 6-time reigning champion, General Sire Into Mischief. Sire of this year's Kentucky Derby, Belmont, and Jim Dandy winner, Sovereignty. The field, 2-year-old fillies. 5.5 furlongs on grass. Maiden special weight, new restrictions, wide open. Santina, 3-1 favorite with about 11 minutes to post. As we welcome in Maggie Wolfenthal to the broadcast, standing by, like right behind us in the paddock, observing these 2-year-old fillies. Maggie, what are they showing you? What is Santina showing you, the lukewarm favorite?
Well, Lafitte, I just had to dodge number 6, Pisces Moon, who is being very bad to saddle. So now here I'm with my cameraman. But luckily, number 1, Santina, was avoiding all of that. She was being saddled right over behind you guys on the number 3 tree, which is where Wesley Ward typically. Whoa! Okay. Yep, we're having a lot of troubles here. We are having a
lot of troubles here in the paddock because Santina just went up and over. So I'm going to reserve judgment on Santina and move on to the next horse. Let's go to number 2. That is Mackinac, whom I'm just going to peek over my shoulder, make sure she's behaving herself, which she is, thankfully, because I really like Mackinac here for trainer Rusty Arnold. I do like what she has been showing in the mornings as well. You can check that out on the Kentucky Thoroughbred Racing Association website, their workouts, as she has been preparing for this at Keeneland. She's the daughter of one of my favorite 2-year-old sires in Twirling Candy. At the Dam, she did win first time out as a 3-year-old, but that was on the dirt. Now, there isn't much turf production, and considering that I've liked her workouts on the dirt, she just seems like one that has a lot of try in her, a lot of determination. She's been working inside and in amongst horses, and she just kind of puts her ears flat back and puts her head out and tends to dominate them in the mornings. Now, please behave yourself. But she is very athletic. So what I'm getting to is seems counterintuitive that Rusty Arnold enters her for the turf. But looking at her, I see where he's going with this. She has very slack pasterns, very flat foot on her, and I really feel as though that she should be effective in this spot. Lafitte, as I don't, as of now, have an update on number 1, Santina, but it does look as though they are taking the tack away overall, and I believe she might be a late scratch here. I'll update you in a moment.
It feels, Richie, like that's what's happening in this procedure with Santina having fell right behind us. Did you happen to see what happened?
Yeah, I mean, it was actually a very gentle kind of fall. She just lost her balance, kind of went down sideways. She didn't bang her head or anything, but in New York, a horse turns themselves over, loses their balance, and falls down. They're an automatic scratch. Now, it's not official yet, but the fact that they took the tack off, the blinkers off, leads me to believe that that will be the case.
Yeah, it seems like it's only not official because they're still walkie-talkieing about what's happening. It looks like she's walking in the direction without her tack to go home. So we'll see, as you guys said, officially, but.
And good to see. We're not vets. We're looking at the same thing our viewers are, the filly on screen, as she looks no worse for wear, given her fall. Yeah, so still waiting for an official announcement. You see what we're seeing regarding Santina. And Maggie, there's another filly on our monitors now. Well, what can you tell us about Blanchette, the first-time starter?
I like the name, obviously, being a daughter of Oscar Performance, assumably named for Kate Blanchett. But she has a lot of precocity and a lot of turf in her family. The Dam, she was a stakes-winning turf sprinter. She won first time out as a 2-year-old, and 2 of the 3 siblings have won at first asking, though they did not win on the turf. But looking at Blanchette, she looks incredibly well meant for this surface. She does lack a little bit of a hind end to her. So despite the pedigree saying that shorter is probably best, she actually looks like a filly that would benefit from getting more ground. But I feel like I've seen Graham Motion do this before. You know, we've seen this movie play out where he's able to get them to win at 5.5 first time out, and then he's able to kind of have them develop into horses that eventually can perform well at a longer distance. Now, she comes in here fit. She is strong as well, and I like the way that she's kind of puffed herself up since getting that tack on. So showing an element of professionalism yet eagerness to get out to the racetrack. Now we'll move on to a filly who has experience. That's number 9, Street Sue. She has shown an abundance of speed as we are getting that official announcement from track announcer Frank Miramati that number 1, Santina, is a late scratch. She's already making her way back to her barn right now. But talking about Street Sue, I watched her workout on the turf last time out. She was outside of a mate. She went 2 lengths clear around the turn of that while not being asked. She let her workmate get up next to her again, and then without being asked, accelerated away in the gallop out. Now, a lot of times I find it's easier for these horses to maintain and carry out their speed on the turf course. So I think she might have an easier time of doing such. She has an incredibly flat foot to her. She looks like a turf sprinter here through and through for Mel Giddings. I find her incredibly interesting, despite Lafitte not having that much of a pedigree.
Street Sue, 6-1, Maggie. Yeah, we figured as much regarding Santina. She was headed to leave the paddock, and you have to wait for the announcement, right? So it was finally announced that she is out of this 6th race. And for our viewers that don't necessarily follow day-to-day, Richie, how common this is with 2-year-olds with little to no, or in this case, that was her first time she had done this in the afternoon.
Yeah, and she just kind of reared up, and there's a tipping point. A horse gets up too high and they lose their balance, and that's what happened to her. It wasn't a big dramatic move, but in New York, out of an abundance of caution, horses like that are automatically scratched. There'll be another day.
And dramatically changes the complexion of the race. She was the 3-1 favorite, was Santina. She's out. Mackinac in, pictured the BBN Racing debuting filly.
I got to tell you, when I saw BBN, I saw Rusty Arnold, I saw Twirling Candy, I saw Philly, I thought Concrete Rose. Doesn't have a lot to do with anything, but that's what I thought.
Star Turf filly. There's the aforementioned Blanchette.
Yeah, Philly, that the mare was a stakes winner, turf sprinting, so that's always a good sign.
Snowface Princess, well backed in her debut, just out-sprinted in the mud.
Sibling won first time sprinting on the turf. This horse took a lot of money on debut, adding blinkers now.
Actus, Joe Pallidis' first-time starter.
Half to Evelyn Lynn, a stakes winner on turf. She was by Wicked Strong, who's by Hardspun. This one's by Hardspun, so they're really closely related.
21-1, Sean Bridgman aboard. Then Pi Phi, the Chief Horse Futures first-time starter. There she is in Kendrick Carmouche.
Not taking any money on the board. We look for the board to help us with these firsters.
Carmouche looking to go back-to-back. Then Lima, the Glen Hill Farm, debuting homebred at 10-1. Jose Lascano aboard. There are those familiar Glen Hill Silks.
You mentioned those silks, Lafitte. Fun fact, Google Alberto VO5, and it looks just like the bottle of the silks. It's my favorite.
Glen Hill. Then the 9, Street Sue, who Maggie was just discussing.
Yeah, I like that turf work. She's shown really good speed in both her starts, and we've seen a theme here. Horses with experience getting the best of it in these 2-year-old races.
Doesn't work for Sharp Mindset. Her first career start, Royal Steed Racing, first-time starter.
David Era going to the best morning line maker in the country, in my opinion. He had this horse at 7-2. With the scratch of the 1, drifts up to 6-1. I am screaming ice cold.
2-year-old filly, Spendthrift, 2-year-old race of the day. Late pick 4 begins here. There you see the favorite. Revving up the afterburners, JK and Snowface Princess. You mentioned the money that she took on her debut. Yes, she was bet. And just a matter of her being, out-sprinted in the mud. Today she gets to try grass.
Money in your debut screams one thing, and it's talent. You don't know what it means. You just know that the horse has talent. They've either worked well in the morning, they're being highly touted by their trainer. Everyone knows the horse has talent. Now, they run on that day on a sloppy racetrack on the dirt. They don't run well. Now, that talent was questioning it now. But when they switch surfaces, they do something different, maybe the talent can wake back up. Now, I'm saying maybe. At 5-2, I have no interest in maybes at 5-2. Maybes at 11-1, those are cool, but not at 5-2.
Fletcher and a rod.
Fletcher and a rod. She's a half to Strut Her Stuff, who was a 2-time winner on turf. By Midshipman. When I think of Midshipman, now he's a very versatile stallion. I think of Lady Shipman, who was a very, very good stakes winner on turf sprinting.
And the mother of Golden Pal.
Well, there you go. Who's also was a good turf sprinter. So, I think the pedigree is kind of pointing her in that direction. And just getting back to what Jonathan said, when they take that much money on debut, that means they've impressed in the morning, in their workouts, in their training. So maybe it just didn't translate to dirt racing. Now we get on the turf. Maybe we'll see a truer indication of her real talent.
She's second to one of those Mongolian Saturday horses in the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint 15 at Keeneland, Lady Shipman. Does that sound familiar at all?
Sounds amazing.
Sounds something.
You know what we're going to do? This is my favorite thing to do. I've done this before on podcasts. You just talk really slow, and eventually, by the time Maggie gives it back to us, we'll have the answer for it.
There you go. Well, case in point. Right now, to Maggie with more on Snowface Princess, the favorite, Maggie.
I was trying to think of who it was. It wasn't Mongolian Saturday, was it? But I was very fond of Lady Shipman, that's for sure, as we'll take a look at Snowface Princess. And I generally love midshipmen's sprinting on the turf, as this one did debut on the main track, a sealed main track. She just seemed so green, and while she broke well on the inside, she was totally out-sprinted, shuffled back to last around the turn, but then she picked up the pieces through the stretch down on the inside. Now, a race that Prince of Broadway came back, who finished third that day, and ran a 60 by her. But the problem is, she's 5-2, where the horse that finished in front of her, number 9, Street Sue, is 6-1. And I honestly prefer, from looks, especially with that workout backing her up, Street Sue, as the picks would indicate here. So she does add a pair of shortcut cheater blinkers, and I get it's connections that are making this price low with Rod Ortiz and Todd Pletcher, whom I wholeheartedly respect. But just based upon appearances, I do prefer the 9. And there's nothing really wrong with Snowface Princess. She just doesn't look that convincing. I didn't love her warm-up per se. We'll see how she does here. And I like the fact that Street Sue has more speed, perceivably on paper. On to some more first-time starters. Number 5, Actus, as Richie brought up, 3/4 sister to Evelyn, however you want to say that. But I like her workout coming in here at Churchill. She was leading a mate on the inside. She was going so easily, while the workmate did look a little bit overmatched. But I also like the fact that while she is definitely meant for the turf, she remained on the bridle throughout, even through the gallop out, and to complete that half mile in 48-1, which is a good time. But as I always say, turf horses tend to handle the Churchill Downs strip quite nicely. She's just been a little green. She's a little bit, not, I don't want to say underdeveloped, but just looks as though she'll benefit from a race physically and mentally. So we'll take the wait and see approach, but she is a generous 12-1 as of now. And then number 10, Sharp Mindset. I kind of thought the same thing that JK thought. This horse could be a lot shorter than this 5-1. Going out for Joe Sharp, who's on this tear here. And look, I didn't mind the workout on the turf 2 back with a horse that's entered here tomorrow by the name Oscar's Encore. Joe himself was aboard Sharp Mindset. She looked to be lugging in a little bit, but then when she got straight, she kind of held the advantage throughout. She's just another one that looks as though she'll benefit from a race. Maybe not the most, strong. It still looks very babyish overall. Some development to be had. So I'm going to side with experience here, Lafitte, but I think number 2, that is Mackinac for Rusty Arnold, will be incredibly dangerous.
Mackinac still looking here. Sharp Mindset, and aptly named filly, the first-time starter trained by Joe Sharp. Richie Sharp sitting on a milestone, 998 victories and counting.
It's really remarkable how people, jockeys, trainers, roar up to milestones and almost seem to pause there for a little while. I know I got to 3,999 and had to wait a week to finally get it done.
I would imagine that 974 to 975 might have taken a couple weeks, but no one noticed.
Felt like it happened here at Saratoga for Sharp, is the way his barn's been going. Time for this late pick 4 from Saratoga. Post time for the 6th. Final check of the toe board reading 5-2 on Snowface Princess. Frank Mirmati with the remainder of the load and call race 6 live from Saratoga.
Afternoon, Lafitte. Here is Sharp Mindset for Joe Sharp. Going at. They're in the gate. And they're off. And Street Sue is very quick. Opens up 2 lengths just like that. Sharp Mindset comes away in second. And Snowface Princess is third. Mackinac 4 off the pace in fourth. Lima's racing in mid-pack. She is on the outside of Actus. Blanchett is on the inside of her with 9 lengths to come into the far turn. At the back of the field, Pi Phi is racing next to Pisces Moon. 21-2, Street Sue leads the way. Sharp Mindset moves to engage. These two arrive at the top of the stretch with Snowface Princess angling to the outside for the drive now. In behind them, Mackinac is next, followed by Lima They're in the final furlong, and here's Snowface Princess running a little bit erratically, but coming to take the lead. Mackinac in the center of the course is finishing with big strides. Snowface Princess 3 lengths in front, and Snowface Princess hand-ridden to a clear-cut victory. Mackinac solid second. Blanchett on the scene late. Photo fourth between Actus and Sharp Mindset.
A brush, a bump, maybe some trading of paint, but a smile there from trainer Todd Pletcher. You saw Arado Ortiz, Snowface Princess, going away. Impressive in the Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. Richie, what happens in the stretch?
Yeah, watch Snowface Princess. Looks like she maybe take a half a step in right coming up in here and kind of just brushed with the 10, but the 10 might overreact it a bit, put the 9, and it wound up taking the path of Blanchett, who was rallying towards the inside. She wound up for third. Honestly, it looked more like green 2-year-old stuff and nothing that, in my mind's eye, would warrant a change.
Don't ask me, Lafayette. If I had a question, I would call Richie and ask him what he thought.
Will the stewards allow a little more of that sort of thing in the stretch when you're dealing with 2-year-olds who aren't going to run as straight and true as other more experienced horses?
Well, I think they will if riders are making an effort. And you saw there, Irad Ortiz instantly straightened up when his horse brushed with his brother's horse, the 10, Sharp Mindset. But it was more that I think the 10 overreacted to that brush. That was something an older horse, they would have brushed, they would have held their path better. She kind of stepped away from it.
No sign of an inquiry or an objection. 4-2-3-5, and for trainer Todd Pletcher, the first 3 weeks of the meet. For a guy who's captured 14 training titles at Saratoga, there was many of them starts just like this. He's right there now, I believe, 1 clear of Chad Brown in the trainer standings, I believe. Meantime, there it is. The inquiry sign is up.
Well, they're looking at it, and rightfully they should. Again, me watching it, I didn't think that it was enough there to warrant any kind of a change. The horse that was affected most, though, was the third-place finisher, Blanchett, because you see her with the white face rallying along the inside. Now watch, this happens. Now watch how they come over and they take her space. But I don't blame the winner as much as I do the 10-horse overreacting and the 9-horse overreacting to it. These are just young green horses reacting to that.
The thing that, as a horse player who's never sat in the room when the stewards are making their decisions and talking to you guys the next day, one of the rules that I do know for sure is, did the foul cause someone to lose a position? Did it affect the order of finish?
Sure.
And I would say that whatever happened with the 4 did affect the order of position.
Because it probably affected the 3.
You're saying that the third-place finisher, Richie, was impacted most.
Yes.
Which probably puts Team Snowface Princess in a worse position or easier for the stewards to pull the trigger for a DQ.
True, but I still, watching that head-on, feel like the 10 overreacted and in turn the 9 overreacted. Watch when the actual impact on the 4, the third-place finisher, happens. I mean, the 3. Watch right here. They're going to come together. Whoop, whoop. Now he pulls off. He's away from them when they take that ground. So he may have started that little bit of initial contact, but it was the overreaction of the 2 horses that were tiring inside of him that created the problem for the 3-horse.
It's probably too much of a chain reaction to make a change, but I will say that if someone told me that the 4s coming over had an effect on the order of finish, I would say you are correct.
I don't think it was the 4 that caused the most problem, though. Yes, took the initial step in. They brushed. Irad pulled off immediately. He was very responsible about it. Then the other 2 horses continued to react to the original minor contact at best. That's the way I see it. This, to me, is Rubbins racing. It happened.
One more look at the head on here.
And again, now it's really important to keep an eye on the 9 and the 10. Blue silks, yellow silks, or green cap. They come in here. Whoop. Irad straightens up. Now they come over and take her ground about 3 strides after that initial brush. I'd have a hard time taking this down. I'd be surprised.
Very different than other sports where you're not going to have a conversation from the referee and discuss things with the wide receiver and a defensive back and talking about whether or not a flag should be picked up for pass interference, that kind of thing. That's what's happening right now. The racing officials having conversations with all the jockeys involved, JK.
Yeah, I mean, look, just to keep in mind, if you are involved with any multi-race wagers and you had the Wesley Ward runner that was scratched, you will get the post-time favorite. And the way I see it on the board, it's 5-2, but I do believe the 4 is the actual favorite. I know that they're both listed at 5-2, but it's all about dollars and cents. The 4 is the actual favorite. So if you had the 1, you're rooting for the 4 to not come down.
Another look, deep stretch, Snowface Princess, 4-2-3-5 for the time being. And the riders, if you're, who is that there? Is that Jose Ortiz? Okay, so his brother won the race, or Rod. There's Jose Ortiz's brother. If you're Jose, Richie, what are you telling the stewards?
Well, I mean, I think you got to set aside the fact that it's your brother out there. I mean, you're out there competing, and we've seen how hard they compete against each other. You're just trying to lay out the facts. But honestly, this is the whole idea of jockeys talking to stewards. As Chris Elliott now gets his turn to talk to the stewards, human nature, you're always going to defend your position. It's akin to the referee throws the flag, pass interference. He's not going to go ask the defender, hey, did you wait till he touched the ball before you hit him? And he's not going to ask the receiver, hey, did he hit you before the ball got there? What are you going to say? You're going to see it or say it the way you want it to be. Now, it sounds hypocritical coming from me because I like to talk to the stewards when I was riding. I'd give them a story. Mary had a little lamb, and, Judge, he touched my horse's hip, and she got off balance. He turned me out, but I'm going to come up with a story. And there is no change, and honestly, I believe that was 100% the right call. But they really should just go on the videotape. You shouldn't let personalities or the way somebody speaks get involved in this.
They took a look, no change. And here, Snowface Princess, 5-2, who was the post-time favorite, defeats Mackinac, Blanchette, Actis, 4-2-3-5, Pletcher, Ortiz, Strike. In the Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day, Snowface Princess in the 6th. We'll be right back.
Twirling Candy, proving Lane's End's stallion-making tradition. Twirling Candy has seen success on the track and in the sales ring, siring multiple Grade 1 winners and millionaires, including Exalted, Ice Cream U Scream, AG Bullet, and Fian, and reaching 7-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. Twirling Candy, a leader of his generation.
back to Saratoga Live on a nice, warm, sunny day this Wednesday as it goes to the, I suppose, ironically named Snowface Princess. She had experience, she had a Rod Ortiz, and she also has Todd Pletcher. And Todd, a little experience switching to the turf and putting the blinkers on seemed like the winning combination.
Yeah, it did. You know, she ran it okay first time out. We felt like she might improve on the turf. Just kind of looking around a little bit, so we took our best shot.
Still not without a little bit of controversy. They did put the inquiry sign up. At the end of the day, I always feel like we always see this with these young horses.
Yeah, you know, they're lightly raced, most of them. She kind of overreacted a little bit when Irad hit her right-handed. She drifted in, kind of simultaneously. Inside horse was drifting out, but I thought, you know, she was clearly the best. So I'm glad they didn't make any changes.
Gonna go back to back here, have War Officer coming up next. A horse that doesn't have that much early speed, but at least lands in a spot where, as far as class, he definitely fits.
Yeah, he definitely fits. We'll hopefully work our way over from an outside draw and save some ground. I think that's always key in these three-turn races. And he always shows up and runs hard.
You had a busy morning. I heard a new episode of Cart Talk. I don't want to steal your thunder, JK, but it's an interesting one.
Yeah, it was JK, Chad Brown, and I touring the backside of Oklahoma, chatting a little bit.
Yeah, I heard you had a good line that didn't make it on tape.
I did, but I don't want to spoil it. JK said he'd get it in there, so.
All right, well, JK, I'll let you take it away from the Hall of Famer here.
How much can you share with us?
Oh, my God, it was so good. I've never been so mad the cameras weren't rolling. So, anyways, they drove. I sat in the back. You'll figure that out tomorrow. The golf cart we got, Eric Donovan, it pulls to the left like bad. I mean bad to the left. And I said, Todd, it pulls to the left bad. And he looks at Chad and he said, like Sierra Leone. But, I mean, they both went. It was very fun.
Good.
That's very, great. Very fun. Very cool.
Always a good idea to put your boss on blast on national television, by the way.
Yeah, he's going to text me in a second.
Make sure and tune in for that. A Cart Talk tomorrow. Chad Brown, Todd Pletcher. With that win, Todd Pletcher won. Clear of Chad Brown. I guess, Richie, it's a little bit surprising. Here we are, and it's almost August, and it's a Todd Pletcher in the lead in the chase for an Alan Jerkins training title of Chad Brown. We're getting towards halfway into the meet.
Well, Todd already owns 14 training titles here in Saratoga. He's not going quietly into that good night.
You got that right.
And, you know, I thought that was interesting, too, because Angel Cordero, 14 riding titles in total here in Saratoga, and I know how close he and Todd are. I just found that really interesting that they both have 14 at the moment.
Since 1998, 26 years have passed. 21 training titles have been given away here to Chad or Todd.
Wow. Incredible. The domination continues. Our coverage on this Wednesday afternoon continues with that long, competitive, long-distance turf race. Plus, that was only a matter of time. Richie's Ride of the Week goes by way of the 5-time Eclipse Award winner, Rod Ortiz, leading rider at the Spa again, largely in part because of rides like this. Stay tuned.
Arabian Night has won the Pacific Classic. Jackie's Warrior so fast.
Win and you're in, federal judge.
And Charlatan is going to run them off their feet. Leads to win the Kentucky Derby.
Obliteration is a star.
Our shot gets the win. These two juveniles going at it. Longest at 14.
Journalism has won the Preakness Stakes.
This is my Oaklawn.
The Saratoga sale and the Preakness have been synonymous over the last 3 years, starting with National Treasure in the 2023 Preakness, a graduate of the 2021 Saratoga sale. Then you go to 2022. That Saratoga sale featured Seize the Gray, that became the last of the 15 Triple Crown winners for the Hall of Famer and the late, great D. Wayne Lucas. The 2023 sale closed out the trifecta with journalism. He's been a great racehorse from the first time he set foot on the racetrack. In fact, his mother, Mopatism, was also a graduate of the Saratoga sale, building upon the foundation of decades and decades of top-class horses coming from the Saratoga sale. Not only sires, but then eventually the dams of these top-notch racehorses as well. It only further shows the depth of quality and class that we have over the many decades of success at Saratoga.
I'm so pleased to be here with Irad Ortiz. And Irad, you've been riding in spectacular form the entire Saratoga meeting. But last week, one ride stood out to me, and that was on the filly Proctor Street for Brendan Walsh. And you had a big favorite, Tax Implication, and every move you made was just perfect. So I want to run the race and have you kind of walk me through it, and we'll talk about it as we go.
No problem, Richie. I talked to a trainer before the race, and he says, well, trying to teach the filly to relax. He's been keen all the time, and I thought the post position he was not the best for us, but I don't want to be on her mouth early. I don't want to hustle out of there any position. I don't want to take back, like start fighting. We're in the first part of the race, so I let him be back up to me, probably the more smooth way as I can, and it worked out great because they came out running inside of me. She broke good, but she come back to me so well. I just take a nice hold, smooth, and she listened to me, so that was great. I was available to be on the fence in the first turn. The whole turn, I saved all the ground, and she don't try to do anything that I don't want to.
And now here into the far turn, you've got the big favorite, Tax Implication, right outside of you. And it seemed to me like you were intent on shadowing her.
I mean, I just try to hold my ground and at the same time try to make the 5-horse Tax Implication stay out there and probably make the word for me, the dirty word, like try to make her move.
Yeah, she made the path for you.
Early and give me a good target. And I know she can give me take me to the quarter pole, and she did. Obviously, I was hoping when I really asked her, she give it to me, and she did. She took off as soon as I hit clear, and I went a little aggressive on her. She gave me like 10 strikes, like good turn of foot for 10 strikes, and that's really nice. No, not too many horses do that.
This ride embodied all the best things about race riding. You were smart, you were patient, your hands, your finish. You, my friend, for Ride of the Week, did it with style.
Thank you.
All in a day's work, a ride, all in a day's work. The Ride of the Week presented by My Racehorse. Be part of a legacy. Every rider at Saratoga aiming to join these three: Kendrick, Carmouche, Christopher Elliott, Irad Ortiz, Richie. And like, this can't be easy considering we're talking about like 50 or so races a week and having to narrow it down to just one.
Aside from the fact that I can be bought, no, kidding aside, this week was actually easy. As soon as I watched this ride on Proctor Street with Irad, I knew instantly that was the ride. She's a filly that can be a little difficult at times, wants to get a little keen. That makes it difficult for the rider to, execute things the way he wants to. You got a 1,000-pound animal having other ideas. He got it to settle so beautifully into his hands. That nifty move to the rail in the first turn from the far outside post, so he saved all that ground. And my contention is you can lose ground on one turn, not two turns, unless you're so much the best. Then, not overcommitting to the inside, allowing Flavien Prat to make the first run, clearing the path, following him, and then the way he finishes on horses. I mean, he's as good a finisher. We're blessed in New York. There are so many strong finishers, but I thought all of his amazing skills were on full display in this one ride.
Amazing. Two of those three. I was sitting next to him when he called it, when they crossed the wire. That's my ride of the week. You called it sitting next to me.
That one, there was
it did
no
take,
doubt.
Yeah, it took no time.
No. Who will take home Week 4 honors? We'll find out. Richie's Ride of the Week here at Saratoga with horses in the paddock in this upcoming 7th race, about 10 minutes out. Kind of a mini marathon here. 3 turns on grass. You see the field and updated odds. And Cognoscenti, 4-1. War Officer, the current favorite, 5-2. But let's start, Maggie, with Cognoscenti. What are you seeing in the paddock?
And it's an odd race, Lafitte, in which, generally speaking, in these types of quote-unquote marathon turf races, you have horses that do have experience traveling this far, but in this race, you really don't. And Cognoscenti here is one that does. Now, it was only the 3rd race of his career. He finished 4th that day, but I think we're seeing a horse that's more well-developed, is a lot fitter, and really more than capable of handling the 1 3/8 here yet again. He looks fabulous in the paddock. Definitely the pick of the paddock based upon physical appearances and overall demeanor too. Now he has the cotton in his ears, but he is a cool customer as far as his time here in the saddling stall, in front of the saddling stall, and in the paddock overall. So I think Cognoscenti definitely deserves another try here at this 1 3/8. And furthermore, that was at Gulfstream with those really tight turns that seem to favor horses that do sit more forwardly placed. Moving on to number 2, Salted Caramel. He's a bit of a new face in here, but one that I think that this distance is well within his wheelhouse, going out for Kerry Bryan. And last time out, when he shipped to Ellis Park, he was caught 4 to 5 wide. In the first turn, he remained that way. He just gave up so much ground throughout. And before that, he was coming off the back of a win at Delaware Park. Now, obviously, you get a little bit of a class test here at Saratoga for sure, but the fact that he lost all that ground yet stayed on evenly, I think says that this horse should respond favorably to this stretch out in distance. He looks it too, and he's another one that's very relaxed in the paddock, whereas I can't say the same for a horse who's coming in here first off the claim, who is taking some money. That's Kigali, whom I think is more of a turf horse. But this is a stretch for this guy, whom just does not possess the mental fortitude it takes to harness, relax, get in a rhythm. He is so high strung. And, you know, last time Phil Bauer and his team, they saddled him on the walk. Today, they tried to put him in the saddling stall. He was having none of that. He exploded out of the stalls. They then did him down with the outriding pony. Look, he, for me, is just one that if you're getting a good price and you like him, fine. I think he is definitely a turf horse. This is just not his distance, Lafitte.
First ever starter at Saratoga for the Saratoga Dreams Racing LLC, and they are fired up. But they have to beat that horse, that gelding. War Officer, 2-1. Riders up, post parade in the 7th race coming up with trainer Miguel Clement. Terrific first 3 weeks of the meet. Live runner in the 7th, Cognoscenti, ridden by Arad. Last Sunday, how good was La Mahana in the Glens Falls?
In this country, we believe in what we're made of. Grit. Drive. The will it takes to be different. We've been called to serve this great land. Because we were made for this.
Welcome back. Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2. As always, coverage brought to you in part by Hill and Dale at Alapa. Post-parade for the 7th Brigade Commander pictured here, a winner 4th of July Racing Festival.
Yeah, 4th of July Racing Festival. Let's not forget how that turf course was playing. I think this horse is live in here. Question about the distance.
Laid back salted caramel, followed by out of Waterbury. John Velasquez takes over.
Yeah, I mean, horse can win. I'm just not crazy about this one off that last trip.
Kigali and Ricardo Santana.
The question is, will this horse see out the mile and 3 furlongs? He's been sprinting more than routing lately.
The Paddock Pastor, farthest he's raced.
The Paddock Pastor? It's got to be Maggie, right? Amen.
Cognoscente. 2-1, 4-1 make it with Rod Ortiz looking to go back-to-back.
Yeah, rallied mildly into a pretty fast pace last time. It's going to have to improve. Will the distance be the equalizer?
Favorite, War Officer.
Best on paper in here. I just feel like a little bit shorter of a price than I would prefer.
Dillinger's second start lifetime on grass.
Improved on grass, but that was sprinting on turf. How is that going to translate to the mile and 3 furlongs true marathon distance?
Arctic Outbreak just won in the mud at Delaware.
I could use an Arctic Outbreak right now. It's a little toasty.
Little bit. That's the field. 7th race, 3 minutes out. War Officer, Luis Saez, current 5-2 favorite. This was his last turf marathon appearance. Late February, Gulfstream Park, 1.5 mile maiden race, Jonathan. War Officer, like, he doesn't win, but runs very well.
Yeah, he ran well. He didn't break all that great. He ran well enough in there. The problem is he doesn't have a lot of early speed. When you have horses like this that are short prices without a lot of early speed, they're hard to trust because everything's got to go their way. It's not like there's a ton of pace in here that's going to set up better than it did for him in here. But he's definitely the best, most consistent horse on paper. But at 5-2, I don't wonder if there's a little bit of a better option.
Warming up is War Officer, then number 1, Brigade Commander. Jonathan likes him a little bit today, currently 3-1. His latest, early July, right here, Brigade Commander. Richie stalks, pounces, overhauls the leaders, and wins nicely.
Yeah, Jonathan pointed something out to me, that this horse spent more time on the outside, which was not the best portion of the course. Inside horses were having the best of it. And he got it done. He got it done powerfully. My question, which is the same question for several of the horses in here, is how much is he really going to want a 1.3 mile furlongs? He opened a clear lead going 1 mile and a furlong, just a bit longer than what he did winning last time, and he didn't see it out. Can he see out that extra 5/16 of a mile he's going to have to encounter?
The question. But he ran so much better than I think it looks on paper. I can't turn away to him worrying about whether or not he'll get the distance.
Made it look easy in the end. More on Brigade Commander. We check in with Maggie.
And he looks utterly fabulous. Between him and Cognoscente, I could have gone with either of them. But I understand what Jonathan's saying, and I do agree that you wanted to save ground that opening weekend. But on the flip side of that coin, I thought he got an ideal setup. There were 3 horses in a pastel, and he got a bit of pace to close into. He was able to kind of get over a little bit on the backside. Now, does that present a problem? Because he's a horse that has a quick run, or a short run, I should say, in that he needs a little pace to close into. Is it going to be as effective and significant stretching out in distance? Look, physically, he looks as though he should be able to handle it, and mentally, that's there too. It's well within his wheelhouse. It's just his style of running. He's not that even horse that clicks off those 12s and keeps cranking them out. I think there is a bit of a turn of foot in him. And is that effective at 1 3/8 miles? Next, we'll check in with your favorite, who is slightly holding steady. As such, number 7, War Officer. I don't know. I thought he looked way better in his June 21st effort physically. He was carrying more conditioning. He looked better in his coat. Today, he just looks a bit meh, to be honest, for lack of a better way to put it. I just kind of walked into the paddock with his head on the ground. He's perked up a bit on the track, definitely moved up a few spots when I saw him in the warm-up, but definitely underwhelmed me, and I'm splitting hairs because he's a short price. in the paddock, and we'll see what kind of trip he's able to pull. A horse that going shorter isn't very close. Now, number 5, the Paddock Pastor, he was aced in his last start, but that was on the dirt. He doesn't want any part of the dirt, as his former races would suggest too. He also acted up on the way over to the paddock and pulled a shoe. Today, so much more well-behaved, gets on this preferred surface, and the fact that Amelia brings him back on somewhat short rest speaks to me that he's doing well. Livy?
Paddock Pastor, 9-1 as they file in. 5-2. Brigade Commander, the favorite, trying to go back-to-back. We turn things over to Frank Mirmati with the call. Race 7 from Saratoga live on Fox Sports 2.
Here's Dillinger. Kigali goes in. Arctic Outbreak, the last one to load. Goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Salted Caramel is very fast, but so is Kigali, and Kigali is quicker and sprints clear. Dillinger is showing some early pace too, and just in behind them, Brigade Commander was in a tad tight, dropped back to 5th, passed now by Out of Waterbury, who takes that 4th position. The Paddock Pastor is 6 lengths off them. They're followed by Arctic Outbreak. Cognoscenti is next. On the outside comes War Officer as they come into the stretch for the first time. And it is a wide Dillinger who is battling it out with Kigali. Dillinger, Kigali, and just behind them, Salted Caramel sits in a good spot 3rd. Then Brigade Commander, Out of Waterbury, and the Paddock Pastor across the course. Another 2 back to Cognoscenti. Arctic Outbreak is 2nd to last, and War Officer is just outside of that rival. So into the clubhouse turn, and now the Paddock Pastor wants to come and pester Dillinger. And as a result, Kigali is allowed to sit 3 lengths, 4 lengths now off the pace. Then comes Salted Caramel racing on the inside of Out of Waterbury. Manny Franco and Brigade Commander now guided off the rail. Cognoscenti is matching strides with that one, and in fact went by. And in behind that group comes War Officer, 5 in front of Arctic Outbreak. 1 minute 14 and 1 for 6 furlongs down the back stretch. And it's Dillinger on the inside, the Paddock Pastor. The Paddock Pastor goes on now. Out of Waterbury takes 2nd. Dillinger is dropping out of it. Kigali in the red silks moves up, reclaims 2nd. Then Out of Waterbury. Brigade Commander is racing in between horses, 5 lengths off the lead. He's got some run and has 4 lengths to make up now. War Officer is next, being pushed along. Another 2 lengths back. Salted Caramel is at the back of the field as Dillinger drops to last. The Paddock Pastor turns for home. Brigade Commander comes out the pack now to try and chase. Out in the center, War Officer is finishing well. Kigali running a good race too. And Salted Caramel is coming back for more. It's Kigali, Salted Caramel, resurgent along the inside. Very interesting race for him as he tries to get to Kigali. Kigali, Salted Caramel, War Officer on the outside. Kigali. Santana won this on the back stretch. Salted Caramel 2nd. War Officer and Brigade Commander.
What a story. Saratoga Dreams Racing LLC, first ever starter here at Saratoga in their colors, and an upset triggered by Kigali in the 7th at the Spa. Wow.
There was a lot going on in this race, and congratulations to the connection. Saratoga Dreams Racing with Kigali, Horatio De Paz. This horse was in front. He allowed the 8 Dillinger to go. Then another horse made a run with Jose Ortiz, the the 5 horse, the Paddock Pastor. And this race just kept taking different shapes, right? And then here comes the 4, Kigali again. The 2 horse, nice, got the save ground, Salted Caramel. But Ricardo Santana won this race when he didn't, insist on holding his position. He allowed those other horses to make those early brush runs, and he just kept sitting, being patient, and Kigali gets it done. I tell you what, great job. This horse has been sprinting more than he's been routing, and now they say, well, I think he'll get a 1 3/8, and he did.
The claim.
Yeah, no, it's outstanding. This is one of the at least three wins I could think that Ricardo's won on a horse at 6-1, 7-1 or higher on the grass. For a rider who spends all his time at Oaklawn in the winter as a dirt rider. He's got a Breeders' Cup win on the grass. He's got, like I said, at least 3 wins at 5-1 or higher on the turf. And the one thing about Kigali, when you look back through as horse players, you try to find out what you missed. This horse did have one race at 9.5 furlongs, and it was a win, wire to wire.
But the claimed 10 days ago by Horacio de Paz in exiting a dirt sprint, immediately stretches him out. 1 3/8 on grass today. 9-1 in the end upset Kigali in the 7th at Saratoga. It's unreal.
Well, and he sprinted last time. He was head and head for the lead, 22-2. Now he's going to stretch out to 1 3/8. But one thing about it, when he was in front early past the stands the first time, he was as relaxed as a horse could be. And that's one of the many things about Ricardo Santana that makes him a rider that fits in with this colony. He's aggressive when it warrants it. He's a strong finisher, but he also gets horses to settle into his hands. And that's how he was able to allow those other horses to make those early moves, sit, and come with that late run. This was a tremendous win.
Kigali, Saratoga Dreams Racing LLC. They're going to enjoy this one, and we're going to enjoy that one. This Saturday, Clash of Champions in the Whitney. Fierceness, 2023 2-year-old champ. Travers winner, he's in. And Sierra Leone, last year's 3-year-old champ. Breeders' Cup Classic winner. The Whitney, Saturday on Fox.
They're coming down for the finish, and it is Silver State.
10-25, 10-25, at 25-35, 335,000.
Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks, boost your bankroll with weekly promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Greatest Honor has taken the lead now. Less than a quarter of a mile to go, and Greatest Honor starts to get away. Greatest Honor, he's an easy winner in the Holy Bull. And here he comes now. Greatest Honor finding his best stride right when he needs to, and he's going to run down, drain the clock to win the Fountain of Youth.
Welcome back, Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2, brought to you in part by Gainesway Power, Passion, Performance. What a performance, what a claim. And the quick turnaround, Horacio de Paz, Kigali, week and a half ago, sprinting on dirt. Here he is, going 1 3/8 on grass, and to the winner's circle, 21:60, JK.
Yeah, I mean, I'm actually a little bit sick to my stomach a little bit, because I'm looking down and I'm seeing that race at Keeneland back in 2023 to show this horse would appreciate a little bit more ground. It's okay. I mean, the horse has been going in the wrong direction, so I can forgive myself for not seeing it. But, man, he was impressive, the way that he got it done. And Ricardo Santana has also been impressive so far this summer.
To Maggie in the winner's circle.
I'm so pleased to be joined here by Bob McGeehan of Saratoga Dream Stable. And now Lafitte was teasing us. He never gave me the inside scoop on this being your first horse and your first colors, but tell us the story of how this all came to fruition.
Well, it all started in 1982 with Runaway Groom winning the Travers. The first time I was ever at Saratoga was seniors in high school. And I've now been to 41 straight Travers with my wife, my family. We now have 30 people coming. And it's always been my dream to walk down the path with the horses, which I did today. First time ever wearing our Saratoga silks, which are red and white, right? And, you know, I just can't believe it. Horatio did an unbelievable job. We claimed the horse, and he said, you know, we knew we wanted to go on the turf. And he said, this is the race that came up long. I don't know if, you know, he can get the distance, but we're going to give it a shot. And we did it. It's awesome.
I had my reservations, but well done, because I knew he was.
You were dissing us a little bit.
I was worried because he was being silly in the paddock, but that is usually him. But Ricardo, I mean, that was brilliant. The fact he got him to settle the way he did was so, you know, a master craftsman.
Right, I agree, and I think what was great is he had breezed that horse at Churchill last year, which I had no idea until we got in the paddock. And so he knew him a little bit, and when the 8 and the 5 went and he got to sit in the pocket there, if he can get the distance, I knew he had something left. And turning for home, I got real excited, and then the 2 started coming, and I started panicking, but he held on, and I'm still shocked that we're sitting here in the winner's circle, and I wish my wife would be here, Rosie. She's been with me the whole 40 years, and my kids, they're home with my grandson, my new grandson, so, but she's fired up, I'm sure, and I'm sure my phone's blowing up in here, but we'll talk to them later. I gotta talk to you now.
Well, I am honored to be the first person you talked to, but you took a little while getting to the winner's circle here. Did you not know your way? I'm kidding.
I watch the races from the top of the stretch, because that's the best vantage point in the track. We watch it there every race. And so I saw him, you know, I get to watch him turn it for home, see what's happening, and then I was looking for my partners and my buddies, but I thought they were out there. I couldn't find them. They were sitting in here waiting for me. So
they were ready. You
yeah.
made it, and massive congratulations. It has to be so exciting.
Oh, we're so excited to be here, and hopefully more good things to come for Saratoga Dreams Racing.
I would say so. Enjoy it, and congratulations to all your partners.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Well, dreams do come true, Lafitte, as Bob and his team get the first winner with the first horse that they claim.
Just a cool story. And whether you're talking about a graded stakes race or for them to celebrate that together in the Saratoga Winner's Circle, and that emotion, that excitement, just as a racing fan, that's just fun to watch.
Oh, this is great to watch, and you could see how fired up Bob was, and he's a little out of breath. I think he rode just as hard as Ricardo did, and he brought up that 1982 Travers, right? Runaway Groom got up with Jeffrey Fell because Conquistador Cielo, the big favorite with Eddie Maple, and Aloma's Rule of the Preakness winner, kind of got at each other, and they set it up for a closer, and everybody thought it would be Gato del Sol, that year's Derby winner, but no, it was Runaway Groom, and they made a fan for life there, and now a new owner.
Think about that. 41 Travers he's been to. Okay, I'm sure he's been to some other races as well, some other race days. That's the first time he's ever walked into the winner's circle as an owner.
Unreal.
Pretty crazy.
So excited beforehand, and I get to live that dream here at Saratoga. Fun story to follow, and best of luck and congratulations moving forward. We move forward to the Wednesday feature, the Johnstone. A lot of key scratches here. A lot of the faster horses are out. My main squeeze at 5-2. Sterling Silver looking to defend her title, 7-5 favorite with about 20 minutes to post. Of course, this weekend, all eyes on some of the finest older horses in the game with the Grade 1 Whitney. Dates back to 1928. Who was fastest? Lawyer Ron, whistling 9 furlongs in 146.64 in 07. Most wins, 2 horses have won it 3 times. Kelso, Discovery, 3 apiece. Most wins by an owner, 6 overall. Green Tree Stable from 1931 to 1958. Most wins by a jockey. Pat Day, Jerry Bailey with 5 apiece. That was Pat Day aboard Easy Goer. Most wins by a trainer, number is 5. John Gaver Sr. Fillies who have won the Whitney, 6 have done it. The Iron Mare, eventual horse of the year, Lady Secret, splashing her way to Whitney Glory. 9 winners have gone on to capture a Breeders' Cup event. Most recent, White Abario, Breeders' Cup Classic winner. A couple of years back, the championships. 29 Whitney winners have been crowned champion. Knicks Go, most recent. And Whitney winners named Horse of the Year. 12 is the number. Invasor in 2006. Whitney winners in the Hall of Fame. 22 total. Gun Runner winning the Whitney, and eventual Breeders' Cup Classic winner, the Whitney by the numbers. This year's field, America's Best Racing's Race of the Week. Deep, competitive, lots of talent. Breeders' Cup Challenge event, winning you're in for the Breeders' Cup Classic. $1 million purse. Todd Pletcher has entered a pair. Don't expect to see Mindframe compete. We do expect to see Fierceness, the 9-5 morning line favorite. JK, 2 races this year, sensational. Record-breaking in the Ali Sheba at Churchill Downs, and then defeated as the favorite in the Met Mile.
It's not often that I feel confident that I understand our four-legged friends, but I do feel like I understand Fierceness. Maggie's caught Johnny twice in an interview asking him last year and this year, and it's very clear to me that he does not like to be asked and then asked to be stopped. He wants to be free running, and what happens when you pop away with him and you grab onto him, he doesn't like it. He wants to be freewheeling, and I think that what happened in the Met Mile is from the inside position, they had to send him away from there to try to hold that position, and then Johnny tried to bring him back to him, and he didn't like it. He doesn't like it, and I think that that's not how he'll be ridden on Saturday.
Trainer Todd Pletcher and the damage he's done in the Whitney over the years, from Life is Good, cross traffic, lawyer run, left bank, seeking a 5th with Fierceness on Saturday. And then there's Sierra Leone. We talk about this clash of champions. Sierra Leone, last year's 3-year-old champ and Breeders' Cup Classic winner. Richie, in the performance of his career, the moment of his career, defeating Fierceness and company in last fall's Breeders' Cup Classic.
Listen, really nice horse. He's been his own worst enemy at times, although I see less of that lugging in, that propensity to want to hang to the left during his races. But in this Breeders' Cup, I think Fierceness was the best horse. They went 44 and change, going 1.25 miles. Fierceness was up on top of the pace, and Sierra Leone got an incredible pace to run into. He's a closing style. I don't see him getting that kind of pace here. I think that it's going to be an honest pace, but I think that Fierceness is just a better horse when he's good on the day.
Yeah, I mean, he did. He got a pace to close into in that Breeders' Cup Classic, but that was a pace that was set by Fierceness, and Fierceness ran really well despite that pace. When you see these entries, you're going to notice that there's like one of these things that doesn't seem like it fully belongs. And that's the 8-horse, also owned by Peter Brandt, recently owned by Peter Brandt, that I would imagine is in there to keep it honest. Doesn't always work.
Turn up the heat and the pace earlier to set the table for Sierra Leone. Maggie is with us. Maggie, then White Barrio, Whitney winner a couple of years ago. Can he reach back and find the stuff that we saw in that Whitney and in that Breeders' Cup Classic that fall?
Right, it's kind of like 2024 was, I don't know, a gimme year. Like, he just did not reach back and find the form that he had in 23. In the beginning of this year, it seems as though he's had. And what's interesting, as he does come out of a disappointing 4th place effort in that Met Mile, is what his trainer, Safi Joseph, has said, is that 2 turns is far more ideal for White Barrio, which is something I've had trouble kind of, grasping onto. But he says that he's a horse that likes to have that breather, the breather down the backside to kind of get his air, to find his rhythm, and he responds beautifully to it. So much like Fierceness, getting back around these 2 turns in the Whitney should help White Barrio's chances. Looks as though he's been training very well for the Safi Joseph barn, and we'll see if he can kind of make history. Lafitte, would he become the 4th repeat Whitney winner?
Right on cue, Maggie, the multiple winners of a Whitney. Commentator, Kelso, Discovery, as you saw by the numbers. How do you feel about White Barrio and his chances to potentially join that list should he take down the Whitney on Saturday?
I think that White Barrio is going to have to bring an A++ effort, and I'm just not 100% certain that he has him in him. I think he looks good training. I think, all systems are go. I just feel like Father Time might have caught up with him just a little bit. We all lose a half a step, and against this group, this is as deep a Whitney field as I can remember. Just don't think you can be a half a step behind.
When there's one really good horse and a bunch of other horses, I can see how a horse like White Barrio can win. When there's 2 really good horses, the idea that both of them aren't going to show up, to me, is hard for my brain to wrap around. White Barrio needs both of them not to show up, in my opinion, to win.
Loaded edition of the Whitney. What a terrific day of thoroughbred racing here as it becomes the August place to be, and the first Saturday in August in Fox Saratoga Saturday, where you can catch all of it from the Saratoga Special and the 2-year-olds, FanDuel 4-Star Dave, Saratoga Derby, the Test 3-year-old fillies, and the Whitney Fox Saratoga Saturday coming your way in just a few days. Horses in the paddock, the Johnstone coming up And there you see second choice, My Main Squeeze, to be ridden by Louis Saez. 2-1 second choice. The Wednesday feature next at John Stone on Saratoga Live.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
She feels more than pretty. She feels fantastic.
It is all She Feels Pretty.
Yet another grade 1 for this magnificent daughter of Caraconte.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Welcome back. Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2. Gearing up for the Wednesday feature. We'll discuss the race shape and how different it looks now after all of the defections and scratches. A lot of the heat, a lot of the speed, no longer part of the scenario. But My Main Squeeze is still in, and the current second choice, Maggie, My Main Squeeze, 2-1 here. Knocking heads with some of the best in the division. What's she showing you here in the paddock?
Yeah, and talk about class relief, Lafitte. She gets it here as she has had a steady diet of graded stakes action and back now with fellow New York bred, something that she doesn't often get to do for trainer Mike Maker. And looking at My Main Squeeze here in the paddock, I like what I see, as she is well muscled. She's just very strong. Now, she's been a bit tough to get the tack on, as you see her hind end, actually, because they're trying to keep her calm, get those blinkers on, get the rest of her race equipment on her, as she's just a little fired up. But then again, I'm not sure if I'm, I think we're actually having a potty break, actually. My Main Squeeze, I like the fact that she's fired up a little bit because the lack of pace, as you heard Lafitte say it, and the fact that she could lay close here, I think, is a feather in her cap. Now, number 4, Caldwell Loves Gold. She is more of a closing, sprinting type. And last time, though, even though it was 7.5 furlongs, she managed to catch a really fast pace. And Louis Saez had to kind of ride her the entire time away around the racetrack. And she stayed on, as she always does. I don't know. I know she comes off a little bit of a freshening. It's one of the best times I've seen her appear. I mean, she is really filled out now. as she approaches the latter half of her 4-year-old campaign. This is what you want these fillies now turning into mares to do. She looks sensational here, and I think with a pace that, well, at least on paper, doesn't look to be as hot, it just puts her in a more advantageous position, a more comfortable position for how she likes to run. She makes an excellent impression on me here in the paddock. Now, number 11, that is Tricky Temper, whom felt like she kind of captured lightning in the bottle last year. She went on a great run. She had 4 starts up here at Saratoga during the regular meet, which is a lot. Then it seemed as though it took its toll, and she's still trying to get back to what she was. Now, I wasn't in the paddock for her comeback race from December to June, and so I don't know what she looked like last time, but it looked, at least if you're going to give her the benefit of the doubt, like she definitely needed the race. The big question is, does she really want to do it anymore, as her recent form is extremely lackluster. Looking at her here in the paddock, I can confirm she looks fit. She is quite calm and relaxed. It's just that intangible defeat of, can she ever get back to what we saw from her last year as a 3-year-old?
Winning the Union Avenue, Tricky Temper. What will she do in today's Johnstone? And for Sterling Silver, who is the 8-5 favorite in this combination, maybe you've heard with Junior Alvarado, Bill Mott, a lot of damage done together over the years, and you look at some of the horses in heights they've reached together going back to Casa Creed. It was right here at Saratoga, the 2021 Grade 1 4-star Dave victory, Olympiad, a Jockey Club Gold Cup victor, then finishing second to Flightline in the Breeders' Cup Classic. Excusable, I suppose. Cody's Wish, at one point he was the best story in racing, the best horse in training, 2023 horse of the year. Even Art Collector, a very lucrative win together. Mott Alvarado, 2023 Pegasus World Cup. She was awesome. Warlike Goddess. She was a warrior. A Grade 1 tally with Alvarado in the 23 Joe Hirsch Turf Classic. Just FYI, she was so good right from the start. 2 Grade 1 victories, and in the end, a title. 2-year-old filly champ. Arthur's Ride. Mott had never won the Whitney until last year. Alvarado took no prisoners in that Whitney, and of course Sovereignty. Kentucky Derby, Belmont Stakes captured together a Jim Dandy with sights set on the Travers Mott Alvarado, Richie, and by no means anywhere near being done yet.
No, and it really is a confirmation of the fact that when a trainer has as much confidence in a rider like Bill Mott does with Junior Alvarado, you're going to get the best out of that rider. You know, not going out there thinking if I make a mistake, I'm going to be replaced. You're part of the team, and more trainers would get better performances out of their riders if they made them a part of the team.
That trust, it works, that chemistry, as we go right back to Maggie.
Here with trainer Bruce Levine sending out number 7, Cupid's Heart. And Bruce, we saw a lot of defections in this Johnstone. Does that help or hurt her chances?
It helps me because usually she doesn't break well, so it avoids, you know, she don't have to go through 10 other horses, you know, so now she'll only got to go through 6. So, you know, I'm hoping she breaks better.
I was going to say, that is something she has done since she was 2. Now she's 6. There's really no breaking over it of her.
We're going to try something new today, so we worked on her all week with the starter, so hopefully she'll break better, but we'll keep our fingers crossed.
Well, best of luck with her. You have Flavien Prat climbing aboard yet again. How important is it to have a jock that knows her?
I like to ride the same jock back if I can, you know, and I'm lucky I got Flavien, so, you know, keep our fingers crossed.
Thank you so much for your time, and best of luck with her.
Thank you.
All right, Cupid's Heart. We'll see. He's a little cagey about that new trick at the starting gate. We'll see if it helps her today.
Yeah, he was. Trying something new today. Let's see if it works. Let's meet the field for the Johnstone, and there is Dolomite and Manny Franco.
Honest, hard-working, shows up with an effort from the rail. She's going to be forward, particularly with the lack of speed here.
Rod Ortiz, Caldwell Loves Gold.
Training extremely well. I thought come off a little bit of a flat effort. I like the things Maggie had to say about her physically.
She liked what she saw from my main squeeze, the New York bred.
I mean, her last 3 races, Lafitte, haven't been ideal, but I still think she's one of the most likely winners of this race.
Have they unlocked the riddle that is Cupid's Heart? Will she break today?
Look, if she does break, she's got a lot of early speed. She gets Flavien Prat as well.
Sterling Silver, daylight winner of this event last year.
Went over the $1 million in earnings mark, this 6-year-old mare by Cupid. Last time was a little too far, 1 1/8 miles.
7/8 today. Then there's Tricky Temper, last summer's Union Avenue winner, and Maggie liked what she saw pre-race.
Yeah, I mean, that's good to hear that Maggie likes where she's at. She's been going the wrong direction, but maybe she's now going the right direction.
That's the field. Wednesday feature, Johnstone, no longer at a mile. 7/8 is the distance, and another look at Cupid's Heart. All right, so what could that be that Bruce Levine was referencing to Maggie about something new they're going to try today to help her get out of the gates cleaner?
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see. I wonder if maybe they're going to try to not have a handler in the gate where Flavien Prat will handle her himself. Some horses get preoccupied with somebody in the gate with them. And nowadays, every horse gets handled. Years ago, that wasn't the case. You had to ask for permission to get a handler unless your horse was a noted bad actor. And the starter would say, no, you can handle him, Jock, or okay, we'll get you some help in there. Now every horse gets handled. And some horses are better being by themselves. They don't get kind of, too much thinking about the guy on their head. So we'll keep an eye on that in the gate and see if that is what they were alluding to.
Maggie, we can stop speculating, as I understand.
Yeah, I pressed Bruce Levine a little harder as to what they were going to do, and Richie's spot on. That's exactly what they're going to do with Cupid's Heart. No handler in the gate. He felt as though she was kind of shying, spooking from that handler, more focused on them rather than the gates opening in front of her. So we'll see if it works today, but good call, Richie.
So there it is. No handler. Cupid's Heart, JK, and let's see if that makes a difference.
Yeah, well, once upon a time, this horse had a lot of speed, but my question is for Richie. Richie, you rode a lot of races. If you had to sign a contract at the beginning of your career to always have someone in there with you or to never have anyone in there with you, which one would you prefer?
I can only have one.
Only one, all the time.
Now, guys, you know how much I like to talk and everything. I'm going to take the company. I want company.
And somebody there watching your back the entire way.
Yeah, I mean, I was in positions as a rider where the gate crew absolutely saved my life. Put their lives in harm's way to help the horse, help me, help the rider. I got pulled out from under a horse one day, and I was stuck in there so tight, my boots got left behind. They pulled me out of my boots, and my boots were still underneath the horse in the starting gate.
That's tight quarters.
Yeah, I mean, I did fracture my hip, my pelvis, and my arm, but that was
and still,
at least I got out of there.
Warrior, absolute warrior. Cupid's Heart, and this will be fascinating to see whether or not it makes a difference in how she breaks today. My Main Squeeze, JK, there she is. Yeah, as we were just discussing, some of the competition that she has been facing. For example, My Main Squeeze here, her effort in the Grade 2 Ruffian. Should she run back to this? Should that be good enough to win this Johnstone?
I mean, it could be. That's for certain. I mean, she went the one-turn mile. She gets a cut back, which I think helps her quite a bit. But the thing is about My Main Squeeze, and as well as Sterling Silver, they both are definitely the best horses in this race. But the issue is that Cupid's Heart has run races as good as them or better. She just hasn't been doing them as of late. But with this information now that we have that they're going to try something different, then there's an opportunity for something different to happen. And if she pops away from there, she could be very dangerous.
How much of a difference can that make? How often has that strategy worked?
Oh, it can make a huge difference. I used to ride a mare for John Ward, Snow Dance, and with a handler, she was 75% to blow the brake. By herself, she was probably... She might still blow the brake, but the percentages were much higher. She was going to get away from there cleaner. And we figured out she just wanted to be left alone in there. So I'm glad that we actually hit upon it, and we turned out to be right this time, that was the move they were going to make, try to handle her on her own, Flavien Prat, that is. I think this is a really interesting race. One thing about My Main Squeeze, in 10 starts, this is the first time she's getting back with New York Bred Company.
Facing much tougher. Has been Sterling Silver, Maggie, who is just so consistent.
She really is. You look at her numbers, you look at just her form and what her record is, and she literally rarely disappoints. And last time it felt as though she was definitely against the racetrack. I never thought she was necessarily a 9 furlong, 2-turn type of filly. Bill Mott, her Hall of Fame trainer, has said that 7 furlongs is far more ideal. She looks sensational. But I will say this. The last time we saw My Main Squeeze and Sterling Silver face off against each other was against Open Company in the Grade 2 Ruffian, 2 starts to go for both of them. I thought My Main Squeeze had far more trouble in that start, where she had that weird clipping of the heels early on in the race, and then as you watch that replay just now, she was on her wrong lead through the lane. So I don't know if I would take that, second, third placing at face value. I felt as though My Main Squeeze definitely the stronger of the two, and she's just had a taller workload. But I feel as though, I wonder what that behavior was. Sometimes you deal, and I don't know if this is really what it was, but you deal with female horses, they come in season. I want to say that was what she was doing, and sometimes it has a detrimental effect on how they perform. Sometimes it doesn't matter at all. So I would lean on Sterling Silver in this particular occasion, but I could not get over how well Caldwell Loves Gold looks today. Lafitte?
Caldwell Loves Gold at 9-1 with Gerard Ortiz. There goes My Main Squeeze, the 6-5 favorite. As we turn things over to Frank Mirmati with the Call Wednesday feature, the Johnstone Live on Fox Sports 2.
Cupid's Heart has gone in. Sterling Silver. Tricky Temper. Going in. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Johnstone. My Main Squeeze, very quick away from there. And so is Dolomite. Dolomite comes through on the inside to take second. Tricky Temper is widest of all. And on the extreme outside, Caldwell Loves Gold, a little closer than her wins here at Saratoga, 4 lengths off the lead. Then comes Sterling Silver and another 5 back to Cupid's Heart. So they race down the backstretch behind the favorite, My Main Squeeze, who clicked off the opening quarter in 23 2/5 seconds. My Main Squeeze in charge. Dolomite and Tricky Temper right next to one another. Another 3 lengths back to Sterling Silver. Caldwell Loves Gold is now losing ground, and Cupid's Heart goes by her. My Main Squeeze around the far turn with a 3-length lead. Tricky Temper is in second. Dolomite now being worked upon third as Sterling Silver makes some headway. 46 flat with a quarter of a mile to go. Luis Saez and My Main Squeeze turning for home in front. Tricky Temper, and on the outside, Sterling Silver continues to finish with interest inside the final 1/8 of a mile, and My Main Squeeze is still loaded. A complete runaway here from My Main Squeeze. Lights out right out of the gate. Overwhelming the competition, just nursed along to a 5.5 length beatdown. Tricky Temper was second, Sterling Silver third, Caldwell Loves Gold finished fourth.
Exactly what she did out there. Overwhelmed them. It was a beatdown. My Main Squeeze by daylight in the Johnstone.
Decidedly best, broke sharp. Luis Saez did the right thing, put her on the lead in a race that was devoid of speed. She was much the best, especially the way the race played out, but I love what Louis did. The first quarter in 23 2, and then don't keep going slow. Start letting her use that advantage and make everybody kind of, get sucked into the race, take them off the bridle, because he went 22 3 the next quarter, and School was out. She was New York Breeders' Horse of the Year last year. Her breeder, Buck Butler, was New York Breeders' Breeder of the Year, and named for his wife, Loretta, My Main Squeeze.
Yeah, I mean, look, we love our New York breds. This horse has been banging heads with Open Company. It's just a math thing when it comes to that, right? New York breds can be equally as talented. There's just less of them than there is Open Company. So when you're facing Open Company and you're being competitive with Open Company, when you get back with New York breds, it's likely going to be just a tad bit easier, less to deal with.
Mike Maker, winning trainer. My Main Squeeze, 5'11", 8'4". Go back to the start. We were wondering about Cupid's Heart and if she would get out of the blocks cleaner. She wound up at the back of the field once again. Kind of sideswiped, leaving the gate, but not the desired effect of having her alone in the stall.
No, she still reacted a little bit slow, broke that touch slow. Horses, like water, run to empty space. So the 7 Cupid's Heart got squeezed a bit between the 8 Sterling Silver and the winner, My Main Squeeze, and just puts her at a tactical disadvantage.
The craziest part about it is her best 2 lifetime races, she popped away from there like she was trained by Wesley Ward and won wire to wire. It's just the most odd thing to me that suddenly she can't pop away from there.
Wasn't her day today. The afternoon belongs to My Main Squeeze. Dominant win in the Johnstone. Wins going away. 5-11, 8-4, too much. My Main Squeeze in the Wednesday feature at Saratoga.
Quality at his core.
And Core Beliefs will come on and win it nicely.
By leading sire, Quality Road.
And here is Core Beliefs to take the lead. Core Beliefs on the outside. Here it is. Core Beliefs.
All the best attributes of his sire, a multiple graded stakes winner who's proven at the classic distance with tactical speed and a must-see physical.
It's Core Beliefs who digs his heels in to win the New Orleans Handicap.
Core Beliefs, standing at Walmack.
Who's in for Mohegan? Obviously everyone. A cheers with friends, then it's off to the races. A moment of calm before the dark and stormy. One more dance floor. Who needs skill when you have style? And feeling like it's the best time ever? Smile. Apps and nightcaps? Yes. Then it's down for the thread count to start it all again tomorrow. This is how it feels when you're all in for Mohegan. Mohegan Sun.
Seize the Gray was a $300,000 yearling purchase by my racehorse at the Mill Ridge consignment at the Saratoga Select Sale. Seize the Gray came onto our radar when he won the Pat Day Mile on the undercard of the Kentucky Derby. Then he followed it up with a tremendous win in the Preakness Stakes. After the Belmont, we inquired with my racehorse and were able to procure the breeding rights to him and get him here at Gainesway Farm. Seize the Gray, being a son of Arrogate, was something that we were very interested in. Arrogate was a great racehorse, and we're looking to carry on that bloodline in the thoroughbred industry. This is Seize the Gray's first year stud here at Gainesway. He's off to a great start in the breeding shed. He has an initial stud fee of $30,000. He's going to end up breeding somewhere between 185 and 200 mares this year. The Fasig-Tipton Saratoga sale is world-renowned for offering top-class racehorses. Now you're noticing these top-class racehorses are becoming top-class stallions as well.
Welcome back, Saratoga Live. Brought to you by Mohegan Sun, all in on Mohegan. What a performance. My Main Squeeze, making it look all too easy. Geared down, crop uncocked. Louis Saez, winning pilot. By a Florida Derby winner in Audible. Runs a record of 7 for 17 overall. Fasig-Tipton Winner Circle leading, brought to you by the 104th Saratoga sale of selected yearlings, August 4th and 5th. Where will you be?
I'll be there.
You don't miss it.
I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to wear.
Hawaiian shirt?
No,
Something along
no.
those
You
lines?
got to keep them guessing.
My Main Squeeze, Buck Butler with Maggie in the winner's circle.
Well, of course, I'm here with Buck and his Main Squeeze of how many years now, guys?
48. Yeah.
48.
Wife Loretta and Caden Maker, of course. You were on the offside of My Main Squeeze. That was pretty cool. Guys, she's been incredible. New York Bred of the Year last year, deservedly so. And you, sir, congratulations on that award, too.
Well, as far as the award for me, that's the only one that they got wrong. But she deserved everything that she got.
Yeah, she's a special horse.
She really is. And back against New York Bred, she said, well, this is easy.
Well, again, we needed a little pick-me-up, and here we were.
Yeah.
Well, rightfully so, guys. Massive congratulations. Are you like Dad? You don't say much, right?
It's
I'm done.
Father like
it's
son.
in the blood.
Kaden, you're a rock star. Guys, congratulations again.
Thank you, Maggie. Thank you very much.
I love talking to both of them, and I will try to get more words out of Kaden in the future, guys.
More trips to the winner's circle, more familiarity, and I think we'll achieve just that. In the meantime, My Main Squeeze, onward and upward dealing with company that she could handle rather easily. She does just that, and she's a talented New York bred.
Now, this is a really good thing for my main squeeze. It'll be a confidence booster for her. And horses, just like human athletes, equine athletes, every now and then need that little confidence booster. And the Butlers, as nice a people as you ever want to meet.
The story today, JK, regarding the pick 6 with 1 race remaining.
Yeah, I'm looking up there seeing it. It looks kind of spicy. When you mix in some of those bigger priced horses, you can lead to something good. The good news is, I guess if you're alive, I wasn't crazy about the 2. Just those races haven't come back great at a short price. Can absolutely win. But I think this last race is actually more wide open than it might appear.
Interesting. 22 minutes out, 9th and final. So our coverage continues from Saratoga on this Whitney weekend, Whitney week, and so many Grade 1 races and major events on the horizon, including the 4-star Dave. And deterministic, can he rack up back-to-back Grade 1 wins? Took down the Manhattan, the 4-star Dave, next on Saturday.
The only colt ever to win 3 one-mile Grade 1s on dirt. Ran the fastest buyer of the year. That's him, 6 wide, streaking clear.
Here comes Cody's
2 more Grade 1s at 7/8. Here's his forego, also running a 112 bite. That's 5 Grade 1s all told. No other son of Sires Curlin has so many. They say, be careful what you wish for. We agree.
As the field turns for home, they're at the top of the stretch. 4-star Dave coming a bit wide. Final Sunrise is there. Landef is in between them, and 4-star Dave is 1 furlong away from 8 years worth of Saratoga victories. Here's the old boy coming down to the line. He's making a runaway of it. The legend lives on. 4-star Dave wins again at the Spa. And a hand-pat of victory from Richard Migliore. The old boy did it again.
It's Tom Durkin talking about you or the horse?
The horse. I mean, I was happy. I felt more relief than happiness because he was in a field that he was supposed to be. There was some question if maybe he had lost a step at that point. And he was such a popular horse up here that it just felt like the weight of the grandstand was on my back because I felt like the only way he could lose is if I made a mistake. And then we wound up having a perfect trip. And when you ride a horse this good, you know, they help you get perfect trips. You can see me loving on him there. It was fun to be 4-star Dave's jockey up here, and he was the smartest racehorse I've ever been around in my entire life.
I've seen you sit next to you, watch a lot of races you're in. I always feel like that one, you get a little bit more excited.
Yeah, it definitely pumps me up. Like I said, it was fun to be his rider. And what I mean about him being so smart is he'd be walking and he'd hear the shutter of a camera, and he literally would stop, strike a pose, throw his ears up, and would not move until he stopped hearing the camera click, and then he would move on. He was, rode him into the bar at Ciro's when they named the street after him over there, and I thought he was going to order a Guinness. He just stepped up into the bar, and that was something his trainer, Leo O'Brien, he had a Guinness in his feed every single night. They mixed the whole Guinness in with his feed. So he was a true, he was a New York bred, but he was trained by an Irish trainer, so he was a true Irishman at heart. But
have you observed another horse that was as popular with fans as 4-star Dave?
I think there have been over the years, but not in Saratoga. So he was just embraced by the people of Saratoga. People looked forward to him. His longevity led to that. Yeah. You know, he won a race in Saratoga 8 years in a row. What horse will ever run here 8 years in a row, let alone win here 8 years in a row? Richard Bobbsey, who owned him, I rode him trying for the 9th year. And he was not the same, and he just wasn't as enthusiastic about his job. So I went to Mr. Bombsey and said, Mr. Bombsey, it's time. He's not the same horse, and, you know, why are we going to kind of depreciate his, you know, aura in Saratoga? So they decided to have a ceremony for him, and they had me get on him, take him to the top of the stretch, and then gallop him through the stretch. When I turned around and started galloping, the whole grandstand erupted. So he grabbed a bit, and he's going to run off with me, and I'm going the whole time, buddy, if you run off, they're going to race you again. And please come back to me. And thankfully, he didn't run away with me.
I can listen to Richie talk 4-star Dave just like all day long. So popular, and specifically here at Saratoga. And on Saturday, the Grade 1 FanDuel 4-star Dave. It is a Breeders' Cup Challenge event. Win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Mile, $750,000 purse. 10 strong. Let's start with Johannes, number 3. And this effort, Jonathan, in last fall's Breeders' Cup Mile, just missing by 3 parts of a length.
It was an outstanding effort. And the thing about it is that he did it with some East Coast horses and some really far East Coast horses. When I mean some European horses chasing him. I've always discounted West Coast turf form, at least in the modern day. When they come out here, they're usually at a disadvantage. Now, when their dirt horses come out here, when Baffert sends them, they're at an advantage. I've never really been able to figure out the science behind it. I don't know if it's they just don't get tested as much on firm ground. Our horses get tested more on soft ground. I just always discount them, especially at a short price. There's other horses in here that are just more attractive, but I'm so happy that he's here because it's more fun when they show up to play, just like when we show up to play out there.
Trying to pave that way back to the Breeders' Cup for this upcoming 4-star Dave. Deterministic, trying for back-to-back Grade 1 wins, took advantage of the distance being shortened up in the Manhattan, wire to wire, at 1 1/8 from Miguel Clement. What do you make of his chances on Saturday?
Well, I think they've found the key to Deterministic, and that's allowing him to use his stride, not trying to raid him, hold him up, cover him up, come with a run, allowing him to stride out, and that's been the key to his success lately. That being said, going a mile, a little bit shorter than he's been running, they're not going to go as soft up front. And if he's going to employ front-running tactics, again, he's going to have to work harder for it.
I'm just such a fan of this horse. And the one thing, though, Richie, I've heard from some horse players I really look up to is that when you have a horse who can run as well as he ran on dirt, it shows a little bit about their toughness. I think most people will agree that dirt horses a little tougher than a turf horse, more of a finesse game. And the fact that this horse had won a 3-year-old race to Gotham on the dirt and is still able to turn that, that form over into turf racing, I just trust this horse a lot.
Well, I think it's a great way to put it. Trust that he's going to show up and give you his effort, and his efforts are very, very good. I just wonder, he's a little bit, to me, an in-betweener. I don't think he wants 1 3/8 or 1.5 miles, and I just question if the mile might be a little sharp for him, where 1 1/8 to 1 1/4, I think, really hits him in the sweet spot.
This is one of those days that you just wake up, So happy to be a horse racing fan. Whitney, Saturday, grade 1 after grade 1. Fox Saratoga, Saturday. The best horses, the biggest races at this perfect setting. Tune in. Whitney Stakes Saturday this weekend, and we'll have all of it for you. The Whitney, the Test, 4-Star Dave on Fox Saratoga Saturday. Horses in the paddock for the 9th and final. Kayla's Cause, the current 7-5 favorite. Riders up post-parade, and we'll watch things up on this Wednesday program. Whitney Week from the Spa.
Monmouth Park summer season rolls on with live racing action every Friday to Sunday. Our 50-day summer season features a stakes race every Saturday and Sunday, plus a new middle pick 5, joining the win early pick 5 on our wagering menu. With growing pools and field sizes, Monmouth Park is summer's best bet. Joining us on site, lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
The 2025 Global Symposium on Racing. It's the premier networking event of the year. Connect with the who's who of racing. Collaborate face-to-face with key decision makers. Be a part of the international conversation. Discover the latest technology and innovation. Join us December 8th through 10th. Register at racingsymposium.com.
Don't miss Saturday's blockbuster Whitney Day featuring a stacked lineup of 5 graded stakes, including new for 2025, the FanDuel 4-Star Dave, and of course the $1 million Whitney. Save $5 on admission when you buy in advance at NYRA.com.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Oh, so much fun. What an event took place Sunday night. Jockey karaoke, all benefiting the PDJF, Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund. Richie, you know, you don't have to be an active rider to participate. Just saying, just putting it out there.
Well, even when I was an active rider, I wouldn't do that because if I sing in the shower, the water complains. So I wouldn't want to ruin the night for everybody.
Oh Kendrick doing his thing. Every year a little bit more creative in watching them and the choreography, and so much fun. It's a different side of people to see on the riders, and then they get to see at the racetrack on a day-to-day basis.
It's for a great cause, and I give all of the people that participate, the men and women that put themselves out there to benefit that good cause. I have so much respect for them because honestly, the most of them, it's not very good.
We'll work on getting them out there next year, Maggie.
As we'll take a look at some horses here in the paddock, beginning with your current favorite. That's number 2, Kyla's Cause. And no, I don't know that much about this horse coming back to the races today for my husband, Tom Morley, because she's actually spent most of her preparations down in Fair Hill in Maryland. But what I can say based upon my notes from last year is that she has grown quite a bit. She has definitely lengthened her frame. She does look incredibly fit and strong coming back here. It's just you also have to bank on the fact that she's going to improve her numbers from 2 to 3, which most horses do tend to do. She is a bit of a high-strung character, same as what she was as a 2-year-old in her 2 starts, kind of swishing her tail, you know, very forward and on the bit. So all things good for a horse coming back to the races, though I do think there's a very interesting kind of wild card horse on the outside in number 9, Hattie Carroll. I love Flameaways on the turf, especially turf sprinting. The dam, she won first time out on the turf. This is her first full, and the second dam, she was multiple graded stakes place and went 2 for 9 on the turf, and this gal has a massive turf hoof to her. She looks every bit turf meant here in the paddock coming back for John Kimmel. And she's one too that does have to deal with the layoff, but she looks incredibly fit. Wish she'd filled out a little bit more, but otherwise I think this is the right surface for her to be much more successful than that former form that she had coming into this. Guys?
Lots to like. Hattie Carroll, her turf debut, trained by John Kimmel, and some of the best horses he's trained over the years, and it's hard for Bar of Gold and that image of Rod Ortiz and she pulling off that massive upset. 2017 Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Sprint at Del Mar, 66-1, I believe, in the end.
Yeah, homebred for Chester and Mary Broman, breed a good horse, and John, just a tremendous horseman, a dear friend of mine. Rode more than half of what's on that list there.
Which ones?
Well, I rode Pompeii, Miss Linda, Hidden Lake, Friends Lake, Flat Fleet Feet, and Katinka.
How many did you lose on?
You keep track.
You know,
John will tell him.
Plenty, I'm sure. Yeah, well, one thing about John, too, you know, he was great to ride for, except that he could never just say, yeah, we were second best. He always had an excuse. Could you have done this? Maybe you could have done that. But we had a great working relationship.
What would you say was one of his greatest strengths as a trainer?
For people that don't know, John is also a veterinarian. And he was great at seeing a potential issue long before it became an issue. And great picking out horses at sales because he was great with conformation. Just an all-around top horseman.
Of those, of that list, who would you say was the most gifted that you rode?
Well, I don't know if she was the most gifted, but she was a champion, Hidden Lake, and she was a jockey's dream to ride. Because if they went really fast, she could come from last. If they went slow, she could go to the lead. If there was a little space on the rail, she was brave. She'd bully her way through. If she was, you know, stuck outside, she wouldn't hang. Like, you could go into a race with a clear head. However it comes up, she'll handle it.
My favorite thing about John Kimmel is his initials.
JCK?
I don't need the C, but you can leave the C out.
JK. Oh. Yeah, somebody else on this desk has JK. What's your middle? Do you have a middle?
Yeah, B.
All right, so you're one in front of John. You're JBK, he's JCK.
You know what I'm saying?
We're good at decoding, cracking codes here on the set of Saratoga Live. Do you like Hattie Carroll here, Jonathan? As Maggie mentioned, like what she saw as far as the surface switch, that perhaps she could thrive on grass, Hattie Carroll?
No, I have no idea looking on paper, but hearing Maggie say it makes me feel more comfortable about it. That's the one club I don't have in my bag. I don't have the look at them and try to answer a question. All the questions I answer have to be on paper or watching video or watching a trip or whatever. That's what's so valuable about Maggie and Acacia when they're valuable for other reasons as well, but they're valuable for us as horse players when they're pointing things out like that I can't answer. So I feel warmer now than I did 10 minutes ago.
He did, like, Jonathan handled, he did like a Paddock report years ago. It was awesome.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't realize that you had that in your bag of talent.
He referenced the color, the number of legs. There's the tail.
Nice.
Yeah. 4 legs,
All right,
tail.
but did you get confused with dark bay or brown, or you?
We'd still get confused.
I got that all right. I got that all right. Once upon a time, I did get confused about what chestnut meant. I was confused. I just didn't. It's on YouTube. You'll see it.
Okay.
Post Parade, that's not a chestnut. That's Ipsis at 20-1.
Yes, 20-1, and that makes sense to me.
Kayla's cause the big class drop. John Velasquez takes over.
Yeah, full of beans there. Homebred, bred by Gallagher's stud, who owned Gallagher Steakhouse as well.
14 race maiden, My Gorgeous, followed by Frog Hollow Summer. She is improving.
Improving, and certainly from a speed standpoint, showed high speed last time.
Fifi La Fume at 4-1. Noteworthy new rider, Rod Ortiz in the cockpit.
Yeah, and I think it's affecting the price.
Yeah, it is. Gracie's Girl, second start on grass.
It's going to have to improve dramatically from what we've seen from her so far on grass or dirt.
Number 7, Miss Uproar, a 16 race maiden, 7 of those losses on grass.
Yeah, but when you look at the prices, what race was she's supposed to win? This is my pick.
Miss Uproar is nice. Good mission, number 8. Her turf sprints are actually solid.
They put her in the frame. She's certainly a contender and should work out a good trip for herself.
Aforementioned Hattie Carroll for John Kimmel.
Yeah, this horse is one that you heard Maggie have some positive things to say about. And like I said, the trainer's initials, pretty good.
That's the field. These fillies and mares, $50,000 maiden claimers, New York bred sprinting. 5.5 furlongs. Another look at Kayla's Cause, and this was her latest. You have to go back to last October at Aqueduct here. Richie and Kayla's Cause, a solid effort. She battles, she fights. Going to come up about a neck short in the end.
Yeah, I mean, this is a terrific effort from her. Both of her efforts as a 2-year-old were very good. And, you know, Jonathan talks about this a lot, and I think it's something really worthwhile talking about. Those numbers that she had, a 60 buyer and a 61 buyer in her first 2 starts, were as a 2-year-old. She's just supposed to be a little bit bigger, a little bit stronger, a little bit faster this year.
The problem I have, you're 100% right, and what I'm going to say now doesn't necessarily combat what you're saying. It's just another angle of it is that there's been 8 horses that have run back out of that race, and none of them have won. In fact, none of them have hit the board. So you have to ask yourself how good that race really was while you're looking for that improvement. And it could show up, but at 6-5, like I said before, could, maybe, I hope, it'd be nice if. Those don't work for me at 5-2, 6-5, 2-1.
Negative trending strength of schedule. Then Good Mission, pictured Manny Franco, 5-1. Her latest, mid-June, downstate at this level. And waiting for her to kick it in. She's finding her best stride. Richie, she looks like she's in striking position, and she's going to miss by about a length plus in the end.
Yeah, and she was just kind of coming along steady. But, you know, it's interesting. This is 5.5 on the turf today. This was 6 at Aqueduct. You say, well, it's only 110 yards different. The races are run completely different from a pace standpoint. They go quicker going 5.5. And I think that'll help her late run as opposed to where they go a little bit slower. And everybody's still finishing with some energy. I think the key for her is that she'll be in decent enough position. If the horses up on the lead go a little too quick, they'll come back to her a little bit.
Perfect segue to style and race shape, Jonathan, which I'll follow up with and circle back with in a moment as we check in with Maggie.
Yeah, taking a look here at a, what is she, 11 race maiden. This will be her 12th start, but only her 4th on the turf. That's number 8 in here, Good Mission, as she is a very eye-catching, pretty gray filly. Chances are adding up, but like I said, there haven't been as many on the turf, and overall her turf races are much better. Now you look at her there, you can see she's quite warm. It is a warm day, and furthermore, she is just a very high-strung filly. She gets herself keyed up. She was, as soon as they got the tack on, she was ready to literally explode. So we'll see how she negotiates this 5.5. It's been a while since she has done it, actually last year, and then for Rob, she's only gone the 6 furlongs. I think it's actually a little bit better for her, for a filly that is a little bit more high-strung, spending so much energy pre-race. Shorten her up a little bit, might get the job done, but I do think she looks exceptionally well on the racetrack as she did back in the Paddock, Lafitte.
High-strung. Good Mission, 5-1, Manny Franco. Jonathan, race shape. You look for the quickest of the quick. It's turf sprints. Who do you think is the quickest getting out of the blocks? Who's in front when the field hits the far turn?
Yeah, I mean, I like a little bit of quality with my quick of the quick. The horse that probably projects to get to the front end, I mean, it's like recently it looks like it's the 4.
Mm-hmm.
I have no interest, no trust. The 2. Kyla's Cause obviously could be one of those that goes to the front, but I have a lot of questions about her at a short price. You know, I mean, look, this game is very often not only about who you think is going to cross the wire first. It's who you think makes sense to wager on at the price they are that's likely to cross the wire first. I mean, if someone had said to me, you have to pick the winner, you have to, or you have to sleep outside tonight, I'd pick the 2. If that's what I have to sleep outside, I'm picking the 2. But
don't say it, Lafitte. Just don't say it.
There's nothing wrong with sleeping outside.
Don't say it,
anyway.
Lafitte. Just don't say it, Lafitte. Or you could say,
there's nothing wrong with sleeping outside.
Well, I'm just saying, I get hot. No, because I need AC. I have this AC blowing on me right now. I need AC. It's too hot.
Nothing is clutch.
No, wait. I got to ask you. You grew up in Texas. It's hot in Texas.
I don't know what happened to me. It's spending the last 8 summers up here. I can't handle being it's 90. I start panicking.
How do you do it freezing cold?
I love it. I'll put a jacket on and a blanket.
I'm with him. Yeah. And yet my old man doesn't sweat. Guy doesn't sweat.
One of those problems you can solve. The other one you can't really.
At the gate, Frank Mirmati with the call, 9th and final on this Wednesday from Saratoga.
Last few left to load. Good Mission just went in. Hattie Carroll to the outside. They're in the gate. And they're off. It was an even start. Miss Uproar in the center, but a host of pursuers, including Kyla's Cause, who's sent through on the inside to take the lead. Frog Hollow Summer in between, and Good Mission, those three right across the course with Frog Hollow Summer just in front. They're followed by Ipsis, who races in fourth. Then comes Miss Uproar in between horses, and Hattie Carroll is just outside of that pair, followed by Fifi La Fume in the orange colors. The opening quarter went in 21 and 2. The two trailers, Gracie Girl and My Gorgeous, is at the back of the field. And so Good Mission ends up inside Kyla's Cause, but Kyla's Cause powers up on the outside to take the lead at the top of the stretch, and it's Kyla's Cause in front as they reach the top of the stretch, opens up 3. Miss Uproar is now rallying on the outside, as is Fifi La Fume, who has good energy, rolling into second with a 16th to go. Kyla's Cause, Fifi La Fume into second. Kyla's Cause, though, is just too much. Kyla's Cause came back ready to graduate. Fifi La Fume was second, Miss Uproar third, then Good Mission.
Runaway victory comes back in style. Does Kayla's Cause graduates in her third career start for Tom Morley and Johnny Velasquez in the saddle.
Yeah, and listen, she was best, but Johnny did such a nice job extricating himself from the inside of the 8. Good Mission, who was, showing really good speed, gave his filly a chance to catch her breath, get in a better rhythm, ease to the clear. She was decidedly best, but just another masterful ride by a rider that has won more races in Saratoga than anybody in the history of the place.
Yeah, I mean, to me, this is a definition of what racing is at Saratoga. It's trying to make good decisions based on what you think is going to happen. And I couldn't be more wrong. I wanted nothing to do with this horse betting. I still believe that my thought process was right at 4-5, but
losing intelligently.
Yeah.
Losing intelligently. Over to Maggie.
Here with co-owner Mike Lydon of Kyla's Cause, and a sentimental win given her name.
It's really, to win at Saratoga is everything, but to win for Kyla and to win for Angelman syndrome is so special. It's a horrible disease, and it just, Tom, thank you, no claims, let's go. That's all I got, really. I'm so happy. Couldn't be happier.
Mike, I know you well, but you're a stalwart here at Saratoga. You and a bunch of your longtime friends post up in the backyard. This is like your backyard winning here.
I mean, it's every day. I could win anything, but to win here, to win for Kyla, to have this day is just awesome. It's awesome. Maggie, thank you. Love you, love your girls, love Naira. Let's go.
And I've got built-in babysitters with his daughters too, guys.
Win, win, win. All around. Kyla's Cause. Moments ago on the backstretch, Richie, you were referencing Johnny Velasquez in this particular ride. What was it that caught your eye here going up the backstretch?
Well, he came out running from that inside position. You see, he's clocking the horses to his outside, and he says, do I want to get in a duel? And right here, he starts taking a little bit of a hold, easing her back. She was a little bit green. She didn't like being in tight there. But now he's in the perfect spot because he eased out of the duel. And now look how comfortable she got. Her stride completely changed. She wasn't erratic the way she was looking at those horses outside of her. She was definitely not comfortable inside. She was very shy about it. 2 different horses. Now she's in the bridle traveling, and the race is over.
Because at first glance, you say to yourself, like how much difference could that possibly make? She winds up winning by 5 or 6 lengths, whatever it was. But it's so nuanced, and it's that one detailed move that can make that much of a difference in the end.
If she stayed inside, as uncomfortable as she was in there, I don't think she wins. I think she would probably
closer than I thought of,
yeah. Running to the left and to the right. Now, see, if I was still riding, there would be a note next time Kyla's Cause is in a race and I'm in a race, I'm going to make sure she's inside of me.
We spend a lot of time talking about the betting aspect of this game, but I just am constantly reminded, especially just in this little shift we've had today, about what this means to people. outside of the money that's involved in it, right? You think about a horse like Kigali in the stable of Saratoga Dreams getting their first win, being here for 41 years and like finally walking into that winner's circle. If we might have missed him crying, he'll cry on the way home. And then you see what Kyla's cause meant to this group. This game is just a game that keeps on giving. Sometimes it's financially, but most of the time it's emotionally.
So you often say, Richie, horses in general, good for the soul.
Oh, absolutely. The outside of a horse, good for the inside of a man. That's Winston Churchill. But, you know, they elevate all of us, and they give us so much. And I know everything I have in my life that's good stems from horses.
Hitting the pick six at Saratoga, pretty good for the soul as well.
Yeah,
Jonathan,
it's not great when it's only coming back 4,500.
Oh, man.
But it just look, it was when you end with a 4-5 shot, and you know, it's one of those you needed to have a couple times. There's three favorites in there, though. I mean, that corruption, My Main Squeeze, and Kyla's Cause are the problem. You have to, when you look at these situations, I'll remind people that people hit the all button. And the race in which V Cruiser won is one that is a very all-button feeling type of race. The 7th, not so much, but it can happen from time to time. And that's how sometimes those payouts can feel a little bit less. More people hit it than you think.
The pick six story today with the carryover. Have the Whitney coming up on Saturday and tomorrow. Like, if you like story time with Uncle Richie, do not miss tomorrow's broadcast. Do not miss tomorrow's broadcast so he can give you the backstory on John Morrissey, who he was, and why there's a race named after him. And by the way, a hell of a horse race tomorrow as well.
Look at a 13-horse field, as competitive as it gets. This entire week, and especially if you start digging into Whitney Day's past performances, we have some of the best racing that Saratoga has to offer. And I don't mean just this meet. I mean in the history of Saratoga. The Whitney's as deep and competitive as it gets. The John Morrissey is as deep as competitive it gets, and every race in between. We are so blessed to have this quality of racing and the field sizes that we have coming up.
Give our audience just a little taste of what John Morrissey, who he was and why famous around these parts.
Well, he was a bare-knuckle boxer to begin with, and then he became a politician, and he was out of, you're laughing at me,
it's
Schenectady.
So good. It's so good.
About a half an hour from my house in a place called Boston Corners, there's a plaque where 3,000 people descended on Boston Corners to see John Morrissey defeat Yankee Sullivan in the 36th round.
What do they call this thing?
Until somebody can't get up. That's basically what it is. 36 rounds.
Like, that's just part of the story. This is one of my favorite days of the summer because we get to go down memory lane with Richie talking about John Morrissey.
He's got a good nickname.
Old Smoke, here we go.
Is that what that?
I don't know.
John Morrissey tomorrow, loaded field, a loaded week of racing that we have coming up. Were you surprised when you saw that many in the Whitney, given that it does have the kind of star power that at times can like scare off some of the others?
Yeah, I actually was. I thought we'd see about 7. You know, so anything over that number to me was, and again, it's you got a Breeders' Cup Classic winner. You've got 2 champions.
2 champions.
I mean, it's just a race. I think 4 Grade 1 winners in total. That befits the history of the Whitney Stakes.
Multiple Breeders' Cup Classic winners.
I've said it before, I'll say it again. You give me a calendar, you give me 3 racing days. 3 days at a racetrack racing. I'm going to the Whitney, I'm coming on Sunday for a Sunday Fun Day, and I'm going to the sale on Monday. Those are my 3 favorite days, bar the Breeders' Cup, bar the Derby, Belmont Stakes. I absolutely love it. My favorite weekend.
The Whitney. August place to be. First weekend in August. The Whitney is a Breeders' Cup Challenge event. Win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Classic. We'll have it for you on Fox Saratoga Saturday. Thanks so much for joining us this Wednesday afternoon. Look forward to seeing you tomorrow, kicking things off at 1 o'clock. My Main Squeeze drills them in the feature. The Johnstone, Fierceness, 2-year-old champ, couple years back, runner-up in the Breeders' Cup Classic. Who beat him? Another horse that'll be in the Whitney starting gate, Sierra Leone, last year's 3-year-old champ. The Whitney on Saturday. Have a great night, everyone.